So hello everyone and very good morning. Welcome to the free QMS internal auditor training session as per the ISO 9001-2015. This session is hosted by Quality Asia Certifications Private Limited, and our tagline for this meeting session will be become a certified internal auditor on ISO 9001 quality management systems. So this course will consist of 10 objectives. So it will begin with an introduction. Then we'll be giving a revision history and purpose of this ISO standard. Then we'll be discussing about some important concepts. Then we'll be talking about clauses 1 to 4. That is the structure, scope, definitions, and context of the organization. Then we'll be talking about clause 5, leadership, and clause 6, planning. Then there will be clause 7, support, clause 8, operation, clause 9, performance evaluation, and clause 10, improvements. Then we'll be talking about impacts on the organization for implementing QMS, and then we'll be talking about internal auditing practices. So this will be a certified training. So once you complete this training program, a training link will be generated, and you will be getting one questionnaire that will be a Google Forms link. So all of you would have to attempt that Google form, and on successful clearance of that examination, that is above 50% marks, you will be getting a certified internal auditor credential and a certification from our side. So the outcomes of this training session upon successful completion of this course, you will be able to understand the requirements of ISO 9001 quality management system. You will have achieved the means to assess and improve your organization's QMS, gain and sharpen your internal auditor skills, be verified with the internal auditor credentials on ISO 9001 on successful clearance of the exam. So again, the biggest benefit is you will be certified with an internal auditor credential on ISO 9001 on successful clearance of the exam. So this is basically an industry recognized credential, and it is essential in any QMS certified organization to have certified internal auditors to work on behalf of the organization, because it's a mandatory requirement for internal audits, right? Then about our trainer, so our lead trainer for this training session would be Mr. Atul Suri. So Mr. Atul Suri is a BE in electrical and an MBA. He's a certified lead auditor for ISO 9001, 14001, 45001, 50,001, 22,000, 27,001, 13485, and 26,000. For those of you who don't know what all standards are these, so ISO 9001 is quality management system, which we will be discussing about in detail. ISO 14,001 will be environment management system. 45,001 is occupational health and safety management system. 50,001 is energy management system. 22,000 is food safety management system. 27,001 is information security management system. 13485 is medical devices quality management system, and ISO 26,000 is social accountability. Apart from all of these, Mr. Atul Suri is a BE certified energy auditor CEA, and he's having a professional experience of 30 years plus in the industry with a strong foundation in engineering and management, 20 plus years as a seasoned management system auditor trainer, delivering training and audits in multiple sectors, and worked with various top-notch certification bodies as a lead auditor and reviewer, such as Quality Asia, Intertech, Apave, Moody International, IRQS, etc. And about Quality Asia, your trusted partner in ISO certification. So we are committing to providing 100% auditing and compliance services with ensuring transparency and integrity in every certification we issue. And we have comprehensive expertise in various full spectrum of standards and certification services tailored to your organization's need. We are imparting this free internal auditor training session on a monthly basis. So this month we'll be doing ISO 9001 quality management system, and every month there will be one training session which will be free of cost for all the industry professionals. So this month it is ISO 9001. Next month we'll be having a session on ISO 14,001, and so on. We have a global reach but local touch. So serving across multiple Indian cities and international locations, we combine global expertise with our local service. Commitment to excellence. Our mission is to support businesses in achieving and maintaining their certifications, unlocking new potentials, and improving operational efficiency. Then about our free internal auditor training program. So empowering your team with ISO expertise. So we offer training sessions on different ISO standards each month, which is an internal auditor training session, ensuring continuous learning and up-to-date knowledge for your team. And it's a flexible learning option. If you, for example, if you are missing any part of it, or you're not able to do it completely over the whole day, so you can access it on our Quality Asia school website or our YouTube channel as well. And then also you can give your examination and you will complete this credential. And our mission is to increase awareness about the ISO standards and enhance ISO competence in the industry. So since due to the industry mushrooming as well as less focus on these things from the organizational point of view due to high costs, etc., a lot of people do not get the chance to get knowledge and competence about these ISO standards. So our goal is to uplift the industry operational standards by empowering people with the essential knowledge and skills they need to drive excellence in their organizations through this program. This is the aim of this whole activity. So from this point forward, I'll transfer this training session to Mr. Atul Suri, who will be our lead trainer. So once again, thank you all for joining, and I'll hand over this call to Mr. Atul Suri, who will be taking this training session forward. Thank you.
So thanks, Samar. So good morning to all of you. First of all, I congratulate all of you for taking a very wise decision. You are basically investing your off day, that is Sunday, on acquiring a new skill. So congratulations to all of you. And I would request all of you to take this session quite seriously. You may have certain doubts also. So, but you can just post your queries in the chat box, and we'll have at the end of the day, towards the end of the day, we'll have a Q&A session also. So all your doubts would be cleared. Okay. So again, my advice is take all this session, and the learning is very important because that will help you a lot in your career aspiration and future growth also. Okay. So let me just share my screen. So I'll first start with history of ISO 9001 standard. So ISO 9001, basically it's a quality management system standard. If you see the history of this standard, basically it started in the year 1987. So that time there used to be three standards: ISO 9001, ISO 9002, and ISO 9003. The criteria was, even the clauses and structuring was totally different. The criteria was like this: there used to be 20 clauses, 4.1 to 4.20, and again each clause dedicated to some requirement of the standard. But if you are a design organization, you used to have ISO 9001. If you are not responsible for design, then you used to have ISO 9002. And if design and manufacturing both are not there, some sort of test lab or some non-manufacturing activity, then ISO 9001, ISO 9003 standard used to be there. But later on, and in fact, 1987 also, 1987 and 1994, same categorization of standards were there. There were three standards: 9001, 9002, and 9003. But in 9000, in the year 2000, there was a major change. So 9002 and 9003 were abolished, and there was only one standard. That was ISO 9001, which is generic standard and which is applicable for all kind of organization. And one important change happened during 1987 to 2000 was, earlier this standard was considered to be a standard for manufacturing sector, but slowly service sector came up. And if you see today's data of our country, so probably service sector is outperforming manufacturing sector. So they put up the requirements which are related to the service industry also. So I'll just take you through the history of this standard, some brief. So it was first published in year 1987. So thereafter, every 7-8 years, they are changing the standard and revising and upgrading it. Sometimes there are minimal changes and sometimes there are major changes. For example, 87 to 94, there were minimal changes, but 2000, there was a complete transformation of standard. Even the clause numbering and structuring totally changed. And between the period 1987 to 2000, the focus was on the compliance part, making documented procedures for each and everything, and then following those procedures. And then 2000 onwards, the approach totally changed and it became a process-based approach. Process-based approach means result-oriented approach. So 2000 to 2008, some minimal changes were there, and 2015 again a major change was there. Till 2008, they were just talking about customer. But 2015, they changed the approach to interested parties. Because see, if you are running a commercial organization, so customer alone is not the one thing who is driving the organization. There are interested parties also. Interested party means stakeholders, various stakeholders. If you are working in an organization, you are also a stakeholder. If you are providing some services to that organization, then also you are a stakeholder. If you are a banker, you have invested your money, you have given some loan to the organization, then you are also a stakeholder. If you are a vendor, service provider, then you are also a stakeholder. If you are a regulator, means regulations related to, say, for example, factory license, or say environmental requirements, or some safety regulation, then also you are an interested party. So 2015, the approach totally changed and it became an interested party. So it is not customer alone. You need to focus on the interested parties also. And there is after 2015, there is no official change in ISO 9001 standard. But yes, one small modification of one small addition has come, and that was published in March 2024. So now they want to address climate change also. Climate change, we all understand, ये जो global warming and all those things are there. This is because we are not taking care of environment. We are not taking care of nature. Even if you see Delhi, we are sitting in Delhi right now. So there is extreme weather. So extreme weather means in June it was extremely hot. Even temperature touched around 48, 49 degrees. In the month of July and August, we had extreme rainfalls. So why this is happening? So that means companies are also morally responsible to take care of the environment. So that is why in the recent amendment, it is just an add-on thing. They now want as the company taking action on the environmental factors or the climate change also as a part of your review of interested parties need and expectation and external and internal issues. So this is some brief history of ISO standard. As I told, 2000 a major change was there. So earlier there used to be 9002 and 9003 standard also. So 9002 and 9003 were withdrawn in 2000 version. And the concept of process management, that is process based approach, was introduced, which is very important because ultimately following the procedure is okay, but ultimately we need to deliver the results also. Then only we can survive in the industry or the market. So process based approach came into existence in the year 2000. Okay. So the goal was always to have management system effectiveness via process performance measures. Process performance measure means each activity we need to consider as a process. So process has got certain outputs. So the process has also got inputs and outputs. And process is an activity which transforms inputs into outputs. So that means we need to have adequate controls over the process so that we can get the desired results. Fine. And improvement also became a continual improvement. So the goal was to have a management system effectiveness via process performance measures. This addition made more visible and reduced the emphasis on having documented procedures if clear evidence could be presented to show that the process was working well. See, documentation, if you make a correct documentation, then it will lead to, earlier it was thought if you make a correct documentation, then it will lead to the outcome, the result also. But there could be some instances where we were just following the procedures, but we were not getting the outputs or we were not focusing on the outputs. So that is why in 2000 there was a major transformation and they revised the approach, that is documented approach, to a process based approach. And 2008 some minor amendment was there, then came 2015 version, and after 2015 the 2015 version was published on September 15, 2015. So as of now this is a correct this is the current standard with one amendment which has happened in the month of March 2024, that is we need to address climate change also in our quality management. So basically these are the 7 pillars on which this ISO 9001 standard is based. There are 7 quality management principles. 2008 there were 8 quality management principles, but when they updated to 2015 one, because there was some overlapping between 2 principles, so they combined it to one, and now officially there are 7 quality management principles on which this ISO standard is based. We will discuss these principles one by one. So first one is customer focus, leadership, engagement of people, process approach, improvement, evidence-based decision making, and relationship management. So I will repeat once again. There are 7 quality management principles on which this ISO 9001 2015 standard is based. First is customer focus. We will discuss these in details. First is customer focus. The second one is leadership. The third one is engagement of people. The fourth one, most important, that is the process approach. The fifth one is improvement. The sixth one is evidence-based decision making. And the last one is relationship management. So let us understand these 7 management principles, quality management principles, one by one. Okay. And one more change they have done, just for your information, in 2015 version, because see, like for example, ISO 9001 is quality management system standard, but there are other standards also. ISO 14001, which is environmental management system standard, ISO 45001, which is occupational health and safety management system standard. Then there is ISO 22000, which is food safety management system standard. Then there is ISO 27001, which is information security management system standard. ISO 50000 is also there, which is energy management system. So now different standards are there, and earlier it used to be different standards with different clauses terminology. For example, ISO 9001 2015 version. Before, let us talk about ISO 9001 2008. So ISO 9001 2008 had five main clauses, implementable clauses I'm talking about, clause number 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But if you see ISO 14001, which was that time 2004 version, so their clauses numbering was different, 4.1, 4.2, 4. I'm talking about the implementable clauses. So their clauses numbering were different, 4.1, 4.2, and up till 4.6. So different standards having different methods of different style of numbering of clauses. So in 2015, they came up with a idea which is known as high level structure. So high level structure means कि 2015 onwards, all management system standards which are updated by ISO organization, they made a system कि all clauses would have similar clause numbering. Means 1, 2, 3 would be the introduction part, and clause number 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 would be the main implementable clauses. But of course, the ideology would be with respect to the respective standard. For example, 9001 will talk about quality aspects, 14001 will talk about environmental aspects, 45001 will talk about occupational health and safety management system aspects, and likewise. So because organizations are implementing multiple standards, like for example, if you talk about automotive sector standards, some company which is a supplier of say Maruti or Hero Honda, so they are implementing 9001 also, they are implementing 14001 also, they are implementing 45001 also. Because of information security importance, they are implementing 27001 also. If it is a very big organization, then they must be having a canteen also in their premises, so they are implementing ISO 22000 also. Energy saving is also a requirement, so they are implementing ISO 50001 also. So if you are implementing multiple standards, and if you have multiple set of documentation, it becomes very cumbersome, and you need to have more resources allocated for all that. So with this high level structure, what is possible is you can have an integrated management system where all the standards requirements are merged together into a common integrated management system manual, where you address the requirements of various standards, and then your implementation becomes easy, your audit, internal auditing becomes easy, and your external auditing also becomes comparatively easy. Okay, so in 2008 version they came up, 2015 version they came up with a high level structure ki henceforth all ISO standards which are updated will be as per that platform only. I'll give example like ISO 9001 came up in the year, this revision came up in the year 2015. Simultaneously, ISO 15 also came up. ISO 40001 also came up with the same version 2015. Okay. Now earlier safety related standard was OHSAS 18001. So that was updated in year 2022. Sorry, 2018. So ISO 45001 2018 was also based on the same high level structure. Recently means 2 years back, they updated the information security management system standard also, that is ISO 27001. So it was ISO 27001 2013. So they updated to ISO 27001 2022. So this is also based on high level structure. So earlier organization used to have an IMS with 9001, 14001 and 45001. But since 27001, that is information security management system, clauses structuring was different. So it used to be a standalone document. Okay. So when this 27001 2022 came up with the same high level structure, same methodology and similar structuring. So organizations were able to integrate, that means add on your information security management system also to the existing integrated management system. So this particular thing, that is high level structure, was also a major change which happened in the year 2015 onwards. Okay, so the tagline is all management system standards henceforth, that is after 2015, in principle use consistent structure, common text and terminology so that they are easy to use and compatible with each other. Okay, so that way organizations implementation and organizations follow up and even getting their systems audited by external agency, external certification bodies like Quality Asia or somebody else, it became easy. Okay, so this was also an important change which happened in the year 2015, that is high level structure with identical core text and common terms and definitions. So as I already explained, the goal was to facilitate the integration of different management systems, ISO standards, and development of integrated management systems. So that makes the compliance part, implementation part, internal auditing as well as external auditing or some facing some customer audit comparatively easier for the organizations. Some examples are given like ISO 27001 2022, 9001 2015, 14001 2015, 45001 2018. So they are all part of this high level structure so that the integrated management system can be effectively implemented by the organizations. Now, this PDCA cycle is very important to understand because that is basically one of the core principles of ISO 9001. Plan your activities, do your activities, check your activities and act. That means take adequate actions. Normally what we do is, in general it happens, we plan certain things, we execute also, but checking and monitoring part and taking adequate actions, that part is sometimes missing, sometimes many times it is missing. So unless you complete the loop, you will not get the desired results, because whatever you plan, whatever you execute, there are bound to be certain challenges, there are bound to be certain corrections which we need to do, and there are always certain lessons learned. Okay, so that lesson learned is very important so that when the cycle is repeated again, then you are in a better position to execute, then you are in a better position to get results. Okay, so keep this principle always in mind, not only for ISO but in all phases of life also, because life may be other than office activities, we do lot many things, we plan many things, we monitor, we do also execute also, but many times our compliance and taking adequate corrective actions is not up to the mark. So make it a habit to follow PDCA not only at your workplace but also in your daily routine activities, so that you get a better result and better accomplishment. So before moving to the various clauses of ISO 9001, let us understand some important terminology which has been used in ISO 9001 2015 standard. So as I said, this standard adopts the high level structure of annexure SL, and it is being now used in all new standards whenever the changes happens in the new standards. So basically all standards have got now 10 clauses. All standards have got 10 clause, but the requirements are the requirements, implementable requirements, are there in clause number 4 to 10. Okay. So basic advantage of having this high level structure, I repeat once again, it is to facilitate implementation of multiple standards with a common set of documents so that compliance becomes easier, or the internal auditing becomes easier, and also facing the external audit of certification bodies or even customer audits or some other regulatory audits become easier. As I said, this ISO 9001 2015 is based on, because see, for any standard, any guideline, any methodology, any code, any rule, you need to have certain basic guiding principles. There has to be some basic pillar on which the building is to be erected. So for ISO 9001, the basic principles are 7, and we will discuss these principles one by one. So this ISO 9001 standard provides a statement which describes principle why this principle is important. That is the rationale explaining why an organization should address the principle, what are the benefits of implementing that principle, and what action needs to be done to address them. So I repeat once again, these 7 principles are the core or the heart of ISO 9001 2015 standards. This is the basic philosophy on which these quality management systems or quality management standard is based. So the standard provides a statement which describes each principle. It gives a reasoning why the organization should address this principle. It also tells you about the potential benefits you are going to get by addressing these principles and what possible action should be taken so that you achieve the desired results. The first and foremost important thing which we start with is the basic principle is customer focus. Okay, the basic requirement of why we are implementing ISO 9001 standard in our organization is, let the organization be a manufacturing sector, let the organization be some service provider, let the organization be, for that matter, any field, let it be a school, college, let it be a hospital, let it be a IT company, let it be a service provider company, let it be some say electrical manufacturing power generation company, any field you think about, the first thing why the organization is there is to serve some customer. Okay, so the basic principle of implementing this ISO 9001 standard is to meet the customer requirements and strive to exceed customer expectations, because see, everybody understands, because there is competition everywhere. No organization, except maybe for a few government regulated businesses where there is some monopolistic business, every organization has got multiple competitors. So how to survive, how to be ahead in the race? For that, you need to understand customer requirements and you need strive to exceed customer expectations. So this is the first quality management principle on which ISO 9001 is based, is that your organization needs to have customer focus. I will give another example. Those who are in the supply chain of automotive industry, there is a mandate that the service provider or the supplier should be minimum ISO 9001 certified. Of course, now they ask for multiple standards also. They ask for ISO 14001 also. They ask for 45001 also. They ask for information security management system also. Even they have started asking for energy management system also. But the most important or the basic standard, which is the entry tech, it is like an entry ticket. Without that entry ticket, you cannot enter the premises. So that is ISO 9001 standard, because for that customer, you need to have certain basic norms, certain criteria of the standard which your organization needs to fulfill, so that you as an organization are able to understand your customer requirements and you are able to provide them on time delivery, good quality, good services, etc., etc., etc. Okay, so the first very important requirement is customer focus. That is why the standard also starts with customer focus. The first quality management principle is customer focus. The primary focus of quality management system is to meet customer requirements and to strive to exceed customer expectations. You can survive in the race only if you are exceeding customer expectations. You can meet customer requirements, but so can be met by your other competitors also. But if you want to be ahead in the race, then you have to exceed your customer expectations also. So this ISO 9001 standard provides you a platform, provides you a guideline how you can address customer requirements and how you can try to exceed customer expectations. So the rationale behind is, sustained success is achieved when an organization attracts and retains the confidence of customers and other interested parties. To begin with, it was customer only, but as I said, in 2015, interested parties also have come into picture. So we need to take care of, it is not only customer focus, now it is customer plus other interested parties. Of course, the prime focus will always be on customer, but at the same time, we need to understand and identify other interested parties also, and we need to have a proper confidence of them also. So every aspect of customer interaction provides you with an opportunity to create more value for the customer. Understanding current and future needs of customers and other interested parties contributes to the sustained success of the organization. So it is not about what customer demands from you now. It is also about what are their future needs and expectations. Okay? And not only customers, the other interested parties also. So the rationale is sustained success is achieved when an organization attracts and retains the confidence of customers and other interested parties. Every aspect of customer interaction gives you an opportunity to create more value for the customer. So what we have to do is understand current and future needs of customers and other interested parties contributes to the sustained success of an organization. See, one very good example can be your mobile phone. 10 years back or 15 years back, had you ever imagined that your mobile phone would become like a mini laptop where you're able to send your emails also, even you're able to attend your Microsoft team meetings through your mobile? Because the basic function was of mobile was just to receive call and just to make a call. But now your mobile is like a laptop. Now mobile is like your running office, which is always with you. You can see, you can do all the activities, and even the leisure activities can be done. You can see movies also. Okay, so this is what this mobile manufacturing companies did through R&D, through innovation, through forecasting what could be the future needs of the customers. Okay, so as an organization, whatever field we are, we need to focus not only on the current needs of the customers, but also on the future needs of customers. And also, since 2015 talks about interested parties, so interested parties are also to be kept in the loop, and we need to understand their requirements also. Then only your organization can become a complete organization and with a focus on the future success and future goals. The second basic principle of ISO 9001 is leadership. Leaders we all understand. At country level, we also understand who is our leader. At state level also, we understand who is our leader. At organization level also, we understand who is our leader. So the leadership is very important for implementing any manufacturing system. Not only 9001, but all other standards also. Leadership is the most important. Because who are the leaders? Leaders are the people who show you the path, and leaders are the people who gives you the freedom to achieve organization's goals, to achieve departmental goals, to achieve customer satisfaction, to achieve whatever targets are set. So the trust and the motivation and the commitment from leadership is very important when you're implementing not only 9001, but for that matter any standard, because all standards talk about the leadership. Okay, so the standard says that leaders at all levels establish the unity of purpose and direction and create conditions in which people are engaged in achieving organization's objectives. Now, what are these quality objectives? We will talk later on in detail, but quality objectives are basically the goals and targets. Let us say, for example, your organization targets to enhance the sales turnover by another 20%, 15%, or your organization needs to plans to develop new products, or your organization plans to enter some new markets, or your organization plans to start, let us say, export also in addition to domestic. Okay, so these are different goals and objectives. So basically, ISO standard talks about quality objectives. We will discuss about quality objectives in detail, but ultimately the tagline is that leaders are the people who basically provide you the resources to achieve organization's objectives. Okay, so the rationale is creation of unity of purpose and the direction and engagement of people enables an organization to align its strategies, policies, processes, and resources to achieve its objectives. Because who is approving the strategies? Who is making the strategies? Again, the leadership. Who is making the, you may prepare some policy, but who is going to approve it? Ultimately, the leadership. Leadership doesn't mean the owner of the organization, but leadership also means local leadership. Leadership could be your boss also. Leadership could be your plant head also. Leadership could be your regional manager also. Okay, so leadership includes the top management, that means the owners of the organization. See, now there are very big organizations, they have got multiple plants. If you talk about those plants, the owners or promoters or the directors may not be knowing what is happening in the organization because they're focusing on the strategies. But then they have delegated their leadership or their authorities to the people down the line. So now we are talking about local leaders also, regional leaders also, departmental leaders also, because ultimately these leaders prepare the strategies, approve the strategies, prepare the policies, approve the processes, and most important thing, they provide the resources to achieve the objectives. You have certain target, you have certain planning, but in order to achieve that target or planning, you require resources. The resources can be anything. It can be manpower resource, it can be material resource, it can be method resource, machinery equipment, different kind, IT equipment. There are different kind of resources. Unless you have resources, you can't fulfill your objectives. Okay. So leadership is the quality management principle on which this ISO standard is based, because leadership also has to demonstrate the commitment. One important thing, like I'm doing lot many audits, so in each audit we also talk to the leadership. Again, it can be the company owner, it can be the local head, it can be the branch head, it can be the regional head, it can be the plant head. We always talk to leadership. We try to judge them how they are committed to implement the 9000, not only quality management system, but because, as I said, organizations have multiple standards. So we try to judge their leadership based on whatever resources, how they're motivating their team, how they're interacting with their team, how they're communicating with their team. So in each audit, we always talk to the leadership, we always talk to the top management, and we judge their commitment level also. And wherever we feel like that leadership is not committed, leadership is not providing the adequate resources, leadership is not serious about meeting customer requirements or other interested parties requirements, we never recommend that organization for a certification. So leadership is very important. Quality management principle also very important one is engagement of people. What does that mean? Engagement of people means, see, organization, if you talk from organization's perspective, there can be material resources, there can be equipment resources, there can be IT resources, but the most important resource is the human beings, the persons, the people who are working in the organization. And those people have to be engaged also. Those people have to be given responsibilities also. For those people's key result areas have to be demonstrated. For those people, resources have to be provided. So third very important basic principle of ISO 9001 is engagement of people. So that means the statement says competent, empowered, and engaged people. So I once again repeat, these are the three keywords. Competent people. Competence means those who have got the desired skills. The skill can be through education, the skill can be through experience, the skill acquired could be through on-job training. Competent means you are basically trained and you are efficient to do a particular job. So first requirement is a competent people. The second requirement is empowered. Even if you hire competent people in the organization and you don't give them any authority, you don't give them any resources, you don't give them the proper work environment, they are not empowered to do anything, they are not authorized to do anything, so system will never get implemented. So first thing is hire the right people. The second thing is give them the authority to do their work, empower them. And third thing is engage people also. Again, if 1 and 2 is done and 3 is not done, then again you will not get the results. You have hired competent people, you have empowered them also, but you have not given them enough responsibilities, you have not given them targets, you have not given them KRAs. So again, output will not come. So competent people, empowered people, and engaged people, and these have to be throughout the organization. Okay. And this requirement is not only for 9001, this is for all standards, because every standard requires a certain level of commitment from the persons, employees who are working in the organization. And it is not only about the employees only, it is also about contractual people, because lot many organizations nowadays they're contracting people also. Okay, because of some commercial reasons or because of some other obvious reasons. Sometimes they don't want to have so many manpower. Sometimes they think like if we outsource certain activities, then it is more cost effective. Okay, but competent people, empowered people, and engaged people at all levels within the organization is a prerequisite, and it is a basic fundamental principle on which this ISO 9001 standard is based. Not only ISO 9001, all management system standards are based, because ultimately who's going to do the work, who's going to do the work? That is basically the engaged people. So it is very important that competent, empowered, and engaged people at all levels throughout the organization are essential to enhance the organization's capability to create and deliver value. So first you have to create value, and then you have to deliver the value. That means the desired goals, the desired outputs. So rationale behind this objective is, in order to manage an organization effectively and efficiently, it is important to respect and involve people at all levels within the organization. So recognition, empowerment, and enhancement of competence facilitates the engagement of people in achieving the organization's quality objectives. Ultimately, we are talking about achieving the organization's quality objectives, but what is the way? The way is through the competent employees only, the way is through empowered employees only, the way is through engaged people only. So again, the key words are recognition, empowerment, and enhancement of competence. So the third important quality management principle is engagement of people at all level within the organization. Next principle, again very important one, process-based approach. Process approach. As I said, till 2000, year 2000, the focus was on the documentation part, with the assumption that if you have documented procedure for anything, things will be done properly. But then the result part, the compliance part, the output part was missing in that particular approach. So year 2004 to year 2000 onwards, they added a new philosophy to ISO standard, that is process approach. So the statement is consistent and predictable results are achieved more efficiently and effectively when activities are understood and managed as interrelated processes that function as a coherent system. So process-based approach means every activity is a process. Now we don't call HR as a department. We call when like for example, as external auditors, when we are preparing the audit schedule and all that, when we are following with the clients, when we are talking to them, we don't call that as HR department. We call it as HR process. We call it as a design process. We call it as a production process. Because why? Because we need to have a look at the process-based approach in HR. Process-based approach means each process has got certain inputs and each process transforms that inputs into outputs. So what is the methodology of transformation of inputs into outputs? How the results are achieved? What are the monitoring parameters? What are the checkpoints, guiding principles? What are the instructions? So all that comes under a process-based approach. Those of you who are from automotive industry, you may be even more aware about the turtle diagram. So turtle diagram demonstrate each process, like in as a part of that documentation, each process asks for a turtle diagram for each process. That means what are the process inputs, what are the process outputs, what resources are provided for that process, what are the outcomes, what are the inputs can be man, machine, material, method, environment, everything, and outputs can be the tangible measurements or the outcome of that particular process. And then what are the checks and measures for that process? Very important quality management principle is process-based approach, because these processes are interrelated processes. These processes are interlinked with each other. So one important philosophy to understand here is customer. When we talk about customer, it is not always the external customer. Customer can be internal customer also. What is an internal customer? See, any process, any department, or any activity to whom we are providing our services within the organization depends is a internal customer. For example, HR process, HR department. Now, what HR department does? For example, design department requires some resources. Let us say they want some design engineer, R&D engineer. So design department, what will do? It will place a request to HR department. Okay, we require for our design activities, we require an engineer with this qualification. He should be BTech mechanical or electrical or blah 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 as per requirement, with so much experience. And this is going to be the job responsibility of that design engineer. So we are basically availing your services. You provide us that person. Okay. So for HR department, that design department which has placed the request is an internal customer. HR department is not interacting with the external customer. External customer may be an MNC. External customer may be some government organization. External customer may be a customer like you and me. Okay. But HR department is not interacting with us. But HR department is facilitating the requirements. HR department is facilitating the needs and expectations of the internal customer. Because if internal customer requirements are met, then only we will be able to meet the requirements of external customer. Okay. So that internal customer approach is also very important within an organization. Let us take the same case. If HR department doesn't value or regard or understand the priority of that internal customer, that is design department, and they are not able to provide the design engineer to design section in time or as per the desired qualification or expectation, so what will happen? Design activities will suffer. When design activities will suffer, what will happen? The product which is being designed by the design department, either it will get delayed or it may not be as good as they are thinking about. So ultimately the delivery to the external customer will also get affected. The delivery could be to you, to me, and ultimately we'll say, no, we are not satisfied with this product. But the root cause was because internal customer requirements were not adequately met, or internal customer requirements were not given due weightage or importance. So this is we need to understand. We need to, first of all, we need to identify who all our internal customers are. I repeat once again, if internal customer is satisfied, then only you can serve your external customer. But if internal customer is not satisfied, then you are bound to face problem with your external customer. You are bound to face customer dissatisfaction. You are bound to face customer complaints. So again, a very important quality management principle is process approach. So we need to understand how the QMS processes are interrelated with each other. The QMS consists of interrelated processes. Understanding how results are produced by the system enables an organization to optimize the system and its performance. Again, this fifth principle, I hope it is understood to everybody. Improvement. Improvement is need of the hour. Improvement is need of the country. Improvement is need of the state. We want improvement everywhere. We want better roads. We want better electricity supply. We want cleaner and better water. We want even better air to breathe. Okay. So improvement is desired everywhere. And why we are running the organization? Because again, organization needs improvement. Organization needs improvement in top line. Organization needs improvement in bottom line. I hope you understand top line and bottom line. Top line means the turnover of the organization, and bottom line means the profitability of the organization. Organizations are burning midnight oil to get better improvement, to get better results, to improve top line, to improve bottom line, to add more customers, to capture new markets. So improvement is desired everywhere. Improvement we require in our day-to-day life also. You are doing this internal auditor course because you want to improve your skills. So it is not only for organization, it is for individual. First for us, we want improvement. We want better salary. We want better perks. We want better work environment. We want better privileges. We want improvement from our government. We want improvement globally. Okay. So improvement is very important. So that is why this quality management principle is there. Improvement. Successful organizations have an ongoing focus on improvement. So improvement is essential for an organization to maintain current level of performance and also to improve upon it, to react to changes in the external conditions and to create new opportunities. Okay. So the fifth quality management principle on which this ISO standard is based is improvement. So organizations need to have an ongoing focus on improvement. Improvement is not a one-time activity. Improvement is an ongoing activity. So organizations need to have ongoing focus on improvement. So this is also very important, evidence-based decision making. So there is a statement that decisions based on analysis and evaluation of data and information are more likely to produce desired results. So whatever decision we take, that should be based on evidence, that should be based on facts, that should be based on some logical things. Okay. So there is a saying also, in God we can trust, we can believe without any evidence, but for everything else we read we require evidence. So decision making can be there properly only if we have evidence. See, shop floor improvement activities you can do only if you have evidence of how the production planning is happening, but what production problems we are facing, what is the data related to customer complaints, what is the data related to customer feedback, what is the data related to vendors performance, what is the data related to achievement of our objectives and goals. If we have data available with us, then only we'll be able to make meaningful decisions. But if data is not available, it is just like a Hawaii fire. We don't have data and we are just making some assumptions. So evidence based decision making is a very important quality management principle of ISO 9001. Ki whatever decisions and actions we take in the organization, we need to have some evidence for that. For example, if you want to introduce some new product in the market, for example, you want to enter into some new territory, some new products. So you need to have some market research data. You need to analyze. I have seen companies where they have entered into the field, let us say, because see, every business has got some business cycles, some up and downs. Up phase is there when the product demand is increasing. That is basically demand and supply. Demand is more, supply is less. So that is a upstream cycle of that particular industry. But then there is a downstream also. Let us say some recession happens. Let us say there is oversupply. So what will happen? Demand will come down. So I have seen organizations where they have not done proper analysis of the data and they have made major investment decisions, and ultimately they entered the business at the wrong end of the cycle where the demand was reducing and supply was increasing, and they decided to enter without any historical data, without evidence based decision making, and ultimately that particular organization turned into a sick industry. And I have seen disease organizations where they have done a proper market research. They do a lot of emphasis on market research, compilation of data. They hire the services of experts also, and they enter into the market. They foresee the market demand. For example, right now our country is a growing country, the best GDP in the whole world, not only in Asia but the whole world. India is a leading country right now, where every other country is facing some economic recession or some problems or downward trajectory of growth. India is leading the growth. Okay, because industry demand is increasing. Likewise, power demand is increasing, materials demand is increasing, manpower demand is increasing. So if somebody now puts up some industry based on the future projections, that would be a decision based, that would be an evidence based decision making. Okay, so analysis. So likewise, organizations also generate a lot of data, and your decision making should be based on that evidence. So this is what the quality management principle of ISO 9001 is, that decisions should be based on analysis and evaluation of data and information so that we are able to get the desired results. So rationale behind it is that decision making can be a complex process and it always involves some uncertainty. It often involves multiple types and sources of inputs as well as their interpretation, which can be subjective also. So it is important to understand cause and effect relationship and potential unintended consequences. Facts, evidence, and data lead to greater objectivity and confidence in decision making. So I'm again repeating the last line, that is facts, evidence, and data analysis lead to greater objectivity and confidence in decision making. So generate lot of data in your organization and then at the same time evaluate also, analyze it also. So that will help you in decision making, and that will give you the desired confidence also in your decision making. Because without any data, without any evidence, without any facts, you are taking a decision. If you are taking a decision, that more likely it is going to be a bad decision. But if you are analyzing the data, if you are generating the data, if you are evaluating the facts and evidences, then there is all the time more probability or very good probability of making a correct decision. So the sixth quality management principle on which this ISO standard is based is evidence-based decision making. And the last principle on which this ISO 9001 standard is based is, that is relationship management. Relationship management means, in earlier version, 2008 version, this used to be called as supplier relationship, because that time interested parties were not there. But now since interested parties are there, I gave example of interested party. Even you being working in the organization, you are also an interested party being an employee. Vendors are interested parties. Regulatory bodies are interested parties. Even industry in the neighborhood could be your interested parties. Okay, service providers are interested parties. Your bankers and interested parties. Your shareholders for the listed company, they are interested parties. So instead of supplier relationship, which was there in 9000 and 2008, now they're calling it as relationship management, because for sustained success, organizations need to manage their relationship with the relevant interested parties such as providers, because various service providers, various interested parties are various stakeholders. So you need to have a good relationship or need to understand their need and expectation and strive to try to achieve those needs and expectations. So that is the last quality management principle on which this ISO standard is based, that is relationship management. So the rationale behind this principle is relevant interested parties influence the performance of an organization. Okay. So sustained success is more likely to be achieved when organization manages relationship with all of its interested parties to optimize their impact on its performance. Relationship management with its provider and partner network is of particular importance, because different interested parties have got different needs and expectations. If it is a regulatory body, they want regulatory compliances from you. If there is a vendor, if there is a vendor as an interested party, the vendor wants um, transparency in the purchase orders and payment terms and all those kind of things. If there is a employee as an interested party, then employee needs and expectation different with respect to, it could be with respect to the salary and wages, it could be to for work environment or growth opportunities, career aspirations, different thing. Okay. If it is your neighborhood, then it could be complying with the regulations of the society or the industrial area, or maybe not polluting so that their activities are not affected. So different interested parties have got different needs and expectations. So basically relationship management is required so that you understand their needs and expectations and try to optimize, because ultimately something or other is going to impact the performance of the organization also. So relationship management with its providers and partner network is a very important criteria when you're implementing a quality management system. As I said, process approach. So as I said, that process approach has been made more explicit in ISO 9001 2015. So process-based approach is basically the core activity when you're implementing quality management system in the organization. So there is a particular clause. Of course, we will discuss all the clause when we go through the slides related to clauses. But just for your information, this clause 4.4 is the one which explicitly requires the identification of processes and their interaction. So one of the requirement of ISO 9001 standard is that organization need to identify various processes which exist in that organization and how these processes are interacting with each other. So ISO 9001 2015 standard includes details about the processes needed for a quality management system, specifically mentioned in clause number 4.4.1, which says determine the inputs required and outputs expected from these processes. And output for one process constitute inputs to the other core processes. You can correlate output with the internal customer concept. So as we are taking care of the external customer, we also need to take care of our internal customer. So output from one core process constitute inputs for the other core process. Your quality management system procedures should describe these processes from input to output, and also describing about the controls, what controls you have over these processes, how these processes operate. There's one more clause. Of course, we will take up this clause, as I said, when these clauses actually come, but just to focus on some important requirements of these clauses and just to understand some important terminology. So the standard also talks about process-based auditing. So as an internal auditor, once you qualify for internal auditor, you also need to have a process-based approach while auditing. So clause 5.1 says, the C point of that clause says, ensuring the integration of quality management system requirements into the organization's business processes. So your business business processes have to be integrated with the quality management system processes. That means we should not have two set of processes where organization business is talking about something else and quality management system is talking about something else. Okay. I'll demonstrate further in subsequent slides and examples. So, but the key requirement is that your quality management system has to be aligned with your organization's business requirements. Okay. This is to say about QMS to decide within or be built into the very processes that really produce outputs. It is believed that this focus would result in a holistic system with the primary objective of meeting customer requirement and enhancing customer satisfaction. So, of course, primary objective for every organization remains meeting customer requirement and enhancing customer satisfaction. But then since we are also talking about interested parties, so we also need to consider interested parties and also try to measure the satisfaction level of interested parties also. So it is given, so this particular slide is showing you an example of a process. So each process has got some inputs. For example, let us say there is an assembly unit. It is doing assembly of mobile phones. So there are certain inputs. What are the inputs? Man, machine, material, method, and the suitable work environment. So components are there, manpower is there, equipment is there, machinery is there, testing equipment is there, work instructions are there, SOPs are there. So ultimately the process happens. Process means the assembly of mobile phone happens, and then there are the outputs. Outputs are your functionality of the mobile phone, all the functionality, all the features which are there in the mobile phone. And then you also, for executing the process, you also require, as I explained in the inputs also, there are different resources. So resources are what will be done, who will do, execute, man, machine, material, method. What are the expected results and how it will be done. That is the instructions and SOPs. So process transforms inputs into outputs, and we require resources which execute which convert those inputs into outputs. What is to be done, who will do it, how it is to be done, and what are the desired results. So this approach you have to follow during your internal auditing also. That means whenever you're auditing a process, of course I'm not calling them department, I'm calling them process. Design process, assembly process, manufacturing process, software development process, product development process, manufacturing process, production process, maintenance process, HR process, storage process, incoming inspection process. Everything is a process. So first, as an internal auditor, you need to identify what are the inputs of the process and what are the expected outputs of that process, and what are the controls which are there to execute that particular process. That is again man, machine, material, method, and environment. Who is doing what and how it is being done, and what is the expected outcome. Again, there is a very important terminology which needs to be understood at this stage before actually proceeding to the slides or the clauses of ISO 9001 standard. There are two terms, one is risk and another is preventive action. And if you read the first preventive action has been removed from ISO 9001 2015 standard and is now being replaced by the wider perspective of planning, risk management as a core element of planning and having a management system in the first place. See, most of us understand this terminology and preventive action. I will explain the difference. If you refer to the earlier version of standards, basically three core words were there: correction, corrective action, and preventive action. Now, what is the meaning of these three words? What is a correction? What is a corrective action? And what is a preventive action? Correction is setting a thing right. For example, you made some product and the product had some defect, maybe at the final inspection stage, or maybe you received a customer complaint. Or let us say, for that matter, let us say we talk about an IT company. So the product is the software. So correction is some bug in the software. Fine. So correction is a defect, a bug in the software. You remove that bug, that becomes a correction. You set right that product, that becomes a correction. Handle the customer complaint, that is you provide him some replacement or something, because different companies have different policies. If it is a warranty complaint, many companies like for example Apple, they won't repair that product. They will, within warranty, if some problem happens, they will give you a new product. So that is basically a correction. Okay. Then what is corrective action? Corrective action is based on the root cause analysis, why analysis, why this problem occurred. Again, root cause can be because of man, machine, material, method, environment. And then it is not just one layer of why analysis, it is multiple layer analysis. Why? You ask the question why 5 times. For first reason, let us say why, man reason, worker made some problem. That is why the defect occurred. Next, why the worker made that problem? Because the worker was not competent, the worker was not trained, or worker was not skilled, or worker was not given on-job training. Okay, then what could be the next why? Why the worker was not given training? Why the worker was not competent? Why the worker was not given? Why the worker didn't have that skills? There could be several further reasons. It is like a tree with various branches. First branch, then further 2 branches, then further 4 branches, and it becomes a very big tree. So there could be several reasoning, there could be several whys. Why the worker was not competent, why the worker was not trained? Maybe there is not a proper HR department in the HR process in the organization. Where there is not HR process, maybe there could be some reason. Okay, so there could be n number of reasons. So when you take action based on that particular reasoning, so that the problem is not repeated again, that is known as a corrective action. Okay, so I once again repeat, correction is setting right the thing based on some complaint or some issue or some grievance or some bug. But corrective action is based on the reasoning, why analysis, why this problem occurred, and that why also to the level possible where you can to whatever possible you can go. It should not, but definitely it should not be one layer. It should be based on several layers of reasoning. Okay. So you take action based on, you address different problems, different whys, so that those whys are not repeated. That is a corrective action. But then what is a preventive action? Again, there is a saying, prevention is better than cure. So preventive action is taking an adequate action at first instance itself, so that the problem does not occur at all. So I go back to the previous slide again, where you have a resources in, you have got a process with the requirements, that is input is delivering the output, and you have got different resources, different methodologies, what is to be done, who will do it, how it is to be done, what are the results. So preventive action is making this reasoning strong, making these resources strong, making what, who, how it is done, and what results to achieve strong, so that problem does not occur at all. That is known as a preventive action. For example, you take a vaccination to prevent certain disease, to prevent some influenza, to prevent some flu. Okay, so that is basically preventive action. So that problem does not occur at all. But then this ISO 9001 standard has removed this word preventive action. So it may sound strange. Why preventive action is removed? Isn't it important? Yes, definitely it is important. Then why it is removed? So the answer to this question is because this has been replaced by even a better terminology, which is known as risk management, risk assessment. Okay, so I will explain this risk assessment in details when the subsequent clause related to risk assessment comes. But then one important change here is key, risk assessment has taken place, has come in place of preventive action. So standard doesn't want you to take preventive action. Rather, standard wants you to focus on better planning, better risk management, so that you have a better system in place at the first instance. We will discuss about risk assessment in details in the subsequent slides. But as of now, these are some important changes. Earlier, there used to be 3 terms: correction, corrective action, and preventive action. Correction is the immediate action taken to set right a non-conformity. Corrective action is based on the root cause analysis. And now, instead of preventive action, which used to be the action taken to prevent a non-conformity, it has been replaced with risk assessment. Basically, we have to do a risk assessment of various processes, identify what can go wrong in the processes, and what measures we can take. We will discuss about this risk assessment methodology in subsequent slides. So all references are made to risk, identification of risks and opportunities, and planning action to address risk and opportunities identified. Risk-based thinking goes throughout the entire ISO 9001-2015, and it stays in line with the Annexure SL that contains no specific requirements for preventive action. So preventive action word is not there in the standard. Preventive action requirement is not there in the standard, but risk-based assessment is there, and we have to do a risk assessment methodology. And as an internal auditor, when you are auditing a particular process, first of all, or rather, very importantly, you have to see the risk assessment of that particular department or the process. What kind of risk assessment methodology? There are different methodologies for that risk assessment, but very simple methodologies. Basically, risk is a multiple of occurrence and detection, that is probability and likely of impact. One very basic example I will give you. Let us say on the main road there is a red light and people are driving. Somebody is driving a motorcycle, somebody is driving a car. that red light that red light is working properly. Green light, red light is working properly, and people are following the traffic signal properly. So the risk of an accident is minimal. The risk has got two constituents: probability of occurrence, that is likelihood, and the impact, level of consequence. Let us say if we use a matrix of 5 by 5, likelihood versus impact. So if people are obeying the traffic light, so the likelihood of any accident is minimal. So we will give, let us say we have to rate on a scale of 1 to 5, where 5 is very high probability. If everything is in order, people are following the traffic regulation and everything, rules and regulation, everything. So the likelihood of accident is, or any mishappening, is 1. Okay, on a scale of 1 to 5, where 5 is the highest. But the impact is, let us say if any accident happens, then impact life threatening also. So impact is always on higher side. So the overall risk becomes 1 into 5 is equal to 5. Okay, let us take another case, the same case, where the red light is not there, or red light is not working, or people are not following traffic rules. So what will happen? The likelihood of getting that accident at that particular spot increases. That means basically your risk impact will remain the same, because impact you cannot control. So one important thing to consider while doing a risk assessment is key impact of the risk is not in your hand. Let us say bad quality or customer complaint can impact your process, can impact your product market, or can result in some recall of product or some financial loss of the company. That impact you cannot control, but what you can control is the likelihood, that is the occurrence. So in this particular case, since traffic signal is not working, or there is no traffic signal, or people are not following traffic regulations, so the impact of getting, the likelihood of getting that accident will increase. So that means in worst case scenario, the risk score will become 5 into 5, that is 25. And 25 is a very high risk, very dangerous status. Okay, but if you follow the traffic rules, the impact remains the same, but the likelihood of having an accident will become almost negligible. So the risk level becomes low. So instead of preventive action, this ISO standards wants to have a better methodology of making a risk assessment, making a risk management, so that the probability of occurrence of that particular mishappening reduces. And this is a wonderful thing. If you ask me personally, this is the best thing I would say. The best change which has happened to this ISO standard is that they are asking for the risk assessment. I will give you one more example also based on my auditing experience. I used to visit, on behalf of a very leading certification body, I used to visit a defense organization, because it is a defense related, so I will not name the organization because it is highly confidential. But I used to visit a defense organization, basically a defense lab. So they are doing a lot of research related activities, and I used to audit them before 2015 version also, and after 2015 version also. So when I used to visit that organization, see, defense being a very important activity, so people are very competent. Even you find people from IITs and very good institutes. very intelligent also, but the work environment was pretty lax. So if you see the objectives, say for example, each organization has got certain objectives. They're also developing some things for the defense of the organization. I'm talking about prior to 2015. So what I used to find was कि the company, in spite of having resources, in spite of having grants from the Ministry of Defense, in spite of having all the competent people, the results were not coming, the outputs were not coming. So it was overall a disappointing status. But then 2015 version came. They were also ISO 9001 certified, and the Ministry of Defense also in their project guidelines they made a mandatory thing, because their projects are whatever projects they are doing for the development. These projects are approved by the ministry. So they, I don't know, it could be because of ISO 9001 2015, or it could be due to some other reason also. In their project management guidelines they made risk assessment mandatory. So now onwards, whatever projects they are conceiving, because ultimately they have to take approval and they have to get funds from ministry. So the risk assessment was a prerequisite of that draft project report. Okay. So when they are submitting the DPR, so first of all, they have to identify the project related risks and what mitigation plans they are planning. And you won't believe, in the next subsequent 2 3 years when I visited, because of that risk management activity, because of that risk based thinking, the whole working culture of that particular organization changed. And now they were doing the work very meticulously, because when they are doing risk assessment, they are able to visualize what could happen, what can go wrong. Another, giving you example from the same activity, prior to 2015 version, there used to be a project. What they were doing, because these are highly sophisticated projects, so they were getting certain imported items also. But government has got their own norms for importing everything, and then these are R&D projects. So import content or say volume is not very high. So sometimes vendor also don't give you importance because you are placing a small order. So prior to that, they were not basically like, when they are done with their various design activities, when they are developing a prototype for that particular thing, so they are stuck up because there are no parts. And next 1 year or 2 years, there used to be no progress on that project because there are no parts. But now once they started doing risk assessment, they visualize कि this is the lead time which we are going to face for a new, because these are not off the shelf items, these are highly technical, sophisticated items, imported parts. So we need to have a vendor development, proper vendor development, keeping the lead time in view, keeping the import time in view, keeping the government procedures in view. So like a part diagram, part chart, like a project plan. So they prepone their vendor development activities for the project activities. And that was possible only through the risk assessment. So this risk based thinking, as per me, this is the best change to happen to the ISO standard. Fine. So we'll discuss about this in further detail also. Context of the organization is another change which is there, which was not there earlier, because earlier it used to be customer oriented, but now it is focus on internal and external issues and interested parties. So there is a clause, clause number 4, which talks about context of the organization. We will discuss the requirement of this context of the organization when we see the slides related to the various clauses. So focus on context of the organization. This clause 4 requires organization to consider itself and its context to understand the need and expectation of interested parties and to determine the scope of the management system. So this thing we will discuss when we go to the respective slides. So together, these clauses require organization to determine the issues and requirements that can impact the planning of the quality management system and can be used as an input into the development of quality management system. So this results in a broader business outlook and a more detailed operational planning. Leadership, we have already discussed. Lead top management is required to demonstrate that they engage in key management system activities as opposed to simply ensuring that these activities are occurring. So this means that there is a need for top management to be actively involved in the operations of their management system. So as I explained, when we are doing external audit, we always talk to the leadership also. But sometimes we find that in the internal audit, they are not auditing leadership. Probably they feel afraid, or there could be some reason why they are not auditing. But ideally, when you are doing internal audit, so top management audit also should be a part of the audit plan. Leadership auditing is also a part of the internal audit plan. So whenever you're making internal audit plan, make sure that you audit the top management also, so as to because sometimes top management may not be aware of what exactly you're expecting from them while implementing the management system. Let it be 9001, 14, or 45,001. So once you are in, it is maybe though we call it as auditing, but it is more of an interaction. So during part of your, as a part of your internal audit, you also interact with the top management. Maybe you can then apprise the top management about what changes, what happenings are going on with respect to the management system. Maybe you can feel their involvement also, and maybe you can just give them some tips also how they can be better involved in the management system. So external audit, we always audit leadership, but internal audit, we normally find that top management or leadership is not audited. So as part of your internal audit, make it a note that you should also audit uh, top management. It may not be a formal audit, but more of an interaction with the top management to apprise them about the efforts being made for implementation of the system, and wherever their attention or focus is required, so politely and gently you can bring it to their notice also. So make it a point कि in your internal audit also you should also audit the top management, that is the leadership. One important change which has happened in ISO 9001 2015 is, because see, most of you who have seen this ISO 9001 certificate, so there is a scope statement also. Scope statement is the basically the key activity which you are developing, which you are performing in the organization. For example, manufacture of molding, this injection molded components. Now this is a generic statement, but as per 9001 2008, it used to be accepted. But now if we are talking about 9015 9001 2015 of onwards, there is a greater emphasis on the definition of the scope. So that means scope has to be very specific. So for the same example, let us say injection molding of plastic parts and their assemblies. So we have to be very specific. Injection molding of plastic parts, up to what grammage or up to what tonnage of machine, because see, tonnage and capacity also varies na. Some organization may have, maybe small company may have just up to 50 ton of injection molding machines, but some another organization may even have 1000 ton or 1500 ton. So it is very essential that the scope of the quality management system is very specific. And so that is an important change in 9001 2015. Important requirement to verify for us also as an external auditor, what is the scope of the what is the definition of scope of quality management system, because it has to be very specific, it cannot be generic. Okay, so normally it is for the organization to determine the scope of the quality management system, but as an external auditor, we always evaluate whether the scope is specific or not, and if not, we suggest them changes to the quality management system scope. So we have already talked about, now there are 10 clauses, because that is part of high level structure. And and for all new standards, 9, 14, 15, 45,001, 50,000, 27,000, 22,000. So everywhere now these 10 clauses are there, so that you can integrate your management system into an integrated one. Little bit change in other terminology also, like earlier we called them suppliers. So now, because supplier activities also, it can be services also. So now clause 8.4, which is basically talking about the suppliers requirement, now we call it external service providers. So instead of saying supplier control, we are talking about control of externally provided processes, products and services, because organization can outsource these activities. The supplier can provide you processes also, your certain sometimes manufacturing or development activities, or even software development, that is outsourced. So product can also be outsourced, services can also be outsourced. So just a little bit change of terminology, like clause 8.4 addresses all forms of external provision, whether it is by purchasing from a supplier, through an arrangement with an associate company, that is some outsourcing work, through the outsourcing of processes and functions of the organization, or by any other means. So the organization is required to take a risk-based approach to determine the type and extent of control which are appropriate to each external provider and all externally provided products and services. So whatever activities, whatever processes you are auditing or verifying, So risk-based approach is required. So that is why I'm saying that risk management is the most important thing or most beautiful thing to happen in this 9001 2015 standards. So probably they are not able to find a better methodology. That could be the reason ki after 2015, except for that climate change addition, there is no change because process approach they introduced in 2000. So risk-based approach is the best thing to happen to this standard. So whenever you are doing internal auditing, you need to follow this risk-based approach, and this is applicable for the vendor management. Okay, so one more requirement which was added in 9001 2015 is the organization knowledge. Organization knowledge means the basically the intellectual information of the organization. So organization should aim to take steps to capture and preserve knowledge and learning which is necessary for effective operation of the processes and for ensuring the conformity of their products and services. Sometimes it happens, especially in small companies, like somebody is an expert for a particular activity or process, and then he or she leaves the organization because of some reason, and then suddenly there is a vacuum and the company starts facing challenges. Okay, so how to take care of that? So basically, when the employee, that particular employee is leaving, the organization knowledge is also leaving along with him or her. So just to prevent that thing, the ISO standards now say that organization has to take steps to capture and preserve knowledge and learning, which is necessary for effective operation of the processes and for ensuring the conformity of products and services. That means we should not be a person dependent organization, which should be a system dependent organization. So what we need to do is we basically need to create a repository where all the knowledge resources are captured. So primarily, this is a broad requirement which is directly aimed at ensuring that organization has or obtains the knowledge resources which are necessary to respond to changing business environments referred to in clause 4.1. This is some reference of clause. You will understand when we go to the clauses. Changing customer and interested party needs and expectations which are referred in 4.2, and wherever related improvement initiatives. So the tagline is that we need to preserve organization knowledge so that, see, any organization will face this problem of people leaving and those kind of things, but there should not be vacuum because of somebody leaving and there is a knowledge gap. So that is why organization needs to take steps to capture and preserve knowledge, because person comes or leaves, organization will remain. Okay. So for that continuity of that organization, that knowledge or intellectual portion of that particular thing is required. So we have to take steps. Basically, there are different ways and methods. It can be compilation of the intellectual property, your standards, codes, references, instructions, control plans, quality assurance activities, quality assurance plans, uh, uh, even lessons learned, etc. So those things should be preserved in the organization. Ways and means can be decided by the organization, because see, this ISO standard basically it's a generic standard. It tells you about the requirement, but the ways and methods it is up to for the organization to decide. But important thing is that organization knowledge has to be preserved. Okay. Then there are certain document requirements also in ISO 9001 standard. If you talk about previous standard 9001 2008, it talks there are two things. One is document and record. So now it uses the terminology documented information, which includes both documents and records. Just for clarity, what is a document and what is a record? Because standard talks about preservation of both documents as well as records. So whatever manuals, plans, etc. you prepare, that is basically a document. For example, in ISO, you prepare quality manuals, you prepare documented procedures. For quality assurance activities, you prepare a quality assurance plan, control plan, and you make various formats. You make work instructions, SOPs. So all these things are documents. But then what is a record? Let us say there is a format to record incoming inspection or in-process inspection, or say final testing of the software. So there is some methodology, there is a format for that. When you fill up that data in that, it becomes a record. So these are two different terms which are used in the standard. One is document and another is record. So you need to take care of both. And these documents now can be preserved electronically also. That means we need not make hard copy records. So the common terminology which has been used now is documented information. So documented information includes both the documents as well as records. There are certain stipulations or requirements related to the documented information also that I will explain in the subsequent slides. Now, this is a small exercise for you, and thereafter we can break. I think I will take a break because I think Mr. Sandeep Sharma, he's a guest speaker. So he'll deliver his experience of, because he's got a huge experience of implementing ISO 9001. He himself has been an external auditor also. So he's got very rich experience in implementing ISO related activities. So he will deliver his words at 11 a.m. So right now I'm giving you a small work exercise, and I'll connect with you again at 11:30. So this workshop is understanding the key requirement, because I've explained you several things related to ISO 9001 2015 in the last 1.5 hours. So the workshop for you is explain 5 key requirements which you have found in ISO 9001 standard, which are applicable to the QMS. You can even link these particular understanding or requirements with respect to the, I'm sure many of you must be working in ISO 9001 certified companies. So even you can correlate with your own experience of what you are implementing in ISO while you're implementing the quality management system in your organization. Okay. So mention the implication that these requirements will have on your organization implementing the standard, and please comment your responses in the chat box. So your report should include your group's recommendation. You can work together in groups also, or as an individual also. If you are, group means, let us say for example you are from same organization, so you can also work in group, and but you need to share your observations and decisions related to the two things are key 9001 2015 standard requirements, which you have understood in last 1.5 hours. You have to explain 5 key requirements and what implication these requirements have or can have on your organization's quality management system. Over to you, Samarth.
Thank you very much, sir. It's been a lovely presentation since morning, and we're having a very good audience also. Everyone has been very responsive and all. So now we are having one small workshop, as you must have seen. Atul sir, can you please de-share your screen so that I can share?
Yes, sir, sure.
So as Atul sir mentioned, so we have to list 5 key requirements found in ISO 9001 2015 standard. So all of you, what you can do is in the chat box, you can start by, making a list and compiling it over there. We will read over some of them, the best responses, and then we'll be moving forward towards our guest lecture, right? So we have, I think so we can do until 11:02. We have 5 minutes. So your time starts now. You can start. So I have got some responses in the chat box talking about risk management, scope definition, 7 pillars of QMP, process approach is a critical pillar. Then customer centric, interested parties, process approach, engagement of people, evidence based approach, PDCA cycle, relationship management, risk based continual thinking, continual improvement, process approach, organizational knowledge, PDCA cycle, risk management, evidence-based decision making. So by the responses, I'm able to get that you guys are clearly understanding what Mr. Suri is trying to convey. So that's a good thing. Mr. Himanshu Gera, 5 requirements of QMS: leadership, engagement of people, process approach, improvement, evidence-based decision making. These principles will help my organization to meet the customer requirements and also meet organization's quality objective. Good response, Mr. Himanshu. Kudos. Leadership, top management need to audit. Naveen ji. Good response. Scope of the organization to be clearly defined. Thank you, Seema Sirohi ma'am. Decision making, Abhilash ji, good response. Lalit ji, increased efficiency, supplier management, customer demands. That's good. Great. So thank you all for these responses, and this clearly indicates your understanding of the same. Now I would like to invite our guest speaker, Mr. Sandeep Sharma from Flipkart Group of Companies. Sandeep ji, I'd request you to please switch on your camera, and I'll just play your slide deck. Right. So over to Sandeep ji. Just a minute. Yes, Sandeep ji. Thank you very much. We are able to hear you.
Yeah, okay. Thanks and good morning, everyone.
Good
First of
morning.
all, let me take this opportunity to thank Samarth, the MD of Quality Asia, and for taking this initiative, and it's a great gesture from Quality Asia to organize this quality auditor trainings. So that is really a great. And secondly, let me also thankful to Atul sir, uh, for we are having a privilege to have him as a faculty for this training. So he's most respected and you can say popular name in our ISO domain. So I know him for a last long time. So thank you, Atul sir and Smarth, for all this. So I will not take much time. So let me come back to me. Basically, my name is Sandeep Kumar Sharma, and I have been with the F1 and Jeeves, and you can say Flipkart group of companies since almost last 9 years. Uh, I am graduate engineer in electronics and communication and MBA in marketing, and I've been lead auditor for ISO 9001 and 14001, and also Six Sigma Green Belt certified. So overall, I am having 24 years service operations and quality domain experience. So for last 9 years, I've been in F1 and Jeeves and Flipkart group of companies. So regarding F1, I joined F1 in 2015 as a quality in quality, and then when I took over by Flipkart in 2017, so we were in you can say Flipkart group of company. So basically, F1 is into you can say we are having walk-in centers pan India, so they are into repairs of all these mobiles, laptops, and other electronic devices. So we are having pan India service centers where customer walk in and all that. So we are having AMCs with some very reputed brand, just like Apple, Asus, Realme, Boat, and all that. And Jeeves is we are having an installation of all these different products, just like TV, AC, and HA product, furniture, and these products are bought by the customer from the Flipkart portal, and our engineers go there, install at the customer site, and we are having repair sections also. This is a brief introduction about the F1 and Jeeves, and Flipkart. Everyone knows about e-commerce company, being a e-commerce company. So now I can switch over to another Smart. Can you please
Yes.
take me to the benefits of implementing ISO 9001 in Flipkart subsidiary F1 solution? So F1 and F1 being in you can say ISO 9001 certified since 2015 when I joined. So we have seen many things here, just like we can say that yes, once the process is everything is documented, so it is not the person dependency. So everything is documented and all that, just like Suri said also, if any person moves out, so if we are having proper everything in record, so definitely we will not face any issue if a person leaves, because then it will not be a person dependent, it will be a process dependent. So that is what the first you can say benefit of implementing ISO 9001. Secondly, as we discuss risk-based approach and all that, so all RC and CAPA. So basis because this RC and CAPA came from the ISO 9001 only. Because right now, as I said, that preventive action and all that, that is not there in that. But earlier, CAPA was there in that, I think 2008, if I remember correctly. So it was there in 2008 that all this terminology were used. But indirectly this is still being used, and it is very effective, just like Atul sir also said, ki correction, then corrective action, and then preventive action. So it is a good approach to stop that ki nothing some issues and preventing from the occurrence. So that is the second best you can say that ki benefit of implementing ISO 9001. And third is we are having uh, streamlining of internal uh, audits throughout the organization for different functions, different processes. So it helps us to overall quality of the service offered. Whether it's a manufacturing, so definitely we talk about the product, and if it is service, we are talk about the best service. Just like F1 and Gs, we are giving services. So through internal audits, we can ensure that we are giving the good quality service to the customers. So that is the third, you can say, benefit of implementing ISO 9001. Then fourth, definitely ISO 9001 standards are customer centric. So improvement in customer satisfaction, because we analyze the things. If any issues are being raised, we proper analyze and all that. So definitely it will improve overall the customer satisfaction also. And fifth, which can be, because if we are working in ISO 9001 certified company organization, so definitely it is a morale to the team members who are working there. Case I am working in a ISO 9001 certified company, so that is you can say employees getting motivated with this. If any organization in which they are working is ISO 9001 certified. And definitely, if you, I think you might be aware about that. Whenever any you take any business and you interact with some other, you can say, or business brands and all that. So definitely they ask that, yes, are you ISO certified company, ISO 9001 certified company? Because they believe that ISO 9001, as you know, that all is an international standard. So they believe that the company which is ISO 9001 certified, definitely they will be having a streamlined processes and good quality products and services they will be offering. So that is what the belief matlab we are having across, you can say, everywhere. So that is why they ask that whether you are ISO 9001 certified company. If an organization is ISO 9001 certified company, definitely it is a boost to their business also. So that is sixth, you can say, benefit of implementing ISO 9001. And which is above all, because many are there, but because of short of time, I will not take all that. Seventh, which is also there, continual improvement is there in overall process. So definitely improvement being a major focus for all the organization everywhere. Improvement has to be there to sustain in the market. So definitely we are having improvement, continual improvement, that is in our quality policy also. Everywhere you will see, everywhere in the quality policy it is mentioned continual improvement. So this is also a you can say benefit of implementing ISO 9001 in everywhere, not in Flipkart group of company or everywhere. It is the major benefit. Yeah, I think we can go to the next slide, please. So, as per me, I have mentioned few benefits which our the team members who are attending this course, once they are certified as ISO 9001 internal auditor. So definitely they will be a qualified, because as per ISO 9001 2015 standards. So if you are qualified a internal auditor, then only then you will be able to conduct the audits. So that is so you will be meeting that, and you will be qualified to do the internal audits of the functions and other all branches, whatever is there. And by doing, suppose if I'm in quality, I'm doing the internal audit of other functions, just like HR or maybe IT or maybe procurement. Definitely it will be opportunity for me to learn the other functions also properly. So that is also a advantage for the team members who will be getting this certification. So as for me, and third, definitely it will be a self development, and you will learn a lot of things, new terminologies, and you can implement there. And definitely it will enhance your overall development in terms of in all respect. And fourth, matlab, it will be additional qualification to be added in your resume also, if you are applying, because it's because nowadays if you find that many companies are ISO 9001 certified companies. So whenever you apply there, definitely they will be seeking that the person who is having additional qualification of being an internal auditor also, certified internal auditor. So that will be additional qualification for the resume also. And this will also identify the areas of improvement, increase efficiency and effectiveness. So that is also comes under, you can say, the team members who will be certified ISO 9001 internal auditor. So many others are there, but I have just briefed few only. And yeah, but I think it is again, thanks Smarth, and thanks Atul sir for taking all
Thank
this
you very much.
initiative and gestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sandeep ji. It was really very insightful, and it's a pleasure to have you on board amongst our audience. I hope our audience, gained a lot of things from what you are saying, and they could understand the benefits of ISO implementation, not just in their company, but with their own professional growth. and it is always very good to learn about your great experiences and vast area of work experience. So thank you again very much on behalf of my audience also, I'll say, for joining us on this session and giving us valuable insights. Thank you so much.
So after this workshop, we are talking about the clauses 1 to 4, structure, scope, definition, context of the organization. So if you see ISO 9001 2015 standard, this is how it looks like. ये basically standard का index है. These are the various clauses. So this is a PPT. I can change the font size. ये सिर्फ एक particular slide है जिसमें काफी सारे clauses हैं. तो आपको हो सकता है इसमें आपको font size readable ना लगे. But I will move on. तो you will find it okay. तो मैं just repeat कर रहा था कि इसमें total 10 clauses हैं. Clause number 1, 2, 3 introductory part है. Scope, normative reference, terms and definitions. But clause number 4 से लेके 10 तक main implementable clauses है. जिसमें we will take these clauses one by one and understand कि क्या requirements है. Clause 4 is context of organization, जिसमें फिर further sub clauses हैं 4.1 से 4.4. Clause 5 leadership है जिसमें 5.1, 5.2, 5.3 है. Clause number 6 में 6.1, 6.2, 6.3 है. 7 में 7.1 से लेके 7.5 है. 8 में operations में 8.1 से लेके 8.7 है. 9 performance evaluation 9.123 है और 10 improvement 10.123 है. और लास्ट में एक दो एनेक्सर दिए हैं जस्ट फॉर क्लैरिटी के लिए है. क्लैरिफिकेशन ऑफ न्यू स्ट्रक्चर, टर्मिनोलॉजी एंड कंसेप्ट, जो हमने बात करी थी हाई लेवल स्ट्रक्चर, उसको एक्सप्लेन करने के लिए. ठीक है. फॉरगेट दिस स्लाइड कि इसमें आपको फॉन्ट रीडेबल नहीं लग रहा, बट सब्सिक्वेंटली इन द सब्सिक्वेंट स्लाइड्स यू विल फाइंड इट ओके. फाइन. ये जैसे एक ओवरव्यू है कि ये पूरे स्टैंडर्ड लगता कैसे है, इसमें क्लॉजेस क्या रिक्वायरमेंट्स. सो
यस सर.
ओके फाइन. तो अब हम क्लॉजेस पे आते हैं. क्लॉजेस का मतलब क्या है? स्टैंडर्ड की रिक्वायरमेंट है और उन रिक्वायरमेंट्स को हमें अपनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में इम्प्लीमेंट करना है. ठीक है. एंड अगेन 1, 2, 3 आर द इंट्रोडक्टरी पार्ट, बट implementable clauses are from clause number 4 to 10. So clause number, first clause says that this ISO standard, international standard, specifies requirements for a quality management system where an organization needs to demonstrate its ability to consistently provide products and services. So as I said, over a period of time, changes have happened. Earlier, it was considered to be a standard for manufacturing sector pre-2000, but now since service sector is also growing and even at a faster pace than the manufacturing sector, so instead of product, now they are using the terminology products and services. So all services, like for example, software services, educational services, even hospital as a services, healthcare services, all services which are there, which exist in the ecosystem, they are also part of this ISO system. So that means this ISO standard can be applied to any organization which provides any product and services to its customers. So basically, when we are implementing 9001, by implementation of the standards requirements, we are demonstrating our organization's ability. See, there are two words, again, अंग्रेजी के word है, ability and capability. Standard is not using the word capability. Standard is using the word ability. फर्क क्या होता है capability and ability में? मेरे अंदर capability तो बहुत है, पर मैं क्या deliver कर पा रहा हूँ, that is my ability. So standard is not talking about your theoretical capability, but standard is talking about ability. So that is why when we are doing external audit or when you will do internal audit, you have to verify the ability, not the capability part. That means you don't have to refer to the future plans of the company. Okay, that is from strategy or future planning point of view, it is okay. But what you need to audit is the current status, that is the current ability of the organization to consistently provide products and services which meet customer requirement as well as applicable statutory and regulatory requirements. Now, what is the meaning of applicable statutory and regulatory requirements is कि those statutory and regulatory requirements, statutory regulatory requirement क्या होती है? जो by law किसी organization को implement करना जरूरी होता है. But here we are talking about statutory and regulatory requirement related to products and services. For example, अब किसी भी organization के लिए there are lots of regulations other than product and services also. For example, ESI है, PF है, GST है, taxation है, ये सब चीजें ठीक है, कंपनी को implement करने हैं, but हमारा यहाँ पे concern है वो statutory and regulatory requirement जो product and services के लिए applicable है. इसका example क्या है? जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल आप कोई इलेक्ट्रिकल प्रोडक्ट बना रहे हो, जैसे इलेक्ट्रिकल स्विचेस बना रहे हो, एमसीबी बना रहे हो, तो आप इलेक्ट्रिकल स्विचेस एंड एमसीबी बिना बीआईएस मार्किंग के, आईएसआई आईएसआई का लोगो तो सब पहचानते हैं ना, बिना आईएसआई मार्किंग के आप इलेक्ट्रिकल स्विचेस एंड सॉकेट्स या एमसीबीज, मिनिएचर सर्किट ब्रेकर्स आप बेच नहीं सकते हैं। जब अगर आपके पास वो बीआईएस का लाइसेंस नहीं है, तो इवन इफ यू आर मीटिंग ऑल द रिक्वायरमेंट्स ऑफ द स्टैंडर्ड, you will not get ISO certificate because that is a major non-conformity. So any non-compliance related to applicable statutory and regulatory requirement for the products and services is a major non-conformance. So organization cannot be certified for ISO standard in that way. But once you are properly implementing the standard, that means you are demonstrating your organization's ability to consistently provide. Again, the important word is consistently. Consistently means कि as always. It is not a one time कि एक बार आपने अच्छा product and service दे दिया और दूसरी बार problem है. So you have to consistently provide products and services, and you are meeting the customer requirements as well as applicable regulatory requirements also. So that thing you need to verify as an internal auditor also, and that thing we need to verify as an external auditor also. And by the application of this standard, your organization is aiming to enhance, because ultimate objective is enhancement of customer satisfaction. That is meeting customer requirements as well as exceeding customer expectations. Trying to exceed customer expectations. Customer जो चाहता है उससे better करके देना. So that is, your organization aims to enhance customer satisfaction through effective application of the system, including the process for improvement of the system and assurance of the conformity to customer and applicable statutory requirements. तो आप 9001 2015 implement करके demonstrate कर रहे हो अपनी organization की ability को. Again I am using the word ability, it is not capability. ठीक है, आप उसको इम्प्लीमेंट कर पाए हो, कंस्टेंटली प्रोवाइड प्रोडक्ट्स एंड सर्विसेज को जो कस्टमर रिक्वायरमेंट्स को भी मीट करता है और एप्लीकेबल स्टैट्यूटरी एंड रेगुलेटरी रिक्वायरमेंट्स. अगेन जस्ट फॉर योर गाइडलाइन, द रिक्वायरमेंट्स ऑफ दिस स्टैंडर्ड आर जेनरिक एंड आर इंटेंडेड टू बी एप्लीकेबल टू एनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन regardless of its type or size or the products and services it provides. So that means कि requirement generic है, and these are basically the requirements which you have to implement. And बिकॉज ऑर्गेनाइजेशन वेरी फ्रॉम एक कंपनी सिर्फ एक एम्प्लॉय की भी हो सकती है, और एक कंपनी 10,000 एम्प्लॉयज या 1 लाख एम्प्लॉयज की भी हो सकती है. एक कंपनी, एक छोटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, एक सिंगल रूम ऑफिस भी हो सकता है, और एक कंपनी मल्टीपल लोकेशन, जैसे संदीप जी की F1. एंड because I am doing their audits, I have been doing their audits for last several years. So they are a big organization. It is part of Flipkart group also, and even I'm auditing at least 10 to 15 sites every year for 9001. So that means the organization size is also very big. The locations also, it is a multi-location. So same 9001 is applicable for a very big organization also. Same organization is applicable for a small organization also. So the requirements can be implemented throughout the organization, regardless of its type or size and the products and services it provides. And as I said, earlier it used to be a manufacturing standard, more dominantly towards focusing towards manufacturing. But now products and services are also there. And statutory and legal requirements are, regulatory requirements are the basically legal requirements applicable for a particular product or service. Then clause 2 कुछ references देता है. Like 9001 is there. There is one more standard, that is 9000 2015. But this is basically like a standard which explains the terminology, fundamentals and vocabulary, because implementable requirements are mentioned in 9001. But if you want to understand some terminology, for example, we discussed what is risk assessment, what is corrective action, what is correction, what is document, what is record. If you want to understand the terminology, some basic things about 9001 implementation, then you can refer to the standard ISO 9000 2015. But it is not a implementable standard. It is not a standard for which a company is awarded the certificate. So you will always find a company certified to ISO 9001 2015 and not ISO 9000 2015. So ISO 9000 2015 is a reference standard for understanding fundamentals and vocabulary. So clause 2 gives reference of, if you read ISO 9001 2015 standard, clause 2 gives reference of 9000 2015, that is for updated reference, latest edition of reference documents applies. Okay, This is just for understanding purpose. Then there are certain terms and conditions, definitions are there, certain terms and definitions are there, which are mentioned in clause 3 of ISO 9015. Okay. But main implementation starts with clause number 4, and clause number 4 mein there are 4 sub clauses, 4.1 to 4.4. Okay. Now we understand what are these clauses, what are the requirements, and what is to be implemented in our organization. So first thing is, as I explained, till 2008 version of standard, the standard was focusing on customer requirements. But now standard says you have to identify, you have to determine your external, internal issues, and you need to consider all the stakeholders, that is interested parties. So पहला काम हमें क्या करना है? When we are implementing a standard, we need to understand the organization and its context. Context means we have to determine two things. What are the external and internal issues which are relevant for the organization, and who are our interested parties. And now with that recent amendment, climate change is also addressed in 4.1 and 4.2. So standard says organization shall determine external and internal issues which are relevant to the purpose and its strategic direction, and which affects its ability to achieve the intended result of the quality management system. And the organization shall monitor and review information about these external and internal issues. Now, what is the meaning of external and internal issues? Okay, इसका क्या मतलब है? See, there are two terms. One is external issues and another is internal issues. External issue is a thing which is beyond the control, which is external to the organization. For example, your organization is providing some product or services and there is some rate of GST. Let us say आपके product पे GST 12% लगता है या सर्विस पे 12% GST लगता है. अब गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया उस GST को 12 से कम करके 5 भी कर सकती है और 12 से बढ़ा के 18 भी कर सकती है. ठीक है, ये एक एक्सटर्नल इशू है विच विल अफेक्ट योर बिजनेस, बट यू हैव नो कंट्रोल ओवर इट. Likewise, there are several, but you need to be aware of these external and internal issues, and you need to take action based on whatever is happening. So the first line is you need to identify what are the external and internal issues, and the second line is you have to monitor and review information about these external and internal issues. See, again repeating, there are two things. One is external context and another is internal context. External context you cannot control, but you need to monitor and react accordingly. But there are internal issues also. So internal issues के लिए, internal issues are for an organization those issues which are internal to the organization and which can monitor and control in a better way. So normally we use a methodology. Basically there are two separate things. One is external issue and another is internal issue. So external issues के लिए we use a methodology which is known as PESTEL. Of course there can be different ways and means, but normally this is more prevalent one which we use. We call it PESTEL is like political, economical, social, environmental, technological issues, economic issues. So what we do is piece political. What are the political issues which can affect our organization? What are the economical issues which can affect our organization? What are the social issues which can affect our organization? What are the environmental issues which can affect our organization? And what are the legal issues which can affect our organization? Because all these issues are beyond our control, but we need to be aware of these issues and we need to act accordingly wherever possible. And the second issue is known as internal issues. Internal issues are specific to an organization, and normally what we do is, depending upon the size of the organization, we do a SWOT analysis. What is that SWOT analysis? SWOT analysis का मतलब होता है हम अपनी कंपनी के, हम अपने प्रोसेस के, हम अपने डिपार्टमेंट के, हम अपनी टीम का SWOT एनालिसिस करते हैं. SWOT का मतलब स्ट्रेंथ, वीकनेस, अपॉर्चुनिटीज एंड थ्रेट. तो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन लेवल पे या प्रोसेस लेवल पे या डिपार्टमेंट लेवल पे या टीम लेवल पे या फंक्शन लेवल पे हमारी स्ट्रेंथ्स क्या हैं, हमारी वीकनेसेस क्या हैं, हमारी अपॉर्चुनिटीज क्या हैं और हमारी थ्रेट्स क्या हैं. For example, let us say we are a very technically sound company, so that is our strength. Or we have got very good infrastructure, that is our strength. Or we have very competent manpower, that is our strength. Okay. Or say, for example, even commercial things can be a strength. For example, there is no debt on the organization. Company के ऊपर किसी बैंक का कर्जा नहीं है. That is a strength. Or our vendor management is quite good. That is a strength. Or our clients are all leading companies, multinational companies, Fortune 500 companies. That is a strength. We are dealing with very high profile customers, or say very reputed customers. That can be a strength. So these strengths will vary from organization to organization. There is no copy paste of kind of thing. Even two organizations in the same field, two software companies, but with different client base, different profile, can have different strengths. And similarly, they can have different weaknesses also. मेरी वीकनेस क्या हो सकती है? लेट अस से फॉर एग्जांपल मेरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की लेट अस से हाई एट्रिशन रेट, एंड दिस एट्रिशन रेट प्रॉब्लम इज मोर प्रिविलेंट इन, हालांकि आजकल तो सभी कंपनीज में है बट आईटी कंपनीज में ज्यादा है. सो व्हाट वी से attrition rate is a weakness of my organization. We are not able to retain the talented people, or we are say spending our resources on training and upgradation, but then these employees leave. Okay, so strengths and weaknesses and opportunities and threats are unique to the organization. So it is like हम अपना एक इंट्रोस्पेक्शन कर रहे हैं कि हमारी कंपनी के स्ट्रेंथ्स क्या हैं, हमारी कंपनी के वीकनेसेस क्या हैं और अपॉर्चुनिटीज क्या है. वीकनेसेस में ही अपॉर्चुनिटी भी निकल के आती है. ठीक है, when you work upon some improvement weakness to improve upon it, that comes a opportunity. For example, HR में attrition is a weakness as of now because our attrition rate is high. But let us say we want to improve upon it, so we make some HR policies to retain the competent employees. We give some better incentives or whatever different things. So there comes an opportunity to retain the talent. ठीक है. So weaknesses से ही हमारी opportunities भी निकलती हैं, and even strength से भी हमारी opportunities निकलती हैं. For example, we have got a very good infrastructure, but we have some we are not utilizing our capacity fully. So then there is an opportunity to increase the marketing so that we can get better orders. Or again, we have got a good infrastructure, but our implementation or order delivery is weak. So our opportunity is to improve our processes. We again use the same approach, why analysis. Why we are not able to execute orders? Why there is a weakness in the system? Ultimately, every W is to be followed by how we can improve. Why is the root cause? Why we are not doing this? Why it is a weakness? And how we can convert this weakness into an opportunity. So again, this thing I would say it is one of the very good feature of this new standard, which was not there in earlier version. कि standard कहता है कि आप अपने external and internal issues को पहचानो और उसके basis पे need basis आप react करो, action लो. ठीक है. Internal issues are those things which you understand better and which you can to some extent control also. But external issues are things again depending upon the size of the organization. अगर आप टाटा बिरला या रिलायंस हो तो you can control the external issues also. But for a normal company you cannot control the external issues. There are things which are beyond your control. अब you are a manufacturing unit which is using, let us say, paint company, Asian Paints. I'm just naming a company. अब आपका raw material crude oil है, ठीक है, या पेट्रोलियम प्रोडक्ट है. तो अब जैसे गल्फ में भी कभी ना कभी कुछ ना कुछ एजिटेशन वॉर चलता रहता है और इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में भी क्रूड ऑयल का रेट प्लस माइनस होता रहता है. लेट अस से द क्रूड ऑयल prices come down, so ultimately petroleum products or say crude oil products, they will become cheaper. So that becomes an advantageous thing for Asian Paints because the raw material cost will reduce. Sale price is already fixed. Whatever rate you and me are buying point, that is almost same. They are not going to change it. But raw material prices keep on changing. तो अगर वो raw material prices reduce होते हैं, so that is a good thing for them. But वो अगर बढ़ते हैं, so that is a problem for them. So this is an external issue which is affecting the organization, but they don't have control unless again you are a very big name and you can influence policy makers also. Right? So this 9001/2015 standard says कि सबसे पहले आप अपने external और internal issues को पहचानो, उनको मॉनिटर करो, उस इंफॉर्मेशन को रिव्यू करो एंड अकॉर्डिंगली रिएक्ट करो. ठीक है, वट एवर बेस्ट यू कैन डू. सो स्टैंडर्ड हैज गिवन सम गाइडेंस दैट understanding the external context can be facilitated by considering issues which are arising from legal, technological, competitive, cultural, social, economic, and natural environment, whether international, national, regional, or local level. There can be external issues which are local level, regional level, national level, international level, and these external issues can arise from legal things, technological requirements, competitive environment, cultural things, social things, economic things, and natural environment also. And likewise, your internal context, that means the internal issues of the organization, they are dependent on various factors like perceptions, values, and culture of the organization. So standard has given you some guideline ki whenever you are reviewing your internal and external issues, give consideration to these things for external issues and these things for internal issues. So what we need to do to meet the requirement of the standard, or what we need to do being an internal auditor or the external auditor, हम ये चीज को पहचाने, हम ये चीज हम because everything has got some supporting document. So organization must have documented their external and internal issues somewhere, and that information has to be reviewed periodically also. That means because external issues, external context also keep on changing. It is a dynamic thing. Likewise, internal issues keep on changing. It is a dynamic thing. So you need to periodically review it. It cannot be a one-time document. कि साहब जैसे आपको ISO 9001 सर्टिफिकेट 3 साल के लिए मिला और आपने इनिशियली तो उसको डॉक्यूमेंट को बना लिया, बट अगले 3 साल आपने रिव्यू नहीं किया, चेंज ही नहीं किया, अपडेट नहीं किया. ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए. सो ऐसा भी नहीं कि आपको डेली बेसिस पे उसको रिव्यू करना है या मंथली बेसिस पे रिव्यू करना है, बट डिफाइन द पीरियोडिसिटी. आप उसको इंटरनल ऑडिट में, एक्सटर्नल ऑडिट में तो रिव्यू होता ही है डेफिनेटली. एक्सटर्नल ऑडिट नॉर्मली साल में एक बार होता है, बट इंटरनल ऑडिट में यू मस्ट रिव्यू दिस डॉक्यूमेंट. ठीक है. तो देयर आर टू थिंग्स, वन इज एन एक्सटर्नल इशू. जब आप टॉप मैनेजमेंट से इंटरेक्ट करते हो, जैसे मैंने बोला कि इंटरनल ऑडिट में यू शुड आल्सो कीप टॉप मैनेजमेंट आल्सो वन ऑफ द फंक्शंस. व्हेन यू आर इंटरेक्टिंग विद टॉप मैनेजमेंट, then you should consider external issues also. And when you are doing process audit, then you also think about, then you should also verify what are the internal issues of the top department or the organization. Fine. External issues such as legal, technological, competitive, cultural, social, economic, natural environment, or these are some guidelines given to you how you can review the external issues. And interested parties need and expectations not only from direct customers and regulators should be considered. Need and expectations from end users, suppliers, distributors, retailers, or all those who are involved in the supply chain and other relevant interested parties shall not be omitted. That means these also have to be considered. So these are just guidelines कि जब आप external context को review करो तो उसमें लीगल, टेक्नोलॉजिकल, कॉम्पिटिटिव, कल्चरल, सोशल, इकोनॉमिकल, नेचुरल एनवायरनमेंट, लोकल लेवल पे, इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे, रीजनल लेवल पे, नेशनल लेवल पे, हर लेवल पे आप उसको रिव्यू करो. और जो इंटरेस्टेड पार्टीज की नीड एंड एक्सपेक्टेशंस हैं, नॉट ओनली फ्रॉम डायरेक्ट कस्टमर्स एंड रेगुलेटर्स बट एंड यूजर, सप्लायर्स, मतलब सप्लाई चेन में जो जो लोग इन्वॉल्व हैं, जो जो एक्टिविटीज प्रोसेसेस इन्वॉल्व हैं, उनकी नीड एंड एक्सपेक्टेशन को भी रिव्यू करो. Together, these clauses require the organization to determine the issues and requirements that can impact the planning of the quality management system and can be used as an input to the development of the quality management system. So when you are developing your quality management system for the first time, so your internal issues and external issues provide you a very deep insight or thought into the development of the quality management system. This ultimately results in a broader business outlook that implies more detailed operational planning, especially internal issues, because see, external issues you cannot control, but you need to be aware of the external environment also. But when you are reviewing your internal issues, then the output of that internal issues in terms of improvement activities, in terms of opportunities, in terms of taking care of your threats or making plans to remove those threats or reduce the impact, ultimately it will help you to make a detailed operational planning things, and that will improve the effectiveness of your quality management system. So it is a very important requirement which was not there in previous version of ISO, but very explicitly explained in the new version 2015. So not only the internal issues, you also need to consider your external issues while developing the quality management system. तो आपके लिए टिप क्या है, being an internal auditor or being an external auditor, is this requires auditors to look more broadly when determining the suitability of the quality management system scope stated by the client or the organization. So this shall include clients' external and internal issues, who are the client's interested parties, and what are the need and expectations. So not only from external audit point of view, but from internal audit point of view also, you need to understand कि हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के क्लाइंट्स कौन हैं, इंटरेस्टेड पार्टीज कौन है, एंड उनके नीड एंड एक्सपेक्टेशन क्या है, एंड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ने क्या इंटरनल एंड एक्सटर्नल इश्यूज को आइडेंटिफाई किया है. दैट कैन बी एट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन लेवल आल्सो, and of course internal issues can be at departmental or functional level also. 4.2 is you need to like external and internal issues, you also need to identify the interested parties, what are their need and expectations. So as I explained, all stakeholders are interested parties, and these interested parties vary from organization to organization. For example, if you talk about a very big organization, it can be in any field, manufacturing में भी हो सकती है, IT भी हो सकती है, let us say which is listed in stock exchanges. तो क्या होगा, interested parties में stakeholders भी आ जाएंगे. Stakeholder मतलब let us say even if you are a small shareholder, you have bought 100 shares of that organization, then you also become an interested party. If you are a big investor, then also you are a interested party. But if it is a private limited company, then this particular field of interested parties will not be there. That means shareholders will not be there because it is a privately owned company. Okay, so you need to identify who are the interested parties which are relevant for our quality management system, and what are their needs and expectations. So as I said, bare minimum interested parties कौन कौन सी होती हैं, customers होते हैं, employees होते हैं, वेंडर्स होते हैं, रेगुलेटरी बॉडीज होती हैं, अगर कोई बैंकर्स हैं या कोई फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं जिन्होंने उस कंपनी को लोन दिया है, वो भी होते हैं. डिफरेंट सर्विस प्रोवाइडर्स, कई कंपनीज में कॉन्ट्रेक्चुअल लेबर होती है, तो दैट कॉन्ट्रेक्चुअल लेबर और द कॉन्ट्रैक्टर इज आल्सो एन इंटरेस्टेड पार्टी. आप किसी एक पर्टिकुलर लेट अस से योर कंपनी इज लोकेटेड इन सम SEZ स्पेशल इकोनॉमिक जोन, या किसी इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया में हो, yeah, you are in some polluting industry also, means like you are in red category, then your operations affects your neighborhood also. For example, कोई steel plant है या कोई battery handling plant है, okay, तो उस केस में you need to take care of your neighboring industry also. So your neighboring industry also become an interested party because your acts and your actions will affect their working also. So these are the different interested parties which are relevant for the quality management system, and different interested parties have different need and expectations. As an employee, आपकी need and expectation अलग है. As a investor, as a promoter of the company, आपकी need and expectation अलग है. As a banker, आपकी need and expectation अलग है. As a supplier, आपकी need and expectation अलग है. As a neighboring industry, आपकी need and expectation अलग है. So basically, you have to see whether your quality management system, how does it monitor and review information about these interested parties and the relevant requirements. Okay, so this is a very important requirement which was not there in earlier standards, but now it is there. That first of all, you need to identify external and internal issues relevant for your organization, and you also need to identify who are your interested parties which are relevant to the quality management system, what are their need and expectations, and how you monitor and review this information. So same way, when you are doing audit as an internal auditor, you need to understand who are the need and expectation, who are the interested parties for that particular organization or maybe for the department. As I said, the departments may within an organization, there are internal customers. So internal customer is a very important interested party, and department may be dealing with the external parties also. For example, if you're auditing admin department or HR department, so they are liaising with external agencies. You are auditing EHS department, environment, health and safety, so it is also liaising with some regulatory body. You are auditing marketing, so marketing is interacting with the customer end user. Okay, so उनका interested party different है. If you are auditing purchase department, तो उनका interested party different है because they are dealing with vendors. So different departmental functions also have different relevant interested parties. different departments also have their own departments SWOT analysis, strength, weakness, opportunity set. So whenever you're auditing those particular processes or functions or departments, you need to understand what are the issues related to that particular department and who are the interested parties which that particular department or process or person is dealing with. Okay, and you need to monitor, you need to check how this information is being captured related to need and expectations, and how these needs and expectations are basically being followed and monitored. So relevant interested parties are groups or individuals who have the ability to impact or potentially impact the organization's ability to consistently supply products and services which meet customer requirements and applicable statutory regulatory requirements. Customers, shareholders, board members, and competitors would all fit into this classification. So, as I said, कि each organization is unique. There is no nothing like copy paste. कि एक organization के copy paste करके interested parties आपने दूसरी company में भी वही चीज कर दिया. So each organization will have its own set of relevant interested parties, and this set will change over time. And जो interested parties हैं, they also keep on changing with time. For example, if you are an electrical company and you have introduced some new product where this testing is mandatory or some star rating of the product is mandatory. So earlier that interested party was not there. For example, if you are making transformer, अब ट्रांसफार्मर बना रहे हो तो स्टार डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ट्रांसफार्मर की स्टार रेटिंग मैंडेटरी है बिकॉज दिस इज पार्ट ऑफ एनर्जी कंजर्वेशन एक्ट. So that interested party, the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, it was not there earlier because that product line was not there in your kitty. But now you introduce a product which requires, or you are making tube lights, you are making fans, you are making geysers, different products which were earlier not there in your product portfolio, but now they have come and there is a mandatory स्टार रेटिंग. आप जैसे आप कोई एसी खरीदते हो या गीजर खरीदते हो या फैन खरीदते हो तो हर एक के ऊपर एक स्टार रेटिंग होती है. तो वो स्टार रेटिंग देने वाली एजेंसी ब्यूरो ऑफ एनर्जी एफिशिएंसी BEE, it was not there a regulatory body earlier when you were not making that product. So that means your interested parties has also changed. Okay, so point is, again, these relevant interested parties also keep on changing, their requirements also keep on changing. So you need to keep a track of how these things are getting updated in the quality management system. So as an internal auditor and as an external auditor, you need to monitor these changes also over a period of time. Then 4.3 talks about scope of the quality management system. So as I explained earlier, one important change which has happened over a period of time is that now the scope has to be very specific. Earlier, companies used to apply for broader scope just to ease on this. Let us say, for example, कोई company 9001 certification ले रही है, तो they used to add, let us say, again same injection molding का मैंने example दिया है कि अभी capacity है आपके पास 100 टन तक की, 100 टन injection molding machine है, but you are planning to enhance it further. जब आपने ISO certification लिया तो आपने एक जेनरिक स्टेटमेंट ले लिया, जेनरिक स्कोप स्टेटमेंट दे दिया एंड सर्टिफिकेशन बॉडी ने भी एक्सेप्ट कर लिया सो दैट कि आपकी जो फ्यूचर एक्सपेंशन है वो उसी स्कोप में आ जाए. This used to happen earlier, but now it cannot be done. You have to be very specific about your scope. That means आपको डिफाइन करना पड़ेगा, स्पेसिफाई करना पड़ेगा कि आप जो मोल्डिंग कर रहे हो या आपकी जो मोल्डिंग मशीन है किस कैपेसिटी तक की है. That means ISO certification scope cannot be given to you for your future planning. Again, एबिलिटी इज द कीवर्ड. आप ऑडिटर्स को क्या डिमॉन्स्ट्रेट कर रहे हो, क्या एबिलिटी डिमॉन्स्ट्रेट कर रहे हो, उसके बेसिस पे आपका स्कोप ऑफ द क्वालिटी मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम फाइनलाइज होगा. ठीक है, सो दैट इज व्हाई दे मेड ए सेपरेट सब क्लॉज. इट वाज नॉट देयर अर्लियर कि स्कोप ऑफ द क्वालिटी मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम हैज टू बी वेरी स्पेसिफिक. दैट मीन्स जब आप ISO 9001 सर्टिफिकेशन के लिए सिस्टम इंप्लीमेंट करते हो या अप्लाई करते हो तो आपको बाउंड्रीज एंड एप्लीकेबिलिटी ऑफ द क्वालिटी मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम को डिफाइन करनी है. ठीक है, तो जब आप स्कोप को डिफाइन करते हो तो गाइडलाइन क्या है? व्हेन डिटरमिनिंग द स्कोप, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन शैल कंसीडर द एक्सटर्नल एंड इंटरनल इश्यूज which are referred in 4.1 which we discussed. You also have to refer to the requirement of product and requirement of relevant interested parties which we discussed in 4.2, and you also need to consider the products and services which you are providing. Okay, तो आपका स्कोप तीन चीजों पे डिपेंडेंट है, आपके एक्सटर्नल इंटरनल इश्यूज पे, आपका स्कोप डिपेंडेंट है इंटरेस्टेड रेलिवेंट इंटरेस्टेड पार्टीज पे, एंड आपका स्कोप डिपेंडेंट है प्रोडक्ट एंड सर्विसेज में. तो जस्ट टू एड ऑन, जब मैंने 4.1 एंड 4.2 की बात करी थी, तो as per the latest amendment of March 2024, you also need to consider climate change, because now your organization, those organizations who are ISO 9001 certified or seeking ISO 9001 certification, they have to be environment, मतलब climate for, they have to take the responsibility for climate change also. तो climate change के लिए आप क्या responsibility आपके organization ओन कर सकती है, बिकॉज क्लाइमेट चेंज इज ए वास्ट सब्जेक्ट, इवन एक्सपर्ट, मतलब देयर आर सब्जेक्ट एक्सपर्ट्स, कंट्री एक्सपर्ट्स आर देयर नेशनल इंटरनेशनल टारगेट्स आल्सो, बट यू, हाउ यू कैन कंट्रीब्यूट फॉर क्लाइमेट चेंज? You can contribute by conservation of resources and by following all applicable environmental regulations. For example, if you are a manufacturing industry, तो आपको क्या करना है, आपके लिए एनवायरमेंटल रेगुलेशंस एप्लीकेबल है। दैट मीन्स आपको एयर वाटर का कंसेंट लेना है एनवायरमेंटल पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड से, जिस भी स्टेट में है। आप हरियाणा में है तो आपको हरियाणा पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड से लेना है, आप यूपी में है तो यूपी से नोएडा में है तो आपको यूपी पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड से लेना है, पंजाब में है तो आपको पंजाब, हर स्टेट का अपना पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड है, आपको उस पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड से कंसेंट लेना है। हर एक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडस्ट्री में कुछ ना कुछ किसी लेवल पे हैजार्डस वेस्ट जनरेट होता है, सो यू नीड टू टेक हैजार्डस वेस्ट ऑथराइजेशन आल्सो एंड फॉलो द टर्म्स एंड कंडीशंस। फॉलो द टर्म्स एंड कंडीशन मींस कि आपकी कंपनी में जो भी हैजार्डस वेस्ट जनरेट होता है या इलेक्ट्रॉनिक वेस्ट जनरेट होता है, सो देयर इज अ ई वेस्ट रेगुलेशन आल्सो, सो यू हैव टू कंप्लाई विद दोज रेगुलेशंस। And even if, let us say, you are in a white category, you are in office, these consents are not applicable, then also you have to be environmentally responsible organization. Environmentally responsible organization का मतलब क्या है? You have to conserve natural resources, यानी आपको अपने organization में, अपने office में, अपने work area में इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कंजर्व करनी है, एनर्जी कंजर्व करनी है, वाटर कंजर्व करना है, पेपर कंजर्व करना है। सो दीज आर द बेसिक नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज व्हिच यू कैन कंजर्व। सो इवन दो यू आर नॉट सीकिंग ISO 14001 सर्टिफिकेशन, जहाँ पे ये चीजें मैंडेटरी है, बट सिंस यू हैव टू एड्रेस क्लाइमेट चेंज, सो बेसिकली यू नीड टू एड्रेस कि any environmental regulation which is applicable for your organization, that we will comply, and we will try, or we will make targets for conservation of natural resources also, where there is a saving for energy, there is a saving for water, some target is there, and there is a saving for paper consumption also, bijli, pani and paper conservation, because more use of paper means more trees are cut. आजकल आप ईमेल में भी देखते होंगे ना, देयर इज अ मैसेज कि अनलेस इट इज एसेंशियल डोंट टेक अ प्रिंट आउट, फाइन, एंड यू हैव टू कंप्लाई विद environmental regulations and e-waste regulations depending upon the size of the organization. So scope, as I said, it has to be very specific. The scope of organization's quality management system shall be available and maintained as documented information. So standard, when you read the clauses, the several places you will find, see, everywhere you will find the word of use shall. Shall means it is a mandatory requirement. Shall means you have to follow it. Shall means you have to demonstrate it. Okay. There is no use of the word should. Should is more like a recommendation. You should do this. But when, again, simple English, when the word shall is used, shall means it is a mandatory thing. You don't have a choice. If you are seeking the certification, you have to do this. So if you are taking ISO 9001 certification, if you are implementing ISO 9001 certification, your quality management system scope shall be documented. Okay. And it has to be maintained as a evidence, documented evidence. Shall means mandatory requirement. So it says scope shall state the type of product and services covered and provide justification for any requirement of this international standard that determines is not applicable to the scope of the quality management system. See, there are different clauses, clause number, implementable clauses, clause number 4 to 10, with further sub clauses and sub clauses. If you say that a particular requirement is not applicable for my organization, then you can state in your documentation that this requirement is not applicable, but then you have to give the logical reasoning why it is not applicable. For example, if you are a manufacturing company which is not design responsible. Design responsible का मतलब क्या है? एक टूल रूम है या एक इंजेक्शन मोल्डिंग शॉप है, आप क्या करते हो? आप टूल डिजाइन नहीं करते, यू आर जस्ट ए सर्विस प्रोवाइडर. You have got injection molding machines, customer gives you tools, and customer gives basically you have some agreement or requirement from customer for molded components. So that means you are not designing that particular part being molded. You are just molding it. So your organization is not design responsible. So you can say that clause number 8.3, design and development, is not applicable for us because we are not doing any design and development activities. We only provide our services. We have got injection molding machines. Customers provide us these molds and we do the molding. So we are not a design responsible organization. So you can seek exclusion. But let us take some another case where customer gives you some prototype or some sample or some drawing and says you develop this part and do the molding and give it to us. So that means you are making the tool itself. Malab, you have the design capability, you are making the mold also, you are responsible for mold engineering also. That means the flow of material, how to basically minimize the runner and different technical aspects of that thing. So that means you are a design responsible organization. You are not just molding, you are even designing the mold, you are even maintaining the mold. So you cannot seek exclusion for 8.3. So standard gives you uh, the this thing permission to seek exclusion or non-applicability for of a particular requirement of the standard, but then you have to justify why it is not applicable. And this as an external auditor or as an internal auditor also, we need to verify whether that justification is correct or not. Okay, so very important requirement that your scope has to be very specific, and you can seek exclusion or non-applicability of a particular requirement of the standard, but with proper justification, and that justification is verified by the certification body as an external auditor. And internally also, when you are doing internal audit, you can verify whether the justification given by the company is correct or not. And if you find that the justification for exclusion or not non-applicability is not correct, then you have to raise a non-conformity in your internal audit, and you have to ask your management representative or the coordinator who is responsible for this ISO related activities to amend the documentation and make that particular clause applicable. Fine. Conformity to this international standard may only be claimed if the requirements determined as not been applicable do not affect the organization's ability or responsibility to ensure the conformity of its products and services and enhancement of customer satisfaction. So basically, when you are seeking some exclusion, you have to ensure that your organization's ability as well as the responsibility to ensure the conformity of products and services or meeting customer requirement or enhancement of customer satisfaction is not affected because of this. So as I said earlier, 9001 puts a greater emphasis on definition of scope, which has always been important and critical aspect of quality management system. So now clients or the organization seeking 9001 certification, they have been required to specify the QMS scope very clearly. This must now be done in explicit consideration of organization context as well as in terms of what product and services you are supplying to your customers. And the standard also makes it clear that if a requirement of the standard can be applied, given the organization determined scope, then it must be included. Only in cases where meeting the requirement is impossible and where the absence of meeting the requirement does not adversely impact organization's ability to supply conforming products and services, it is permissible not to apply it. So it is very clear, if you are seeking any exclusion or non-applicability of a particular clause, you have to justify it. Fine. And as an internal auditor or as an external auditor, auditors will need to verify that organization scope exists as documented information, and they must gather evidence that it has been produced in consultation with, in consideration of organization's context and the products and services. तो आपका scope आपकी boundaries को define कर रहा है. आपका scope is based on the context, that is internal and external issues, and taking care of the interested parties' need and expectations also. So this thing you have to do, because जब external audit होता है, so the first thing the external auditor does is he freezes the, because once see audit process is like this. Say for example, if you are applying first time for, let us say you are coming to Quality Asia or any certification body for certification of ISO 9001. So first step is always a contract review. Contract review, with the certification body. तो certification body आपको एक application form fill up करने को देती है जिसमें आप basic information fill up करते हो, and this information also includes कि आपका scope of certification क्या है. Okay, तो वो आपने अपनी समझ नहीं या ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ने अपनी अंडरस्टैंडिंग से वो बना दिया, एक्सक्लूजन के बारे में मेंशन कर दिया, एंड देन स्टेज 1 ऑडिट हैपेंस. So stage 1 audit, auditor always first of all fixes the boundary. So boundary is the scope of the quality management system. So what the auditor does is, uh, auditor sees your processes, auditor does the plant round also or premises round also, and then in consultation with the management, they freeze the auditor or the team of auditors, they freeze the scope of the quality management system. It may or may not differ from what you have quoted, but if there is anything which the auditor or the team doesn't agree to, then you have to then you have to amend your scope of the quality management system, and it has to be as per the requirement of the standard, and it has to be very specific. Okay, because subsequent processes of auditing, stage 2 audit and processes audit, that will depend on that scope only. So scope is the starting point for any certification body, because they have to freeze the scope and they have to ensure that the audit happens as per the documented scope only. Okay, sometimes there are situations when stage 1 audit scope is amended, or sometimes there is a request from client side also to amend the scope, but then auditor has to verify whether the scope is adequate or not. Okay, you cannot override something in your scope. It has to be very specific to what you are doing currently. It cannot be based on your future planning. That is very clear. And 4.4 was about quality management system. The organization shall establish, implement, maintain, and continually improve a quality management system, including the processes needed and their interactions in accordance with the requirements of the international standard. तो जब हमने process approach की बात करी थी और हमने बोला था कि साहब there are different processes within the QMS and these processes interact with each other based on the process based approach, and the processes have got inputs and outputs. So basically this particular requirement states that you need to identify what are the processes and how these processes interact with each other. So organization has to maintain documented information to support the operation of these processes and retain this as a evidence, as a documented information. Okay, because everything is evidence based. Like one of the quality management principle was evidence based decision making. So first of all, the evidence has to be there, what all the processes are being executed within the organization, and if there are any outsourced processes or not, and what are the control measures for that. So this particular clause addresses that particular requirement. So again, we have already discussed these points, but I will just go through it once again. Organization shall determine the processes which are required for quality management system and their application throughout the organization. And organization, what they shall do is they shall. So you will find everywhere the word shall. Shall means mandatory requirement. The organization shall determine the inputs required and the outputs expected from these processes, how these processes are interacting with each other, that is the determine the sequence and interaction of these processes. That means it can be your process flow or workflow, or how the processes are interacting to and fro with each other. What are the checks and measures? Determine and apply the criteria and methods, including monitoring, measurement, and related performance indicators. So that means KRAs or KPIs, key performance indicators, key result areas for various processes, with the idea that which are required to ensure effective operation and control of these processes. Then again a requirement, once you have identified the processes, what are the KRAs, KPIs, you also need to determine the resources which are required by this process. Again, resources can be man, machine, material, method, and suitable work environment. So you have to identify what are the resources which are required these processes, and you also have to ensure that these resources are available. क्योंकि resources होंगे तभी तो आप काम करेंगे ना. Now then you also have to fix the responsibility and authorities. Who is going to do what and how and when. So that means fixing the responsibilities and authorities for the process owners and down the line. Then comes the requirement of risk and opportunities. So as we discussed, risk management, risk planning, it's a very important requirement of the standard. So for these processes, different processes, you have to do a risk assessment, risk planning for various processes. What can go wrong? What is the risk? what can go wrong in the process, what is the likelihood, what is the impact, so what is the overall risk course, what is the action plan to monitor those risks, what is the action plan to mitigate those risks, what are the control measures. So again, a very detailed exercise, and this particular requirement is addressed in clause number 6.1. Then you need to monitor also, you need to evaluate also, evaluate these processes and implement any changes which are required to ensure that these processes achieve their intended results. So we are also focusing on the output. And ultimately, continual improvement was also one of the quality management principles. So you have to keep on improving the processes. Okay. So process approach we discussed. The process approach is a must and not an option. So process approach is a mandatory requirement. All the clients shall ensure that their quality management system is based on the process approach, that is determining inputs and outputs for each processes, the sequence and interaction of these processes. Training on process approach is also a priority for those clients who do not have a well-developed QMS. So that means quality process-based approach should be clearly understood. And if you don't understand the terminology, then you need to have some training also so that you understand it. Okay. And one of the clauses which we will discuss subsequently, it also talks about top management responsibility. Top management to make sure that QMS processes are integrated into the business processes. That means you cannot have two set of objectives or two set of business processes. कि ISO के लिए हम ये कर रहे हैं and otherwise हम ये कर रहे हैं. For example, you are making quality objectives. Quality objectives are goals. जब हम मैनेजमेंट से बात करते हैं, आई एम जस्ट गिविंग यू एन एग्जांपल कि हमने टॉप मैनेजमेंट से इंटरेक्ट किया, मैनेजमेंट ने बोला कि साहब इस साल हमारा फोकस जो है वो एक्सपोर्ट के ऊपर है, और इस साल हमारा फोकस जो है न्यू प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट के ऊपर है या कैप्चरिंग न्यू मार्केट्स है, और मैनेजमेंट ने अपना एक फिलॉसफी बता दिया कि दिस इज अवर फोकस एरिया. बट व्हेन यू ऑडिट प्रोसेस ऑडिट्स, तो उसमें कोई लिंकेज नहीं है. दे आर नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट एक्सपोर्ट कस्टमर, दे आर नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट न्यू प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट. सो दैट मीन्स these two things are working in different directions. Management का vision कुछ और है, और ISO terminology और ISO documentation is talking about something else. So this is not the right approach. So this is the responsibility of top management to make sure कि whatever, ठीक है, ultimate business planning, strategic planning originates from the top management, but then this has to be shared with the team also, and this has to be documented and merged with the quality management system also, integrated with the quality management system also. So ISO standard very clearly says that top management has to ensure that QMS processes are integrated into the business processes. Okay. So QMS should design within or be built into the very processes that really output the product. It is believed that this focus would result in a holistic system with the primary objective of meeting customer requirement and enhancing customer satisfaction. The primary objective तो वही रहेगा, customer requirement and enhancing customer satisfaction. But you should not have two set of different approaches. कि business approach different है and QMS approach different है. And responsibility is on the top management to ensure that your quality management system integrates into your business process. Okay. तो ऑडिटर्स के लिए भी उस प्रोसेस अप्रोच को समझना बहुत जरूरी है, चाहे आप इंटरनल ऑडिटर हैं चाहे आप एक्सटर्नल ऑडिटर हैं. सो यू नीड टू हैव ए प्रोसेस बेस्ड अप्रोच फॉर ऑडिटिंग ए प्रोसेस. दैट मीन्स यू नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट आर द inputs and outputs of the processes, and what are the resources required for the processes, what are the controls, what are the measures, who is doing what and how, and what are the checkpoints. So auditors approach and auditors knowledge and competence. Auditors means both internal auditors as well as external auditors. So their knowledge, understanding, and competence on process based auditing is also to be ensured. Because if you are not understanding process based auditing, or as an internal auditor, if your concept on process based approach is not good, then you cannot be a good internal auditor. And for effective implementation of quality management system, your internal auditing should be good, because internal auditing is like doing a self analysis of the organization's processes. अगर आप internal audit अच्छे से या effectively नहीं करेंगे, so what will happen? External auditor will highlight those non-conformities or gaps, and it may or may not result in some, let us say if some major non-conformities are there, so the organization may not get ISO certificate, or even if it is certified earlier and gaps are found later on because process-based auditing was not done, then you may get major non-conformity in the organization or major non-conformities, and it may suspend or even cancel the existing certificate. So for internal auditors also, it is very important to understand process-based approach to auditing, and then that you have to practice while doing internal audits also. So now there is a small time for a workshop. Context of the organization. Mention 5 each of external and internal issues which are relevant to the purpose of your own organization and its strategic direction, and that affects its ability to achieve the intended outcomes of your quality management system. So what you need to do is you need to identify who are the interested parties which are relevant to your organization's quality management system and the requirements of these interested parties. So Samarth, you need to take this forward.
So hello everybody, and this is the workshop number 2. So basically, as you must have learned about in the clauses 4, you need to mention external and internal issues that are relevant to the purpose of your own organization, whatever organization you are working in or you aspire to work in the near future. So you can identify some interested parties and the requirements of these interested parties as well. So please start writing your answers and in the chat box, and I'll be discussing a few key answers that are good enough to discuss here. So I'll start by reading some replies which I have started, getting in the chat box. So external customer requirement, on-time delivery, quality product at reasonable rate as per their specifications. Then customer, legal body, supplier, employee. That's good. External parties, customer, supplier, vendor, statutory body, certification body, government bodies. That is very right. Natural environment, whether international, national, regulator, local, totally makes sense, Naveen ji. Then certification bodies, compliance with the standard and other legal requirements, that is also very right. Internal management, that is good, Venkatesh Babu. Sucheta, interested parties, clients, vendors, suppliers, government authorities, banks. Abhilash, nice response. Third party contractors as interested parties. They will be external interested parties, right, Abhilash? Then from Mr. Lalit, external issue is change in the government regulations and regulatory and statutory issues and change in the customer requirement and expectations. That's very right, Mr. Lalit. Thanks for the response. Sunil ji is saying government authorities. That is also very right. Internal department, Sonu Oja ji. Norman Siddiqui ji, customer, supplier, service providers, legal compliances. Seema Sirohi ma'am, internal issues, leadership. That's very right. Brijesh Srivastav ji, internal parties, internal cross and functional departments. Brijesh ji, आपकी query पहले भी आई थी, मैंने पढ़ी थी regarding the training PPT. So training PPT, access to the video link and exams will be made available to all the attendees after the training program.
Thanks, great. Thank you.
Deepak Kenny, external customer, vendor, on-time delivery of the product and services, government authorities, legal compliance, service providers. That's very right. From EHS Sahibabad, Paharpur organization, yeah, bank and competent company. Sanjeev, internal leadership. That's right. External में cultural, social, environmental, and competitors. That's a very right way of looking at it, Abhilash ji. Sucheta, external issues, market situation. That's right. Mr. Kushwaha, internal politics. Yes, I think so. That is an issue, but I don't think you would like to document this in your organization. Right, Atul sir?
Yes, yes.
We all know that is a very relevant point, but yeah, I don't think so you can document it in your organization. Requirements for the parties, delivery adherence, customer satisfaction, good quality, low cost, more life cycles. Thanks for the response, Himanshu ji. Then teamwork as an internal issue. Very right, Seema ma'am. Pradeep Das ji, 1 training provider, 2nd customer body, 3rd legal compliance, 4 external customer, 5th good quality. That's right. Paviter Singh ji, how are you? Non-availability of raw material, minimum stock level not maintained, internal audit not done as per plan, competent person not available. These are internal issues. Very right, Paviter Singh ji. Chitranjan ji, external issue is cultural, social, economic, and natural environment. Very right, sir. Sonia ma'am, it's saying customer, vendor, stockholders, legal compliance. That is also very right. Then Chandan Kumarji is writing legal requirement, social requirement, certification body, government requirement, service provider, internal में on time delivery, internal communication with top management. Seema ma'am, lack of proper training, that's also very right. Jagdish Kumar, wages not provide timely to the employees, delay in response, customer complaints. Very right, sir. Jagdish ji. Lack of documentation, agreed. That's a very common thing in the industry that we usually see when we are doing the audits. Thanks, Seema ji. Mr. Azmi, training related to the use of instruments, that's also very right. Brijesh ji, can you please elaborate what you are saying?
Oh, okay, actually it is on time, in full, and error free.
Okay, so can you please throw some more light on it? I think so our audience would like to know about it.
Yeah. Actually, if we are delivering some product on time, but if there is a complaint, like the performance is not as per the customer expectation, so it's like error. So we want to have an error-free product. So it should be 100%. Whenever you are providing some product, it should be error-free. It should perform at the customer end.
Definitely, sir. So I would like to inform all Mr. Brijesh Srivastava is from DIC India Limited. It is a ink manufacturing company, a big giant in Gujarat, Noida, etc. Thank you very much for your inputs, Brijesh ji.
So now we talk about, we have covered clause number 4. So 4 had 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, 4.4. 4.1 was about internal and external issues. Then 4.2 was about interested parties, need and expectation. 4.3 was about scope of the quality management system, and 4.4 was about QMS and its processes. So now we come to clause number 5 and clause number 6, leadership and planning. Okay, so this is the overview, all the clauses. We'll be specifically talking about leadership and commitment. Of course, if you can recollect, one of the quality management principle was leadership. So again, here the standard talks about what is expected from the leadership, what kind of commitment is expected from the top management with respect to the quality management system. So I once again repeat, key external audit, we always audit the top management, but normally we find that internal audit, top management audit is not being done. So I sincerely advise all of you कि in your organization, when you are doing internal audit, you must also keep some slot for the top management. You may even call it top management interaction. Don't call it audit. मतलब top management को offensive ना लगे कि how can you audit us? But just make a entry or in your audit plan, top management interaction. So top management interaction can always be towards the end of the audit. Like in external audit also, normally we keep a slot of interaction with the top management towards the end of the audits. Means we have almost completed our process. Sometimes it depends upon the time availability of top management also, especially if it is say some director or owner of the organization, because they have got other work priorities also and limited time also. Many times they come to the office also or to the workplace also very limited timing. So as per their availability, we have to modify our audit plan. But we always interact with the top management. So in your internal audit also, you can keep a slot for the top management. You can call it top management interaction. So where you interact with the top management, and normally it should be done by the management representative or the key person or the ISO coordinator who is planning, who is basically doing all this audit planning, maybe with one or two important key members also. It can be cross-functional also. But the thing is that where you basically apply the top management about what are your overall findings with respect to the QMS implementation or the gaps, and simultaneously you can also judge the commitment level of top management also with respect to the quality management system. So what is expected from top management is 5.1.1 is about general expectation, which it says that ensuring that quality policy and quality objectives are established for the quality management system and are compatible with the context and strategic direction of the organization. So as I gave an example, it should not be like quality, like it should not be like top management vision is something else. Top management is talking about export market, new product development, new markets, new issues, new segments, and your objectives are not aligned with it. So basically, top management has to ensure that policy and objectives are established and they are aligned with the context and the strategic direction of the organization. Then they also need to take accountability for the effectiveness of the quality management system. For example, if any organization, if we find that the quality management system is not adequately implemented or there is a collapse or the things are not in shape, so we don't fix the responsibility on the lower staff. We always say that top management has not taken any initiative to ensure the effectiveness of the quality management system, because directions and instructions and resources always follow from the top. जो लीडरशिप रास्ता दिखाती है, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन या इवन कंट्री भी उसी रास्ते पे चलती है. So that way, top management has to take accountability for the effectiveness of the quality management system. Top management also has to ensure that integrity of quality management system requirements is done as per the organization's business processes. Top management also has to promote the use of process approach and risk-based thinking. So now these two words, process approach and risk-based thinking, are the key words of ISO 9001 or quality management system. So top management also needs to ensure that this process approach and risk-based thinking is promoted within the organization. Top management also has to provide the resources, because again, resources can be man, machine, material, method, work environment, because these resources are basically provided by the or sanctioned by the top management. So top management also has to ensure that these resources are available. Top management also has to communicate the importance of quality management system and conformity to the quality management system requirements. That means that whenever top management is interacting with the department heads or process owners, so they should also take up business targets and goals are there, but at the same time they should also give importance to the effective quality management system compliance with the procedures, compliance with the customer need and expectations, compliance with the specification. So in general, that communication should also come from the quality management system, because this communication will act as a motivation to the team working down the line. Otherwise, what may happen if the management is not talking about the management system effectiveness, slowly the compliance gets deteriorated. Okay. So top management also has to ensure that the management system achieves its intended results, and top management has to ensure, engage, direct and support the persons to contribute to the effectiveness of the quality management system, promoting improvement and supporting other relevant management roles to demonstrate their leadership as it applies to their areas of responsibility. So this is what is expected from top management as a part of ISO 9001 system. Because leadership is one of the quality management principles, the top management is required to demonstrate that they engage in key quality management system activities, as opposed to simply ensuring that these activities occur. For example, management review meeting, it will come in clause 9.3, and it is a very important requirement of overall compliance related to ISO 9001. So top management is expected to chair that management review meeting, because sometimes management, because of shortage of time, because of other work priorities, the top management may not be having the enough time to involve in day-to-day activities. But at least we expect the top management to be part of or to chair that management review meeting, because that management review meeting has different operational data which is discussed in that meeting. So we always expect top management. Again, as I explained, top management can be a different hierarchy. It can be promoters, directors. It can be local top management also, branch head also, plant head also, depending upon, varying from organization to organization. But we always expect whosoever is overall responsible for that particular organization or office or regional office or whatever it is, he or she should be the part of that management review meeting, which happens periodically as per the defined frequency. So top management has to be involved in the monitoring the effectiveness of the quality management system. So 9001 standard requires top management to be hands-on with respect to the quality management system, and standard says that top management may also still assign this task to others for completion. As I said, there can be different level of hierarchies. Where the word promoting, taking, engaging, supporting appear, these activities cannot be delegated and must be undertaken by the top management themselves. So what you need to do, what we do as external auditor, or what you need to do as an internal auditor, is that we need to seek evidence that top management has a hands-on approach. Again, top management का जो different level है, चाहे वो director है, या plant head है, या general manager है, या president है, या रीजनल हेड है, जो भी टॉप मैनेजमेंट को डिफाइन कर रहा है उस पर्टिकुलर एक्टिविटी को या ऑफिस को या प्रीमिसेस को जिसका आप ऑडिट कर रहे हैं. तो हमें ये एविडेंस देखना है कि टॉप मैनेजमेंट की इन्वॉल्वमेंट कैसे है इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में एंड इफेक्टिवनेस को मॉनिटर करने में. Okay. So auditors must ensure that they are equipped to challenge top management with respect to their commitment to QMS. To be effective and gain the respect of top management, auditors will need to have a good understanding of management activities, be able to engage with top management on a range of subjects and speak the language of top management. तो कई बार as an auditor आपको बड़ा tactfully you have to talk with top management and make a judgment about their, because let us say if you are highlighting some shortcoming or some gap at the level of top management, then it has to be informed in a very polite or diplomatic way. Okay, so you have to be very tactful when you have to be a bit tactful also sometimes when you're dealing with the top management. But ultimately, you have to seek evidence that the top management is involved in the implementation or monitoring of quality management system. Not only quality management system, like other standards also, because it is with respect to whatever standard you are auditing, because we are auditing multiple standards. तो हम क्वालिटी में QMS में क्वालिटी बेस्ड अप्रोच देखते हैं, EMS में एनवायरमेंटल अप्रोच देखते हैं, OSAS में हम सेफ्टी रिलेटेड अप्रोच देखते हैं, IT में हम इंफॉर्मेशन सिक्योरिटी, एनर्जी मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम में एनर्जी सेविंग फोकस. So these are different things where we have to judge the top management about their focus and involvement. So customer focus is also a requirement where top management is involved. Top management shall demonstrate leadership and commitment with respect to customers focus by ensuring that customer and applicable statutory and regulatory requirements are determined, understood, and consistently met. The risk and opportunities that can affect conformity of product and services and the ability to enhance customer satisfaction are determined and addressed, and the focus on enhancing customer satisfaction is maintained. So customer focus should also come from leadership and commitment. Clause 5.2 talks about policy. So there is a quality policy requirement. The top management has to establish, implement, maintain a quality policy. Now, when there is a standalone standard, you are implementing only 9001, then there is a quality policy, but each standard requires a policy related policy requirement. फॉर एग्जाम्पल EMS ISO 14001 की बात करते हैं तो वो एनवायरमेंटल पॉलिसी की बात करता है, 45001 की बात करते हैं तो वो ऑक्यूपेशनल हेल्थ सेफ्टी पॉलिसी की बात करता है, ISMS की बात करते हैं इंफॉर्मेशन सिक्योरिटी मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम 27001 की तो वो ISMS पॉलिसी की बात करता है. तो it is organization choice. You can have standalone policies also, like quality policy separate, environmental policy separate, occupational health safety policy separate, or you can integrate various policies and you can have an integrated policy also. So it depends. You can have a quality policy or you can have an IMS policy. But in both cases, the basic requirement is that policy shall be appropriate to the purpose and context of the organization and supports its strategic direction. And policy के जो keywords हैं, let us say you're talking about customer focus, yet let us say you're talking about regulatory requirements, let us say you're talking about on-time delivery, let us say you are talking about customer satisfaction enhancement. Whatever the keywords are mentioned in your quality policy, you should set a quality objectives or goals also. And the requirement for goals is SMART objectives: specific, measurable, attainable, realistic and time bound objectives. तो रिक्वायरमेंट क्या है? एक क्वालिटी पॉलिसी जो टॉप मैनेजमेंट के द्वारा अप्रूव्ड होनी चाहिए, पॉलिसी अप्रोप्रिएट होनी चाहिए आपकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के कंटेक्स्ट से एंड स्ट्रेटेजिक डायरेक्शन को सपोर्ट करे, पॉलिसी से आप ऑब्जेक्टिव्स को डिराइव कर सकें, एंड लास्ट टू पॉइंट्स आर आल्सो इम्पोर्टेंट कि आपकी पॉलिसी के अंदर एक कमिटमेंट होना चाहिए एप्लीकेबल रिक्वायरमेंट्स का, एंड पॉलिसी के अंदर एक कमिटमेंट होना चाहिए कंटिन्यूअल इंप्रूवमेंट का. So and the second requirement is the policy should be documented and maintained as a documented information. Policy has to be communicated, understood and applied within the organization, and policy is available to the relevant interested parties as appropriate. So as a part of documentation, first of all, quality policy should be there, documented policy. Secondly, this policy should be communicated, understood and applied within the organization. That means, for example, नॉर्मली हम क्या देखते हैं कि पॉलिसी डिस्प्लेड एट वेरियस लोकेशन, वो शॉप फ्लोर में भी डिस्प्लेड है, ऑफिस में भी डिस्प्लेड है। पॉलिसी को आपको रेलिवेंट इंटरेस्टेड पार्टीज को भी अवेलेबल कराना है, तो नॉर्मली बहुत सारी कंपनीज in their website also or in their promotional materials also, marketing materials also, they put up their quality policy. So important thing is there should be documented quality policy, वो appropriate होने चाहिए organization के context से, strategic direction से, policy से आपकी quality objectives derived हो, and policy में commitment होना चाहिए applicable requirements and continual improvement को comply करने का commitment होना चाहिए. So as an auditor, what we do is, as an internal auditor or as an external auditor, first of all, we see the adequacy of the quality policy. Of course, as an internal auditor, you are not doing that because it is already approved by the top management. But what you can judge is, as an internal auditor, whether that policy, the point B, the policy is communicated, understood and applied within the organization. यानी कि वो policy को communicate कैसा किया गया है, वो policy की understanding क्या है लोगों को, और उस पॉलिसी को अप्लाई कैसे कर रहे हैं. सो दीज आर 3 वर्ड्स: कम्युनिकेशन ऑफ द पॉलिसी, अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ द पॉलिसी एंड एप्लीकेशन ऑफ द पॉलिसी. अगेन तीनों इंपॉर्टेंट है. सबसे पहले उसको कम्युनिकेट करना है, दूसरा उसको समझाना है क्वालिटी पॉलिसी को, और तीसरा उस पॉलिसी को अप्लाई भी करना है. मतलब पॉलिसी इज नॉट मेरली ए स्टेटमेंट और स्लोगन कि आपने दीवार पे चिपका दिया और लोगों को पढ़ा दिया. पॉलिसी को अप्लाई भी करना है. पॉलिसी को क्या अप्लाई करना है, जैसे पॉलिसी में जो की वर्ड्स हैं जिनके बेसिस पे आपने ऑब्जेक्टिव्स डिराइव किए हैं, दैट पीपल शुड से कि यस दिस वी हैव टू डू. फॉर एग्जांपल पॉलिसी टॉक्स अबाउट कस्टमर सेटिस्फेक्शन, तो जो लोगों का वर्किंग स्टाइल है विद इन द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, उसमें द फोकस ऑन टाइम डिलीवरी, द फोकस ऑन कस्टमर सेटिस्फेक्शन, द फोकस ऑन मीटिंग रेगुलेटरी रिक्वायरमेंट, द फोकस ऑन कंटिन्यूअल इंप्रूवमेंट शुड कम आउट. सो दैट वी हैव टू जज एज एन इंटरनल ऑडिटर कि क्या लोग क्वालिटी पॉलिसी को समझते हैं, क्या पॉलिसी एडिक्वेटली कम्युनिकेट की गई है, और क्या पॉलिसी को प्रॉपर्ली अप्लाई किया गया या नहीं किया गया. बिकॉज इफ यू फाइंड गैप in that particular aspect, then you need to raise some non-conformity or some observation as appropriate. ठीक है. इसी तरीके से टॉप मैनेजमेंट का रोल है, रोल, रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज एंड अथॉरिटीज. टॉप मैनेजमेंट shall ensure that responsibilities and authorities for relevant roles are assigned, communicated and within the organization. So that means clear-cut responsibility. Top management shall ensure that responsibilities and authorities for relevant roles are assigned, communicated and understood within the organization. Yani ki, as first of all we make an organization chart, and based on the organization chart, roles and responsibilities are defined. Okay, so again the responsibilities of top management, that top management shall assign the responsibility and authority for ensuring that quality management system conforms to the requirements of the international standard, ensuring that the processes are delivering their intended outputs, reporting on the performance of quality management system and on opportunities of improvement, in particular to top management. Top management shall ensure promotion of customer focus throughout the organization, and top management shall ensure the integrity of quality management system is maintained when changes to the quality management system are planned and implemented. So top management का role क्या है? Ensure that responsibilities and authorities for different roles as per the organization chart, they are communicated, they are assigned and understood within the organization. Okay, just on lighter side, I just want to share a joke. कि एक बार एक बंदा एक इंटरव्यू देने के लिए गया किसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में, नई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में, ही वेंट फॉर द इंटरव्यू. तो इंटरव्यू पैनल बोर्ड में देयर वाज 4-5 मेंबर्स. तो जो पैनल बोर्ड में जो हेड था, he told that candidate कि see we are looking for a very responsible person for this opening. So that person said कि okay, if you are looking for a responsible person, then I am the right person, you need not interview others also. So the interview board chairman was matlab head was very surprised कि how you are saying very confidently that you are a very responsible person, how can you demonstrate this? तुम कैसे साबित करोगे कि तुम एक responsible बन रही हो, and you are saying very confidently कि I am the most responsible person. He says it is just on lighter side. He says कि in my current organization, whenever anything goes wrong, everybody points finger at me and says कि he is responsible, so I am the most responsible person. Okay, so again this is just on lighter side. We don't want such kind of responsibilities and authorities कि काम सही हो गया तो मैंने किया है, काम गलत हो गया तो उसने किया है. Okay. So that is why it is very important that responsibilities and authorities for various roles and responsibilities are very clearly assigned, communicated and understood. It is easier said than done. कई बार responsibilities authorities का overlapping होता है, कई बार responsibilities and authorities का proper communication नहीं होता है, and कई बार उन responsibilities authorities का communication के बावजूद understanding weak होती है. So again, the responsibilities on top management, that roles, responsibilities and authorities for various positions in the organization are assigned, communicated and properly understood. So again, the three keywords are, see, every statement you will find some keywords which are the requirement of the standard. So again, the keywords are assignment of responsibility authority, communication of responsibility and authority, and understanding of those responsibilities and authorities within the organization. पुराने स्टैंडर्ड में एक मैनेजमेंट रिप्रेजेंटेटिव यूज्ड टू बी देयर. अभी भी कई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन मैनेजमेंट रिप्रेजेंटेटिव वर्ड यूज करती हैं, कई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन आईएसओ कोऑर्डिनेटर यूज करती हैं, कई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन फैसिलिटेटर बोलती हैं. बट फैसिलिटेटर इज लाइक अ पर्सन, he or she communicates, basically he's sharing the information related to the effectiveness of the quality management system to the top management, but he or she is not directly responsible for everything good or bad which happens in the quality management system. So that is why management representative is not a requirement of 2015 version, though it was there in 2008 version. So idea is that more responsibility for the implementation of management system or effectiveness of the management system is taken by the top management. Fine. Now we come to action to address risk and opportunities. तो risk and opportunities के बारे में हमने बात करी थी pre-lunch first section में कि what are risk and opportunities, because now the standard doesn't ask you to take preventive action, rather it says you need to do a risk assessment, risk management, risk planning. And I discussed one example also of that traffic signal. What is the risk score, and it is dependent upon the occurrence and likelihood. So basically, sorry, impact. So basically, we have to do a risk assessment for various processes. We have to make an assessment what can go wrong in the process. For example, if you are doing production, so production mein what can go wrong? Again, think from this aspect: man, machine, material, method, environment. What can go wrong? मैन प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है, मैन पावर की शॉर्टेज हो सकती है, मटेरियल की शॉर्टेज हो सकती है, मटेरियल गलत आ सकता है, मटेरियल डिलेड आ सकता है, कॉम्पिटेंस को लेकर इशू हो सकता है, मशीन के मेंटेनेंस को लेकर इशू हो सकता है. सो बेसिकली यू हैव टू लिस्ट डाउन व्हाट ऑल पॉसिबल रिस्क्स आर देयर इन द प्रोडक्शन related activities, or for that matter let us say IT कंपनी में ये जो IT processes हैं, डेवलपमेंट ऑफ सॉफ्टवेयर है, so what can go wrong with respect to those processes, or understanding of the processes, or say understanding of customer, different aspects, and what is the overall risk score, and what are the measures which you can take to mitigate that effect. So one key thing here is again कि whatever risk assessment you do, you have to periodically review it and keep on updating. And I always maintain कि जब भी आप risk assessment को review करें, your total number of risk identified should not come down. Risk, जैसे हम कहते हैं, normally we say कि you should always have a positive thinking. But when you are doing a risk assessment, you are doing a risk planning, you should think negatively कि what can go wrong, मेरे process में क्या गलत हो सकता है, क्या man, machine, material, method, environment point of view से हर issue में क्या क्या चीज गलत हो सकती है. So think of as many risk as possible, because ultimately you are assessing those risks in terms of the probability of occurrence of that risk and the impact. Again and repeat, impact is beyond your control, but you can always control the likelihood, that is occurrence of that risk, through best practices, through good practices, through implementation of system, through SOPs, through trainings, through objective setting, through following the benchmarks, industry benchmarks, local benchmarks, global benchmarks. ठीक है? तो I always say that risk assessment is like an antivirus. जब भी आप antivirus का एक नया version लेते हो, तो the number keeps on increasing. Let us say your antivirus 2023 version says कि this can identify and control 10,000 viruses. Okay, but When you take 2024, that number will not reduce from 10,000 to 9,001 to 9,000. Rather, it will increase from 10K to 11K. That means the company, your antivirus service provider will say, we have identified another 500 or 1,000 new viruses, which our new version can take care. So likewise, when you are doing your risk assessment and when you are periodically reviewing it, your identification of risk number should increase. अगर आपने एक प्रोसेस में 10 रिस्क आइडेंटिफाई किए हैं, नेक्स्ट टाइम जब रिव्यू करें, दैट नंबर शुड इंक्रीज फ्रॉम 10 to 12 or 10 to 15, but it should not come down from 10 to 9, because once you have identified an activity as a risk, you should not delete it from the list. That means you should not eliminate it. Only thing is through your good practices, you can keep the overall risk in lower category. You can keep the overall risk in under the check. For example, जैसे हम F1 का I'm doing audit periodically, so they have a very good system कि for each identified risk they give a unique ID, unique number. So let us say मैं इनके 2022 में audit करने गया, they have identified 25 risks. When I went in 2023, the number had increased from 25 to 28. I'm just giving you an example. When I went in 2024 for their audit, the number had increased from 28 to say 30. So that means they are identifying more number of risks, but they are not overruling, they are not eliminating, they are not removing from their documentation any risk which they have already identified. But since they have identified the risk, so they have made a mitigation plan also, and they have ensured that the overall risk has come down. Whatever their methodology is, they have ensured that the number of risks which were there in higher category, it has comparatively come down. So important thing is keep on thinking about new risks, what can happen, because this is also linked with your internal and external issues. Newer things come up in your internal and external issues, and these newer things throw new risk also and create more opportunities also. So your risk and opportunity should be a live document. Thumb rule is whenever you identify a new risk, your risk register should be updated. But as a general principle, at least once in 6 months or at least once in a year, bare minimum I'm talking about, your risk register should be reviewed and updated. Because standard says when planning for the quality management system, organization shall consider the issues referred to in 4.1 and the requirements referred in 4.2. That means internal and external issues and interested parties, and determine the risk and opportunities which need to be addressed to give assurance that the quality management system can achieve the intended outcomes, to enhance the desirable effect, to prevent or reduce undesirable effects, and achieve. So some examples are given. Actions taken to address risks and opportunities should be proportionate to the potential impact on the conformity of products and services. Options to address risk can include avoiding the risk, taking the risk in order to pursue an opportunity, eliminating the risk source, challenging the likelihood or consequences, sharing the risk, or retaining the risk by informed decision. So risk management itself, it is a vast subject. Okay. So these are some examples given कि आप उस risk को avoid कर सकते हो, उस risk को आप as an opportunity भी consider कर सकते हो. आप ज्यादातर लोग आप में से T20 क्रिकेट देखते होंगे, तो T20 क्रिकेट में players are playing some batsmen are playing some ambitious shots, अटपटे shots भी बोलते हैं हम उनको कई बार कि they just change their stance, right hander left hander batsman बन जाता है, ठीक है. तो उसमें risk भी out होने का, but at the same time there is an opportunity also, because if it is hit properly then it goes for a 4 or 6. So you can basically take an informed decision on the risk to consider it as an opportunity also. Okay, you can eliminate the risk source also, you can change the likelihood or consequence also, you can share the risk also, you can retain the risk also by taking an informed decision. So as I repeat, risk and opportunity itself, it is a vast subject, and but it is a key activity of ISO 9001 implementation. Then opportunities can lead to adoption of new practices, launching new products, because risk से आपको opportunities भी generate होती हैं. So what are these opportunities? Example can be that these opportunities can lead to adoption of new practices, launching new products, opening new markets, addressing new customers, building partnerships, using new technology and other desirable and viable possibilities to address the organization or its customers' needs. Okay. So instead of preventive action, now we are using the terminology risk-based thinking. So it is about the same risk-based thinking also on the risk and opportunities and the related clause. So now we come to clause number 6.2, which is quality objectives and planning to achieve them. Because one of the quality management principle of ISO 9001 is improvement. So how you can achieve improvement? Improvement is the setting quality objectives and planning to achieve them. So these objectives are basically goals or targets. So the requirement is that organization shall establish quality objectives at relevant functions, levels, and processes. So what does that mean? If it is a small organization, so we can have organizational objectives. But if it is a big organization, then we can have multiple layer of objectives. That means first is the organizational goal, then we can percolate down to departmental goals and also KRAs and KPIs for various individuals or departments or various positions. Okay. But entirely the organization choice is there. You have to decide what level of or at what level these objectives will be set up. But basic requirement is that your objectives shall be consistent with the quality policy. So as I explained, if your quality policy some keywords like customer satisfaction, on-time delivery, or new development, new products, etc., etc. So you should have quantifiable, measurable, and measurable objectives for those for those keywords in the quality policy. And when you are setting objectives, we always use the terminology or method which is known as SMART objectives, SMART. That means specific objectives specific to a particular activity or process, measurable objectives. Because see, anything which you cannot measure, you cannot monitor it. So objectives shall be measurable, which you can quantify and measure it. For example, to attain customer satisfaction index of minimum 90% or reduce customer complaints by 10%. So you have a measurable thing. Last year you got 10 complaints, so this time target is 9. Again, objectives have to be attainable, realistic, and time bound. So this is the key thing for objectives. So objectives requirement is objectives shall be consistent with policy, objectives shall be measurable, objectives shall take into account applicable requirements, objectives shall be relevant to conformity of product and services and for enhancement of customer satisfaction. Objectives shall be monitored, communicated, and updated. Shall means mandatory requirement. So objectives shall be monitored, objectives shall be communicated, and periodically you need to monitor and update your objectives also as appropriate. And these objectives are to be maintained as documented information. That means documented information means these objectives are not to be verbal, they have to be documented. तो जो भी objectives आप decide करते हो, चाहे organization level पे, चाहे department level पे, चाहे functional level पे, वो documented होने चाहिए, written document form में होने चाहिए. And उन objectives को achieve करने के लिए you need to do planning also. तो planning क्या है? When planning how to achieve the objectives, organization shall determine what will be done, what resources will be required, who will be responsible, when it will be completed, and how the results will be validated. So that means you need to have a defined roadmap for achieving the objectives. कि क्या करोगे, क्या resources चाहिए, किसकी responsibility है, कब complete करोगे, and how the results will be evaluated. So that means, for example, if you want to reduce your rejection from say 1.5% to 1.0%, so how you are going to achieve that? तो ऐसा तो है नहीं कि आपने सिर्फ एक ऑब्जेक्टिव बना लिया और रिजल्ट अपने आप आ जाएगा. तो यू नीड टू हैव अ डिफाइंड रोड मैप. क्या करोगे 1.5% से 1% रिजेक्शन लाने के लिए? तो दैट मीन्स आप एक पैरेटो एनालिसिस या कोई क्यूसी टूल्स यूज करोगे कि व्हाट आर द मेन रीजंस फॉर व्हाट आर द थिंग्स व्हिच आर कंट्रीब्यूटिंग टू रिजेक्शन के कॉजेज क्या हैं. ठीक है, उन कॉजेज को एलिमिनेट करने के लिए क्या आप एक्शन लोगे, क्या रिसोर्सेज चाहिए. हो सकता है आपको किसी चीज में इन्वेस्ट करना पड़े. अगेन रिसोर्सेज कैन बी मैन, मशीन, मटेरियल, मेथड, एनवायरनमेंट. तो क्या रिसोर्सेज चाहिए उस ऑब्जेक्टिव को अचीव करने के लिए, किसकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, कब कंप्लीट करोगे, मतलब उसकी टाइमलाइन क्या है, और मॉनिटर कैसे करोगे, रिजल्ट्स कैसे इवेल्युएट करोगे. ठीक है. और इसी तरीके से जब आप कुछ चेंजेस करते हो क्वालिटी मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम, चेंज कैन बी एनीथिंग, चेंज कैन बी अगेन मैन, मशीन, मटेरियल, मेथड, एनवायरनमेंट. तो जब आप चेंजेस करोगे तो आप उसको एक कंट्रोल मेथड में करना है. That means you need to have a procedure for change management also. When the organization determines the need for changes to the quality management system, the changes shall be carried out in a planned manner. Planned manner क्या था कि 4.4 क्या था, quality management system and its processes, यानी आपके different processes interlinked है. इसका मतलब क्या हुआ कि अगर आप कहीं पर एक जगह को चेंज करते हो तो उस चेंज का पोटेंशियल इम्पैक्ट दूसरी प्रोसेस में क्या हो सकता है, उसको आपको टोटलिटी में इवैल्यूएट करना है. ठीक है. और जब आप चेंज मैनेजमेंट करते हो तो आपको क्या कंसीडर करना है, द पर्पस ऑफ द चेंजेस and their potential consequences, the integrity of the quality management system, the availability of resources, and the allocation or reallocation of responsibilities and authorities. तो चेंज का क्या जरूरत है, चेंज मतलब आपका चेंज मैनेजमेंट क्या प्रोसेस है, कैसे आप करते हो, और इसमें आपको रिव्यू करना है रिसोर्सेज को भी, एंड एलोकेशन और रीएलोकेशन ऑफ जॉब रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज एंड अथॉरिटीज. उस चेंज का इम्पैक्ट क्या होगा, पर्पस ऑफ द चेंज एंड their potential consequence. Okay, so again one small exercise just to awaken you after having the lunch. Please provide 2 things each that you would require your top management to do in order to comply to the requirements of ISO 9001:2000 standard. मतलब आप टॉप मैनेजमेंट से क्या एक्सपेक्ट करते हो, कुछ एग्जांपल्स दीजिए जो कि आपको हेल्प करेंगे ISO 9001 स्टैंडर्ड की रिक्वायरमेंट को इम्प्लीमेंट करने के लिए या उसको इम्प्रूव करने के लिए. समर्थ, यू हैव टू टेक अप.
अगेन चैट बॉक्स में आप लोगों को जो है अपने रिस्पॉन्सेज डालने हैं. सो आई एम लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू सम रिस्पॉन्सेज.
1:53, so 2 o'clock we will start again.
Right. Thank you. So everybody, I would like to have your answers in the chat box, please. Clear
सर मुझे
quality
ये
policy.
चैट बॉक्स नहीं विजिबल है. Can you
Chat box visible नहीं है. Sagar, have you checked this particular setting? So help to define the process, 5S and safety, top-down business objectives and targets, define
Good.
scope. Those are some nice responses. Top management have accountability, support from top management to implement QMS, proper training for internal process, business understanding, approved and equally visible quality policy, create healthy work environment, objective and risk assessment should be reviewed. Or I am awaiting more responses. Quality assurance. Pradeep Das ji, can you please elaborate? So what we can do as a part to make this thing interesting, I will select 1 or 2 good responses and I'll speak with them over their response. So they are getting a chance to introduce themselves and then they can talk about this thing, right? So out of this, let me select first person. So Mr. Sonu Oja, context of organization and man, method and environment. थोड़ा सा प्लीज एलैबोरेट करेंगे सर. प्लीज स्विच ऑन योर माइक एंड कैमरा एंड यू कैन जस्ट फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल इंट्रोड्यूस योरसेल्फ एंड देन योर रिस्पांस. ओके, लेट्स मूव ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट. मिस्टर सुनील कुमार, adequate man, machine, method, environment. Mr. Sunil Kumar, can you please speak? Mr. Sunil Kumar.
Hello.
Hi sir, how are you? Good morning. Good afternoon, I guess.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Sunil, quality head in Florida, India.
Okay.
What was your question, sir?
So basically, you have written adequate man, machine, method, and environment. So can you please elaborate on this?
Actually, if this all will be available in any plants, then only we can do anything. Like man should be sufficient, machine should be properly maintained, material should be there, RM like that, and the method should be also there. Environment will also affect. That's why I have written like that.
Definitely, sir. Definitely.
Yes.
So next, I'd like to pick Mr. Abuzar Azmi. Sir, you have written to decrease rejection percentage first, focus on root cause. So first, you can please introduce yourself and then you can talk about what you have written in detail, please.
My name is Mohammad Abuzar Azmi and I am the quality associate at Jindal Advanced Material. Hisar.
Okay. Jindal Advanced Material, right?
Yes, sir. So to decrease the rejection percentage, firstly we have to focus on that root cause through so improving the decreasing the rejection percentage. We have to improve the 4 RM, just as like sir already explained.
Right, sir.
Man,
Thank you very much.
machines, methods.
Yes, please go ahead. Right. Thank you so much. So Manpreet Singh ji is saying management should be aware about external and internal issues, and one second, and must have a solution or alternate about that internal and service provided. So I request Manpreet Singh ji to please speak up. Okay, let's move on to Mr. Chitranjan Sharma. So Mr. Chitranjan Sharma, can you please elaborate on your point along with introduction of yourself?
Okay, I think let us move further because it's already 2
Fine.
o'clock.
Sure.
So let us move further. So
All right.
is my screen visible now?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Yes,
Please go ahead.
It is visible, na?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
fine.
sir.
So now we move to next clause, that is clause number 7, which is support. Now again, if you see support, there are 5 sub clauses: 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, 7.4, and 7.5. That is resources, competence, awareness, communication, and documented information. So what are the requirements? So again, first thing is that organization has to determine and provide the resources required for establishment, implementation, maintenance, and continual improvement of the quality management system. So everybody is clear now because जो chat box में हम लोगों ने reply भी किया है, उसमें भी you are talking about man, machine, material, method, and environment. So as appropriate, whatever resources are required with respect to man, machine, material, method, and environment, that organization has to determine and provide. बिकॉज एज राइटली सेड, जब अगर आपके पास रिसोर्सेज ही नहीं होंगे तो आप QMS को कैसे इंप्लीमेंट करोगे? ठीक है, तो उन रिसोर्सेज को डिटरमिन करने के लिए और प्रोवाइड करने के लिए ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को क्या करना है? अपनी कैपेबिलिटीज को और अपने कंस्ट्रेंट्स को, बिकॉज एज आई सेड अर्लियर आल्सो कि ईच ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इज यूनिक, सबके सॉर्ट भी डिफरेंट है, इश्यूज डिफरेंट है, वर्किंग स्टाइल, वर्किंग मेथोडोलॉजी डिफरेंट है. तो उसी तरीके से डिफरेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस की डिफरेंट कैपेबिलिटीज हैं एंड डिफरेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के डिफरेंट कंस्ट्रेंट्स हैं विद रिस्पेक्ट टू द रिसोर्सेज. ठीक है, तो और बहुत से ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस आउटसोर्स भी करती हैं आजकल, कई बार जानबूझ के और कई बार मजबूरी में, दोनों ही रीजन होते हैं आउटसोर्स करने के. कई बार इकोनॉमिक कंसिडरेशंस होती हैं, कई बार क्वालिटी कंसिडरेशंस होते हैं. सो देयर आर डिफरेंट एस्पेक्ट्स. सो जब आप रिसोर्सेज को प्रोवाइड करते हो या रिसोर्सेज को डिटरमिन करते हो, तो उस केस में आपकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की कैपेबिलिटी, बिकॉज दिस इज जेनरिक रिक्वायरमेंट, कि आपको अपनी कैपेबिलिटीज को, कंस्ट्रेंट्स को, और आप क्या चीज आउटसोर्स कर रहे हो उस चीज को आपको कंसिडर करना है. ठीक है, अब स्पेसिफिक रिसोर्सेज की हम बात करें तो पहला रिसोर्स हो गया मैन. मैन मतलब पीपल. ऑर्गेनाइजेशन शैल डिटरमिन एंड प्रोवाइड द पर्संस नेसेसरी फॉर इफेक्टिव इंप्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ क्वालिटी मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम एंड फॉर ऑपरेशन ऑन कंट्रोल ऑफ प्रोसेसेस. सो दैट मीन्स आपके जो भी प्रोसेसेस हैं, चाहे वो प्रोडक्शन के हैं, क्वालिटी के हैं, या कोई IT कंपनी है, या कोई एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट है, या कोई हॉस्पिटल है, तो सबसे पहले आपको डिटरमिन करना है कि आपको क्या क्या रिसोर्सेज चाहिए ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेज की टर्म्स में, ताकि जो भी आपका स्कोप ऑफ ISO 9001 है उसको आप प्रॉपर्ली एग्जीक्यूट कर पाएं और उसको प्रॉपर्ली मॉनिटर और कंट्रोल कर पाएं. देन मैन के बाद मशीन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर आ गया. दैट मीन मशीन में क्या हुआ? आपके बिल्डिंग एंड एसोसिएटेड यूटिलिटीज. ऑर्गेनाइजेशन शैल डिटरमिन एंड प्रोवाइड एंड मेंटेन द इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर. तो अब इसमें इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर रिक्वायरमेंट्स आ गई, जिसमें आपकी मशीन, मटेरियल्स, बिल्डिंग, हार्डवेयर, सॉफ्टवेयर, कम्युनिकेशन टेक्नोलॉजी, ये सब आ गया. Organization shall determine, provide and maintain the infrastructure necessary for operation of processes to achieve conformity of products and services. तो आपको ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेज भी चाहिए और आपको एडिक्वेट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर भी चाहिए. अब स्टैंडर्ड ने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का एग्जांपल क्या दिया है? बिल्डिंग एंड एसोसिएटेड यूटिलिटीज, इक्विपमेंट इंक्लूडिंग हार्डवेयर एंड सॉफ्टवेयर, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन रिसोर्सेज, इंफॉर्मेशन एंड कम्युनिकेशन टेक्नोलॉजी. तो जब ISO 9001 2008 था तो उसमें सिर्फ नोट में 3 एग्जांपल्स थे, A, B एंड C. बट जब 2015 वर्जन पब्लिश हुआ उस टाइम पे, बिकॉज अभी आज के टाइम में तो IT इज द बैकबोन ऑफ एनी इंडस्ट्री. आज हम संडे वाले दिन अपने ऑफिस में या घर बैठ के या हम ये ट्रेनिंग अटेंड कर रहे हैं या ट्रेनिंग डिलीवर कर रहे हैं, तो उसके पीछे क्या अवेलेबिलिटी है? इंफॉर्मेशन एंड कम्युनिकेशन टेक्नोलॉजी. बिकॉज अगर ये माइक्रोसॉफ्ट टीम ना होता या हमारे को इंटरनेट की सर्विसेज ना मिलती, देन it would not have been possible for us to conduct or participate in this online training, remote training. Fine. तो इसलिए 2015 वर्जन में information and communication technology has also been added as a part of infrastructure. तो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को क्या करना है? ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेज डिटरमिन करना है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो चाहिए ऑपरेशन एंड कंट्रोल ऑफ प्रोसेस के लिए उसको डिटरमिन करना है, प्रोवाइड करना है एंड मेंटेन करना है। तो जो मेंटेनेंस रिलेटेड एक्टिविटीज हैं, preventive maintenance, breakdown maintenance, predictive maintenance, annual maintenance contract. So everything comes under the infrastructure part, providing and maintaining the infrastructure. Then you need to have a proper work environment also. Now work environment varies from industry to industry. जब आप एक food industry की बात करते हैं तो work environment क्या है? Basically hygienic environment, controlled environment. जब आप कोई इलेक्ट्रॉनिक इंडस्ट्री की बात करते हैं देन वर्क एनवायरनमेंट रिक्वायरमेंट्स आर डिफरेंट। जब आप एक कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री की बात करते हैं देन वर्क एनवायरनमेंट इज मोर कंसर्न विद द सेफ्टी ऑफ ऑपरेशंस। जब आप एक आईटी की बात करते हैं तो वर्क एनवायरनमेंट इज बेसिकली ए कंफर्टेबल वर्क एनवायरनमेंट एज वेल एज जहाँ पे आपका इक्विपमेंट फॉर एग्जांपल सर्वर्स एटसेट्रा बिकॉज दीज आर heat emitting devices, so these heat emitting devices have to be kept in a controlled work environment, that is in a AC environment. तो हर इंडस्ट्री का, हर प्रोसेस का, हर ऑपरेशन का एक यूनिक वर्क एनवायरनमेंट होता है। तो आपने मैन को प्रोवाइड कर दिया, मशीन एंड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को प्रोवाइड कर दिया, देन यू हैव टू प्रोवाइड द वर्क रिलेटेड वर्क एनवायरनमेंट आल्सो, मैन, मशीन, मटेरियल, मेथड, एनवायरनमेंट। मेथड इज योर working procedure or SOPs, so that is separate. So this particular clause is talking about man part, machine part and infrastructure part and the work environment. So standard says environment for operation of processes, organization shall determine, provide and maintain the environment necessary for operation of processes and to achieve conformity of products and services. Sometimes this environment is also linked with a regulatory requirement. For example, if you are making some food item, the food item में जो रेगुलेटरी रिक्वायरमेंट है दैट इज FSSAI, फूड सेफ्टी स्टैंडर्ड्स अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया। तो उसमें फूड मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और फूड की पैकेजिंग, डिलीवरी, टेस्टिंग, उस सप्लाई चेन के अंदर जो जो वर्क एनवायरनमेंट रिलेटेड कंसिडरेशंस हैं दैट इज पार्ट ऑफ रेगुलेटरी कंप्लायंस। ठीक है, तो उसमें that becomes a part of applicable regulatory requirements also, so you have to evaluate. इसी तरीके से जब आप एक कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री में काम कर रहे हैं तो वर्क एनवायरनमेंट रिलेट्स टू OHS सेफ्टी। तो देयर आर safety aspect, there is a separate act also, building and construction workers regulations. अब आप फैक्ट्री में काम कर रहे हो तो फैक्ट्री एक्ट की रिक्वायरमेंट्स आ जाती हैं। तो बेसिकली you have to identify and you have to provide and you have to maintain that work environment which is required for operation of the processes and to achieve the conformity of products and services. तो जब आप internal audit कर रहे हो या as an external audit, you have to evaluate the work environment also, whether it is safe and whether it is desired as per the requirement of the products and services. ठीक है, तो आपको with respect to product and services उस work environment को भी evaluate करना है और उस वर्क एनवायरनमेंट में अगर आपको कोई गैप्स नजर आते हैं, लेट अस से फूड प्रोडक्ट है, आप फूड इंडस्ट्री में काम कर रहे हो और आपको हाइजीन एनवायरनमेंट सही नहीं मिलता, या आप कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री में काम कर रहे हो तो आपको सेफ्टी एस्पेक्ट्स, जो सेफ वर्क प्रैक्टिसेस हैं वो आपको कंप्लाइंट नहीं मिल रही, या अगर आप किसी और रिलेटेड इंडस्ट्री में काम कर रहे हो और उस इंडस्ट्री से रिलेटेड वर्क एनवायरनमेंट आपको अप्रोप्रिएट नहीं मिलता, then also you can raise a non-conformity, or as an external auditor we raise non-conformity. तो एग्जाम्पल क्या दिया है? suitable work environment can be a combination of human and physical factors such as social, psychological, physical, etc. जैसे पैरामीटर्स हैं टेम्परेचर, हीट, ह्यूमिडिटी, लाइट, airflow, hygiene, noise, etc. as per the requirement of product and services. So these factors can also differ substantially depending upon the product and services provided. Then monitoring and measuring resources also. अगेन जब आप मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडस्ट्री में काम करते हो तो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग एंड मेजरिंग रिसोर्सेज हैं जहाँ पे आप मॉनिटरिंग एंड मेजरमेंट करते हो। फॉर एग्जांपल आपके कैलिब्रेशन इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स फॉर कैलिब्रेशन, सो यू हैव टू फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आइडेंटिफाई व्हाट ऑल मॉनिटरिंग एंड मेजरिंग रिसोर्सेज आर रिक्वायर्ड टू एंश्योर वैलिड एंड रिलायबल रिजल्ट्स। फॉर एग्जांपल आप किसी प्रोडक्ट की टेस्टिंग कर रहे हो तो उस टेस्टिंग को करने के लिए आपको इक्विपमेंट चाहिए, लैब इक्विपमेंट चाहिए या टेस्टिंग इक्विपमेंट चाहिए या मॉनिटरिंग एंड मेजरिंग इक्विपमेंट चाहिए। तो सबसे पहले you have to identify what all resources are required. So standard says organization shall determine and provide the resources required to ensure valid and reliable results when monitoring or measurement is required to verify the conformity and products and services. So that means जिन products में monitoring and measurement की जरूरत पड़ती है as a part of testing and evaluation, वहाँ पे आपको मॉनिटरिंग एंड मेजरमेंट के लिए क्या रिसोर्सेज चाहिए, क्या इक्विपमेंट चाहिए, वो आपको आइडेंटिफाई करना है और उन रिसोर्सेज को आपको प्रोवाइड करना है और उनको आपको प्रॉपरली मेंटेन करना है so that they are fit for continuous usage. Organization shall ensure that resources provided are suitable for specific type of measurement and monitoring activities being undertaken, and these are maintained to ensure continuing fitness for their purpose. तो जब आप रिसोर्सेज प्रोवाइड करते हो, इक्विपमेंट प्रोवाइड करते हो, तो आपको उसकी फंक्शनल कैपेबिलिटी को भी रिव्यू करना है. Basically, idea is to you should have the right kind of equipment which is required for monitoring and measurement purpose. For example, कई बार लोगों को अवेयरनेस नहीं होती, वो क्या करते हैं, जैसे मैं एक एग्जांपल देता हूँ अर्थिंग का. अब अर्थिंग रेजिस्टेंस को मेजरमेंट करने के लिए देयर इज अ स्पेशलाइज्ड टूल व्हिच इज नोन एज अर्थ रेजिस्टेंस टेस्टर, बिकॉज अर्थिंग का जो ओम वैल्यू होती है वो बहुत मिनिमल होती है. आइडली इट शुड बी लेस देन 1 ओम, बट अप टू 5 ओम्स भी चल जाता है. बट कई जगह मैं देखता हूँ इंडस्ट्री में ऑडिट करते हैं तो देखते हैं कि दे आर यूजिंग ए मल्टीमीटर. मल्टीमीटर इज ए जनरल पर्पस इक्विपमेंट जिसमें बहुत सारी आइटम, बहुत उसमें आप वोल्टेज भी मेजर कर सकते हो, करंट भी मेजर कर सकते हो, उसमें डिफरेंट रेंज है, एंड दैट इज नॉट द राइट इंस्ट्रूमेंट. और होता क्या है, आप एक मल्टीमीटर से अगर आप अर्थ रेजिस्टेंस मेजर करते हो, कई बार वो उनका मेथडोलॉजी भी गलत होती है. इंस्टेंट ऑफ मेजरिंग अर्थ रेजिस्टेंस they are measuring the voltage, but which is not correct. So that means you have not identified what kind of instrument is required for making the right measurement. तो सही इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स को आइडेंटिफाई करना भी बहुत जरूरी है. एंड एज एन इंटरनल ऑडिटर और एज एन एक्सटर्नल ऑडिटर नॉर्मली वी इवैल्यूएट दिस ओनली कि आपको प्रोडक्ट और सर्विसेज के लिए क्या मॉनिटरिंग और मेजरमेंट इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स की जरूरत है, और क्या आपने सही मेजरमेंट के लिए सही इंस्ट्रूमेंट को आइडेंटिफाई किया या नहीं किया. ओके, so this is very important. जो बेसिकली क्वालिटी जो क्वालिटी डिपार्टमेंट में काम करते हैं या प्रोडक्शन डिपार्टमेंट में, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में काम करते हैं या इवन किसी भी इंडस्ट्री में काम करते हैं, तो सही तरह के मॉनिटरिंग एंड मेजरिंग रिसोर्सेज का होना बहुत जरूरी है, और उनको प्रॉपर्ली मेंटेन करके रखना भी, ensuring maintaining them to ensure their continuing fitness for their purpose is also very important. ठीक है, और इन सब का आपको रिकॉर्ड रखना है, बिकॉज जहाँ पे भी अब आप स्टैंडर्ड में आप ये लाइन पढ़ोगे, द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन शैल रिटेन एप्रोप्रिएट डॉक्यूमेंटेड इंफॉर्मेशन एज एविडेंस. दैट मीन्स इट इज ए मैंडेटरी रिकॉर्ड. इसका मतलब क्या हुआ, आप जो भी मॉनिटरिंग मेजरमेंट करते हो उसका इंस्ट्रूमेंट का जो भी टेस्टिंग है, कैलिब्रेशन है, वो एक मैंडेटरी रिकॉर्ड है. और अगर आप वो एक्टिविटी करते भी हो और रिकॉर्ड नहीं मेंटेन करते हो, देन इट इज ए नॉन कन्फॉर्मिटी. फाइन. जब आप मॉनिटरिंग एंड मेजरिंग रिसोर्सेज यूज करते हो तो उनका पीरियोडिक कैलिब्रेशन भी जरूरी है. कैलिब्रेशन का मतलब ये है कि जब आप उसको पीरियोडिकली एक नेशनल या इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड से वेरीफाई करते हो, दैट कैलिब्रेशन कैन बी डन इन हाउस आल्सो इफ यू हैव द स्टैंडर्ड्स रूम और desired infrastructure, or normally you outsource it to some external lab. So wherever measurement traceability is a requirement or is considered by the organization to be an essential part of providing confidence in the validity of measurement result, measuring instrument shall be calibrated or verified, or both at specified intervals. Now that specified interval you have to decide on your own, or sometimes the lab whose services you are using, they also recommend you कि at what frequency it needs to be recalibrated. बट आइडिया ये है कि आप उसको पीरियोडिकली कैलिब्रेट करना है या वेरीफाई करना है एट स्पेसिफाइड इंटरवल अगेंस्ट मेजरमेंट स्टैंडर्ड्स, एंड द ट्रेसेबिलिटी हैज टू बी सम नेशनल और इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड. जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल एमपीएल है, नेशनल फिजिकल लैब. तो जो लैब आपका इंस्ट्रूमेंट कैलिब्रेट कर रही है, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल जिस मास्टर से वो कैलिब्रेट कर रही है वो एक बेटर एक्यूरेसी क्लास का होना चाहिए, और वो इंस्ट्रूमेंट खुद भी जो मास्टर इंस्ट्रूमेंट है जिससे आप कैलिब्रेट कर रहे हो या वो लैब कर रही है, दैट इटसेल्फ शुड बी कैलिब्रेटेड, एंड अल्टीमेटली उस चेन के अंदर द कैलिब्रेशन शैल बी ट्रेसेबल टू सम नेशनल और इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड. ठीक है, अगर वो ट्रेसेबिलिटी नहीं होगी, देन इट विल बी कंसिडर्ड एज ए नॉन कन्फॉर्मेंस टू द रिक्वायरमेंट ऑफ द स्टैंडर्ड. और कभी किसी एक स्पेशल केस में अगर कोई स्टैंडर्ड ही एग्जिस्ट नहीं कर रहा है, तो आप किस तरीके से आप कैलिब्रेशन या वेरिफिकेशन कर रहे हो, उसका एक डॉक्यूमेंट्री एविडेंस आपको रखना पड़ेगा. बट दैट वुड बी रेयरेस्ट और रेयर केसेस, बिकॉज आज के टाइम में देयर आर सफिशिएंट laboratories in the market, चाहे लोकल लेवल पे या नेशनल लेवल पे, जो कि उन इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स को कैलिब्रेट करने की कैपेबिलिटी या एबिलिटी रखती है. फाइन. तो बहुत रेयर केस में ऐसा होगा कि किसी चीज को वेरीफाई करने का या कैलिब्रेट करने का कोई नेशनल या इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड एग्जिस्ट नहीं करता है. बट स्टैंडर्ड ने बोला कि अगर ऐसा कोई केस है तो आप किस बेसिस पे आप उसको कैलिब्रेट कर रहे हो या वैलिडेट कर रहे हो, दैट यू नीड टू हैव सम एविडेंस फॉर दैट. उन इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स को कैलिब्रेशन इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स को आपको आइडेंटिफाई भी करना है. तो नॉर्मली आप देखते हो कि जो भी मेजरिंग मॉनिटरिंग इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स होते हैं उनके ऊपर एक कैलिब्रेशन स्टिकर लगा होता है, और उस कैलिब्रेशन स्टिकर में किस एजेंसी ने कैलिब्रेट किया, नेक्स्ट ड्यू डेट ऑफ कैलिब्रेशन क्या है, लास्ट डेट ऑफ कैलिब्रेशन क्या थी, वो सारा स्टेटस इंडिकेटेड होता है. एंड इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग इज कि उस इंस्ट्रूमेंट को आपको प्रिजर्व करना है, सेफ गार्डेड फ्रॉम एडजस्टमेंट्स, डैमेज और डिटेरिएशन दैट वुड इनवैलिडेट द कैलिब्रेशन स्टेटस एंड सब्सिक्वेंट मेजरमेंट रिजल्ट्स. यानी कि लेट अस से उसमें कुछ ऐसा एडजस्टमेंट का प्रोविजन हो जिससे कि आप उसको वैलिडिटी को चेंज इनवैलिडेट कर सकते हो, तो उसको आपको प्रिजर्व करना है. तो नॉर्मली कई बार क्या होता है, जैसे कोई पॉइंटर वगैरह लगा होता है, आजकल के इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स में तो नहीं होता, बेसिकली इलेक्ट्रॉनिक इंस्ट्रूमेंट ज्यादा यूज होते हैं. बट पहले जब एनालॉग इंस्ट्रूमेंट यूज होते थे, वोल्ट मीटर, एमीटर वगैरह, तो उनमें एक पॉइंटर नॉब होता था. उस नॉब को एडजस्ट करके लोग उसको टेम्परिंग कर सकते थे. तो बेसिकली आपको क्या करना है, यू हैव टू मेक इट टेम्पर प्रूफ. तो कैलिब्रेशन एजेंसी क्या करती थी, उस जो नॉब है जहाँ से वो मतलब टेम्पर कर सकते हैं, वो अपना स्टिकर उसके ऊपर लगा देती थी. एंड दे यूज्ड टू से कि अगर आपने स्टिकर यहाँ से हटाया, देन दिस मेजरमेंट और कैलिब्रेशन रिजल्ट विल बिकम null and void. So key requirement is that whatever calibration is being done, your instrument has to be safeguarded from adjustment, damage or deterioration that would invalidate the calibration status and subsequent measurement results. ठीक है. एंड कई बार ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि आपने जैसे इंस्ट्रूमेंट को एक पीरियोडिक फ्रीक्वेंसी पे कैलिब्रेट कराया और वो रिजल्ट उसके आउट ऑफ कैलिब्रेशन है. दैट मीन्स कि आप जिस इंस्ट्रूमेंट से आप मॉनिटरिंग मेजरमेंट कर रहे थे, दैट इंस्ट्रूमेंट वाज डिफेक्टिव. दैट मीन्स इट वाज गिविंग false reading. So there may be a case where you need to validate the previous measurements also which you have done by using that instrument. ठीक है. The standard says organization shall determine if the validity of previous measurement results has been adversely affected when measuring equipment is found to be unfit for its intended purpose and shall take appropriate action as necessary. ठीक है. आपने इंस्ट्रूमेंट कैलिब्रेट कराया बट वो टोटली अनफिट है यूज के लिए, तो इसका मतलब आपने पिछले टाइम में जो भी कुछ मेजरमेंट उससे करी थी, दैट मेजरमेंट्स आल्सो वुड बी इनकरेक्ट. सो इन दैट केस यू नीड टू टेक अप्रोप्रिएट एक्शन. आपको रिव्यू करना पड़ेगा. मे बी आप सैम्पलिंग बेसिस पे वो जो प्रोडक्ट आपने उससे टेस्ट किया है उसको आप रीवेरीफाई कर लो. अगर उसमें आपको डाउट मिलता है देन यू नीड टू re-verify the whole lot also. कई बार आपने पढ़ते होंगे न्यूज़पेपर में, कुछ organizations they also recall their products based on some findings. So that could be because of something related to that also कि कुछ उन्होंने monitoring and measurement किया, उस instrument को calibrate कराया और पता चला कि साहब that instrument is not fit for use because it is giving false reading. So they may withdraw product from the customer side or from the market and then revalidate it. So standard says you have to take appropriate action as necessary. क्योंकि लेटर से आपका ऑडिट है, इंटरनल ऑडिट है एंड एक्सटर्नल ऑडिट है, और उस ऑडिट में if you come across some instrument which was discarded after calibration, okay, discarding is one thing, but what about the previous readings which you have used using that particular instrument? So you need to investigate that also, or as an external auditor we investigate that also if you find some such case. Okay. And the new requirement which is added in 2015, which was not there earlier, and we discussed about it also, that organization knowledge has to be preserved, because we want an organization which is not dependent on persons, the organization which is driven by the system. So क्या करना है, organization shall determine the knowledge necessary for operation of its processes and to achieve conformity of products and services. This knowledge shall be maintained and be made available to the extent necessary. Where addressing changing needs and trends, organization shall consider its current goals and determine how to acquire or access any additional necessary information or knowledge which is required and keep updating it. So examples क्या है, organization knowledge is the knowledge which is specific to the organization. It is generally gained by the experience. It is the information that is used and shared to achieve the organization's objectives. तो sources क्या है organizational knowledge के? Internal sources हैं, external sources हैं. Internal sources क्या है? आपकी अपनी organization के own intellectual property, जैसे कई बार कुछ organizations अपने product के लिए patents वगैरह भी लेती हैं. So that is all intellectual property. Intellectual property, knowledge gained from experience, lesson learned from failure and successful projects. Because every project has got some learnings. Failure में भी learning होती हैं and success में भी learnings होती हैं. So those learnings can be documented. Lessons learned from failed and successful projects, capturing and sharing undocumented knowledge and experience, the result of improvement in processes, products and services. तो नॉर्मली जो प्रोजेक्ट ड्रिवन ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस होती हैं, लेटर से कोई कंपनी कोई इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट ले रही है, रोड प्रोजेक्ट ले रही है, कोई पेट्रोकेमिकल प्रोजेक्ट ले रही है, दीज आर बिग प्रोजेक्ट्स एंड नॉर्मली दिस प्रोजेक्ट्स रन फॉर few years also, and वहाँ पे भी टीम चेंज होती है, लोग आते हैं, लोग जाते हैं. तो व्हाट दे डू इज कि जो भी प्रोजेक्ट रिलेटेड इंफॉर्मेशन है, बिकॉज देयर आर ऑलवेज लेसन्स लर्न. आपने एक रिमोट जगह पे प्रोजेक्ट हैंडल किया, वहाँ पे कुछ चैलेंजेस आए. Challenges could be some local issues also, challenges could be related to some regulatory bodies also, challenges could be because of some difficult terrain also. So there are always some challenges जो कंपनी ने अपने risk management में maybe they have not reviewed it, or maybe they have not understood the gravity of that challenge, or maybe they have taken it lightly. But there is some lesson learned also based on either the failure or the success. So normally what they do is in their review meetings and as a part of their project closure report, they always make a summary of lessons learned from the project. It could be some good learnings also, and it could be some bad experiences which they need to take care. But let us say the team changes. आप similar terrain में या similar type of terrain में you are executing some other project and your team has changed. Some new team has joined, or people don't have the experience of similar kind of project. So they can always refer to that project repository where they can see what kind of challenges were faced by the previous teams in executing similar kind of projects. But अगर वो organizational knowledge documented नहीं होगी या वो knowledge share नहीं होगी, तो what will happen? It will be repetition of mistakes. So that is why standard is asking कि organizational knowledge should be preserved, and organizational knowledge can be captured from internal sources also as well as external sources also. So external sources क्या हैं? Different standards हैं, academia, conferences, gathering knowledge from customers or external providers. So you can select what are the ways and means from which you can gather the organizational knowledge, but it is a requirement. You need to capture it. So basically this requirement aims at assuring that organizations take steps to capture and preserve knowledge and learning which is necessary for effective operation of their processes and for ensuring the conformity of their products and service. So normally what you judge is client should ensure that they introduce processes to address the requirements in this clause. The notes to clause 7.16. So notes to clause 7.1.6 gives good example of what organizational knowledge can include, as well as how additional knowledge can be obtained. So as an internal auditor or as an external auditor, auditors should ensure that organizations have taken steps to identify the organizational knowledge necessary to establish the continuing conformity of their products and services. And auditors should also ensure that organizational knowledge has been communicated as necessary within the organization, and that it is being maintained and protected. So as I gave you an example of project management, what are the lessons learned from previous projects? So as an external auditor, we make a judgment, or as an internal auditor, you should make a judgment about how this organizational knowledge is being preserved or communicated down the line, or to the newer team, or to the newer projects. Fine. Then 7.2 comes covers the requirement of competence. Competence is basically the competence of people, those who are working within the organization. So organization shall determine the necessary competence of person doing work under its control that affects the performance and effectiveness of the quality management system. So जब हम ये कहते हैं competence of person doing work under its control, so it also includes contractual employees, because nowadays many organizations they are basically keeping own employees as well as because of some economic reasons or some regulatory reasons. Well, they don't want everybody to be on roll. Certain activities they're outsourcing also. Even lot of contractual labor is there in organizations. So standard says that those who are working, they should be competent. Competent means those doing work under its control. So जो लोग contractual लोग काम कर रहे हैं, they are also under the control of the organization. So you cannot have two yardsticks. This criteria is for my own employees and this criteria is for the employees who are outsourced. Okay. The key thing is you have to identify what is the desired competence for that particular position or particular job requirement. तो स्टैंडर्ड आपको क्या लिबर्टी देता है? Ensure that these persons are competent on the basis of appropriate education, training और experience. तो competence सिर्फ education से नहीं आती है. Competence can also be through training or experience. Because sometimes we visit industries, we find somebody is maintenance head. I recently visited one molding company. So that molding company, the maintenance guy, basically he was not well educated, but he was so competent कि वो पूरी injection molding machine को dismantle करके उसको दोबारा से भी assemble करते. So though he may not be competent on the basis of education, but he is competent on the basis of his training or experience. So it can be a balanced kind of activity. So organization can have different sets of competence based on, it can be combination of, it can be either based on education only, or it can be education plus training or experience. Okay. So organizations have the liberty to decide. But keyword is the person should be competent to do the job. And where applicable, take actions to acquire the necessary competence and evaluate the effectiveness of actions taken. तो कई बार आपको उस competence को upgrade करने की भी जरूरत है. For example, somebody is working, you have hired somebody, some fresher engineer. He's from a good engineering college or say management institute. So he has got the desired education, but he doesn't understand, let us say your company is ISO 9001 certified, or your company is ISO 27001 certified, or your company is ISO 45001 certified. So he has got the basic qualification as an engineer, but he doesn't have the knowledge of those standards. But that additional knowledge can be provided to him because, for example, if he's working in EHS department, so though he's trained on EHS methodology, but he's not trained on the requirements of ISO 45001 standard, which is occupational health and safety management standard. So that training can be imparted to him, provided to him, or arranged by the company so that he acquires the additional competence and additional skills also. But here also the key word is evaluate the effectiveness of actions taken. That means that whatever trainings are being provided, it could be internal or external, there should be some mechanism of evaluating the effectiveness also. And you need to retain the record, that is retain appropriate documented information as evidence of competence. So this record is a mandatory record. Fine. Applicable actions can, for example, include provisioning of training, mentoring, reassignment of currently employed persons, or the hiring or contracting of competence persons. So basically, this particular clause addresses the competence requirement कि आपका जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हायरार्की है, जो आपके प्रोसेसेस हैं, उसमें जो लोग काम कर रहे हैं, चाहे वो आपके ओन एम्प्लॉयज हो या आपके आउटसोर्स्ड एम्प्लॉयज हो, वो कॉम्पिटेंट होना चाहिए और उस जॉब प्रोफाइल के हिसाब से, उस पोजीशन के हिसाब से, उस एक्टिविटी के हिसाब से you have to define the competence level. That competence level could be based on education, training or experience. And जहाँ पर भी competence gap है, for example आपने कोई नया plant and machinery acquire किया है, so somebody has to be trained to operate that machine or to maintain that machine. ठीक है? So that competence gap should be identified and that competence gap should be filled up through adequate training, and that training should be followed by evaluation of effectiveness of the training, so that you can monitor what was the objective of the training and how much he or she has learned from that. And all this record you have to keep as a mandatory record because it's a mandatory record as per the requirement of standard. So as an external auditor or as an internal auditor, you need to verify that record and make a judgment accordingly. So once persons are competent, you have hired them, they are inducted in the organization or they are working in the organization. So since your organization is implementing ISO 9001 or quality management system, so likewise this kind of requirement is there in other standards also. 14 में 14 environmental aspects की, 45001 में occupational health aspects की, information security में basically ISMS controls की, energy management में energy management से related. So every standard expects that the people who are working in the organization, they are aware of the basic things related to that particular standard. That is, one, quality policy, two, the relevant quality objectives. Quality policy की awareness सबको होनी चाहिए. Quality objectives, relevant quality objectives. For example, organization may have 10 objectives, but जो relevant objective है that should be known to the concerned person. For example, आपके हर प्रोसेस के ऑब्जेक्टिव्स हैं, परचेज का भी है, प्रोडक्शन का भी है, क्वालिटी का भी है, डिजाइन का भी है, स्टोर का भी है, हर डिपार्टमेंट के ऑब्जेक्टिव्स है. बट सबको सारे ऑब्जेक्टिव्स पता होने की जरूरत नहीं है, लेकिन आप जिस डिपार्टमेंट में, जिस फंक्शन में, जिस प्रोसेस में काम कर रहे हो, उसका ऑब्जेक्टिव पता होना जरूरी है. परचेज के जो ऑब्जेक्टिव्स हैं, परचेज की टीम को पता होना चाहिए. मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के जो ऑब्जेक्टिव्स हैं, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की टीम को पता होना चाहिए. क्वालिटी के ऑब्जेक्टिव्स, क्वालिटी की टीम को पता होना चाहिए. डिजाइन के एस्पेक्ट्स, डिजाइन के ऑब्जेक्टिव्स, डिजाइन की टीम को पता होना चाहिए. So that means you should be aware of the relevant quality objectives and their contribution to effectiveness of quality management system, including the benefits of improved performance. So they must also understand ki what is their role and responsibility, or what has to be their contribution for improving the effectiveness of the quality management system and improving the performance. And they should also be aware of implications of non-performing with the quality management system requirements. For example, you are working in purchase department, आपको quality policy पता होना चाहिए, आपको purchase से related objectives पता होना चाहिए, आपको ये पता होना चाहिए कि मेरा contribution क्या है purchase process को improve करने का, और आपको ये भी पता होना चाहिए कि अगर मैं परचेज से रिलेटेड रिक्वायरमेंट्स क्या है, एक तो स्टैंडर्ड की रिक्वायरमेंट है और दूसरा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का अपना डॉक्यूमेंटेड सिस्टम है, परचेज प्रोसीजर है, परचेज मेथोडोलॉजी है, कि अगर मैं उस परचेज प्रोसीजर को फॉलो नहीं करता या परचेज मेथोडोलॉजी को फॉलो नहीं करता या परचेज ऑब्जेक्टिव्स को अचीव करने के लिए कंट्रीब्यूट नहीं करता, तो इसका नुकसान क्या है. तो दैट शुड बी नोन टू द relevant persons or all persons of the purchase department, or for that matter all respective departments should be aware of quality policy, relevant objectives, their contribution for improving the performance of that particular process, and also the implication of not conforming with the requirements which are applicable for that particular department or section or process or sub process. Then communication is also important for any organization. Communication can be internal communication as well as external communication, because you are communicating internally within the organization and you are communicating with externally also with the relevant interested parties, चाहे वो bankers हो, चाहे वो certification body हो, चाहे वो your suppliers हो, चाहे वो regulatory bodies हो. So communication is important tool for improving the effectiveness of the quality management system. So organizations to determine internal and external communications relevant to the quality management system, including on what it will communicate, when to communicate, with whom to communicate, how to communicate, and who communicates. So depending upon the size of the organization, communication का भी अपने protocols होते हैं. For example, a company is a listed company, stock market में listed company है, तो उनके अपने protocols हैं, because stock market और SEBI, Securities Exchange Board of India, Securities and Exchange Board of India, they ask lot of compliances information from the from that listed company. तो अब उसमें who is the authorized person? So normally such companies have a company secretary. तो company secretary communicate करता है जो भी notifications हैं, minutes of meeting है, regulations हैं, compliances हैं. इसी तरह फॉर एग्जांपल आपकी कंपनी के लिए एनवायरमेंटल रेगुलेशंस आर एप्लीकेबल है, तो रेलिवेंट डिपार्टमेंट और पर्सन में भी कैन बी लेट अस से एडमिन डिपार्टमेंट जो कि लाइसेंसिंग का काम कर रहा है, उनकी अपनी रेगुलेशंस हैं, उनकी अपनी रिक्वायरमेंट्स हैं, उनकी अपनी रिटर्न्स हैं व्हिच हैव टू बी फिल्ड. अब टैक्सेशन मैटर है तो कंपनी का कमर्शियल डिपार्टमेंट या फाइनेंस डिपार्टमेंट डील कर रहा है. एंड विद इन द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन आल्सो लॉट मेनी इंटरनल कम्युनिकेशंस आर देयर. फॉर एग्जांपल, customer order is coming to marketing department, marketing further communicate करता है production planning को, planning communicate करता है production को, So there is a formal and informal communication always going on within the organization. So depending upon the size of the organization, the communication can be formal or informal, but you have to determine what all you will uh, discuss and explain during the internal or external communication. That is on what to communicate, when to communicate, with whom to communicate, how to communicate, and who communicates. So communication of relevant information is also an important requirement of ISO 9001 standard. And while doing internal audit or external audit, you need to evaluate the mechanism of communication also within the organization with both external and internal mediums. Now comes the requirement of documented information. So since you are following or implementing an international standard, so there are certain mandates with respect to the documentation also. So what are these documentation? So 7.5.1 is general. It says that organization's quality management system shall include documented information required by the international organization and the documented information determined by the organization as being necessary for effectiveness of the quality management system. The extent of documentation for a quality management system can differ from one organization to another due to, as I said, कि each organization is unique. अब standard documented information मांगता है, कुछ information जो standard के हिसाब से mandatory है और कुछ information जो कि organization को decide करना है. लेकिन किस extent तक decide करना है, किस extent तक documented information होना चाहिए, that can vary from organization to organization, which depends on various factors like size of the organization, the type of activities being done, processes, products and services, the complexity of the processes and their interactions, the competence of persons. Last one is very important, competence of the persons. So ideally, when the processes are very complex or critical, so we expect documentation. But at the same time, it depends on the competence of persons also. For example, अब हम एक अब हम अगर हम एक लेट अस एक हॉस्पिटल की बात करें, हॉस्पिटल इज आल्सो एन इंस्टीट्यूट वेयर हेल्थ ट्रीटमेंट इज बीइंग गिवन. लेट अस से उनका ओपीडी सॉरी उनका सर्जरी डिपार्टमेंट है. अब सर्जरी में देयर इज एन एसओपी. जब वो ऑपरेशन थिएटर को तैयार करते हैं सर्जरी के लिए, तो देयर आर सर्टेन चेक पॉइंट्स बिकॉज दैट ऑपरेशन थिएटर इज प्रिपेयर्ड बाय जो भी रिलेटेड से स्टाफ है उनका, बट दैट स्टाफ इज नॉट हाईली कॉम्पिटेंट लेटर से. तो उनके लिए उन्होंने एसओपी बना रखे हैं, चेक पॉइंट्स बना रखे हैं. बट द मोस्ट कॉम्प्लेक्स प्रोसेस इज द सर्जरी बीइंग डन ऑन द पेशेंट विच इज बीइंग डन बाय अ स्पेशलिस्ट डॉक्टर. बट उस डॉक्टर के लिए कोई एसओपी नहीं बना रखा कि आपने सर्जरी करनी है, लेटर से आपने बाईपास सर्जरी करनी है तो पहले आपको ये करना है, फिर ये करना है, फिर ये करना है. बिकॉज दैट पर्टिकुलर डॉक्टर इज कॉम्पिटेंट बाय वर्च्यू ऑफ हिज क्वालिफिकेशन एंड एक्सपीरियंस. ठीक है. तो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को डिफाइन करना है कि किस लेवल तक की कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी ऑफ हमारे प्रोसेसेस हैं, एंड यू हैव टू इंटरलिंक विद द कॉम्पिटेंस ऑफ पर्संस आल्सो. ठीक है. तो important क्या है? Creating and updating the documentation. When creating and updating the documented information, organization shall ensure appropriate identification and description, format, that is the documentation कौन सी language में होगा, media, whether it is a soft copy and hard copy. Now several organizations have a paperless office also, so but it depends upon the kind of resources which are available. So for example, if you visit or audit an IT company, तो आईटी कंपनीज आर बेसिकली पेपरलेस. वहां कोई कागज लेके उधर नहीं घूमता और उस पर साइन नहीं करता, बिकॉज एवरीथिंग इज ऑनलाइन डॉक्यूमेंटेड है, मतलब हार्ड इलेक्ट्रॉनिक फॉर्म में है. बट सम हार्ड कोर प्रोडक्शन प्रोसेसेस आर देयर जहाँ पे शॉप फ्लोर में यू कैन नॉट हैव द दिस थिंग लैपटॉप्स और दोस काइंड ऑफ कंप्यूटर सिस्टम. तो वहाँ अभी भी फॉर्मेट्स यूज होते हैं वेयर दोस फॉर्मेट्स आर बीइंग मैनुअली फिल्ड. तो स्टैंडर्ड गिव्स यू द लिबर्टी कि यू कैन डिसाइड कि आपको किस फॉर्मेट में करना है. Language also you can decide. For example, work instructions hai, and some assembly work is being done, and assembly means shop floor personnel, they are not very well educated, or so normally those work instructions for workers, they are in local language. Hindi hai ya agar south mein hai to some local language would be there. But if you have a entry level criteria कि साहब हमारी तो workforce भी minimum ITA पास या डिप्लोमा पास होती है, so you can have those work instructions in English also. So again you have to decide कि जो वर्क इंस्ट्रक्शन या एसओपी है वो हमें किस लैंग्वेज में रखना है. idea is that language should be understood by the person for whom that work instruction or SOP has been made. And those documentation have to be properly reviewed and approved also for suitability and adequacy. For example, that SOP work instruction for assembly, there is a approving authority. Let us say the HOD of that production department is authorized to approve it. So if some change is to be done in that SOP based on some change requirement or change management procedure, then only the authorized person has to approve it. Then only that change will become applicable. ऐसा नहीं कि किसी ने भी कुछ भी change कर दिया and that document becomes valid. Otherwise, it becomes a non-conformity that unapproved document is found in use during the audit. Fine. So you also, as an internal auditor, you need to find out who is the reviewing and approving authority for that document, whether some document change has been done and who has authorized the change. So all this is part of documentation. Documented information required for the quality management system and the standards shall be controlled to ensure that it is available and suitable for use where and when it is needed. So as I said, it should be available. जहाँ पे जरूरत है वो SOP होना चाहिए. It should be suitable for use. कहने का मतलब ये कि जिस ऑपरेटर के लिए आपने वो वर्क इंस्ट्रक्शन बनाया है वो उसको समझने वो यूजर फ्रेंडली लैंग्वेज में होना चाहिए ताकि वो उसको समझ भी सके. And when and where it is needed. And it should also be adequately protected, for example, from loss of confidentiality, improper use or loss of integrity. तो नॉर्मली जैसे हम डॉक्यूमेंट्स का बैकअप रखते हैं, आप शॉप फ्लोर में आप देखते हो कई बार दोस वर्क इंस्ट्रक्शंस आर लैमिनेटेड आल्सो सो दैट that paper does not get damaged, etc. So information has to be protected also, and information has to be available at the point of use and suitable for the user person also. So for control of documented information, there are certain things which organization need to address. For example, distribution, access, retrieval and usage of the documentation, storage and preservation of documentation, including the preservation of legibility. For example, sometimes when we go for audit, we go to shop floor, there are certain records. So we find कि क्या information लिखी है उसमें समझ ही नहीं आता because legibility is not there, or maybe the person who is filling up that format or record, he or she is not basically, I don't know, language issues, मतलब legibility issues तो बहुत बार निकलते हैं. तो आपको क्या इंश्योर करना है कि जो भी आप इंफॉर्मेशन आप प्रिजर्व कर रहे हो, जो डॉक्यूमेंट्स एंड रिकॉर्ड्स आप बना रहे हो, रख रहे हो, प्रिजर्व कर रहे हो, लेजिबिलिटी होना चाहिए. ठीक है. अब हर जगह कंप्यूटराइज इंफॉर्मेशन तो पॉसिबल नहीं है, हैंड रिटन रिकॉर्ड्स भी होते हैं, रिपोर्ट भी होते हैं, बट एटलीस्ट इतना तो हो कि उसमें क्या लिखा है वो समझ में आ जाए. ओके. कंट्रोल ऑफ चेंजेस, जस्ट टू गिव यू एन एग्जांपल, चलो आई एम कोटिंग दैट कंपनी आल्सो. ये I had audited one of the sites of, it was a one of problem only. I audited one of this repair service center of this company, same F1 and Jeeps, जो मिस्टर संदीप शर्मा आए थे. तो एक सेंटर में मैंने देखा बिकॉज जो इनके सर्विस इंजीनियर्स होते हैं या जो those people who are basically doing the repair activities, तो उनका फॉर्मेट होता है, तो उसमें they have to make their measurement and all that. बट एक पर्टिकुलर साइट में मैंने देखा बिकॉज सी ऑपरेटर और जो टेस्टर था या जो इंजीनियर था, he was filling up the checklist, he was recording some information also, but legibility was not there. वो पढ़ा ही नहीं जा रहा था क्या लिखा है. So I pointed out this thing to Sandeep Sharma ji. So what he did was कि after that audit, although I gave him a verbal point only कि मैंने कहा साहब आपके जो साइट इंजीनियर और जो ये रिपेयर इंजीनियर हैं, ये जो इन्फॉर्मेशन भरते हैं, एटलीस्ट मुझे तो समझ नहीं आ रही इनकी हैंड राइटिंग, तो आप इनको कुछ हैंड राइटिंग इंप्रूव करने की ट्रेनिंग दो या कुछ एटलीस्ट ये गाइड तो करो कि ढंग से भरें. एंड आई वाज सरप्राइज कि व्हेन आई विजिटेड द सेम प्रीमिसेस अगेन, तो ऑलरेडी वन ट्रेनिंग सेशन वाज हैड बीन कंडक्टेड, जहाँ पे जितने भी ये बिकॉज इनके फील्ड इंजीनियर भी होते हैं जो फील्ड पे जाते हैं, and they are of different literacy level. Everybody is not an engineer and everybody is not a, but ठीक है, they have some basic qualification. So at least management or say from Sandeep Sharma ji side efforts were made कि उनको ये educate किया जाए operators को और जो repair करते हैं कि जो भी आप information आप capture करते हो at least legible होना चाहिए. एटलीस्ट किसी को समझ तो आए कि आपने क्या लिखा है उसमें. So legibility and preservation of legibility is also very important requirement. So you have to ensure कि जहाँ पे आपको जब आप internal audit कर रहे हो या external audit कर रहे हो, जहाँ पे आपको legibility का problem आए, where you are not able to understand कि इस report में लिखा क्या है, because unless you read, you cannot understand. So it is your responsibility to point it out कि साहब काम तो आप ठीक कर रहे हो, लेकिन आप जो रिकॉर्ड कर रहे हो वो समझ नहीं आ रहा, तो यू हैव टू राइट इट प्रॉपर्ली. मे बी यू कैन यूज कैपिटल लेटर्स. अगर आप रनिंग हैंड में आप ठीक से नहीं, आपकी रीडिंग राइटिंग समझ नहीं आ रही, तो एटलीस्ट कैपिटल लेटर्स में लिखो, हम उसको पढ़ तो सकें कि आपने लिखा क्या है. ओके, बिकॉज दिस इज ऑल्सो रिक्वायरमेंट ऑफ द स्टैंडर्ड, द प्रिजर्वेशन ऑफ लेजिबिलिटी. देन कंट्रोल ऑफ चेंजेस, वर्जन कंट्रोल. जैसे आप डॉक्यूमेंट चेंज करते हो, उनका वर्जन कंट्रोल चेंज करते हो. So this is also part of change of control of documented information. And then you also need to identify retention and disposition. For example, some companies, they are bound by law also कि certain documents and records they have to preserve for a particular duration which is stipulated by law. For example, जैसे logistics company है जो import export करती हैं, तो उनको वो documents काफी टाइम तक रखने पड़ते हैं, because as per law also, तो ISO में तो you may say कि ठीक है, we will maintain the record for 1 year, but as per the law they have to keep that document for or record for at least 10 years. तो उनको retention and disposition or record they have to decide as per the frequency which is stipulated by law. ठीक है, तो ये सारी चीजों को आपको evaluate करना पड़ता है when once you are doing an audit कि what is there any stipulation or regulation also. Sometimes it is customer driven also, like automotive companies में भी there is a mandate by जैसे OEMs हैं, जैसे टाटा मोटर्स या Hyundai, या they stipulate their suppliers also कि you have to maintain that record for a particular duration. So that duration is decided by the customer, not by the organization. And in addition, there are external origin documents also which need to be controlled. External origin documents क्या है? Again, those documents which are not originated within the organization. For example, standards हैं या customer provided drawing specifications हैं, तो उन documents को भी identify करना, customer provided drawings हो सकती हैं, inspection standards हो सकते हैं, other technical information हो सकती हैं, national international standards हो सकते हैं. इन सारी information को, because this is also documented information, it is a standard, it is a document, but it has originated outside the organization. तो organization को decide करने हैं, सबसे पहले आइडेंटिफाई करना है कि कौन कौन से एक्सटर्नल ओरिजिन डॉक्यूमेंट्स हैं जो हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए एप्लीकेबल हैं, जो नेसेसरी हैं फॉर प्लानिंग एंड ऑपरेशन ऑफ क्वालिटी मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम, एंड इनको कंट्रोल करना भी जरूरी है. कंट्रोल करने का मतलब क्या होगा कि वो डॉक्यूमेंट आप विद इन द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन किसको डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर रहे हो. वो डॉक्यूमेंट अगर लेट अस से देयर इज सम अमेंडमेंट फ्रॉम कस्टमर साइड और देयर इज सम अमेंडमेंट इन द स्टैंडर्ड, नेशनल इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड, सो हाउ विल यू कम्युनिकेट? Okay, because for example some information is coming from customer side, तो customer का contact point तो एक ही person है. He can be a quality guy, he can be a marketing guy, but that quality or marketing guy, because user of information are many, that information may be used by planning department, that information may be used by quality department, production department. So how you communicate the change within the organization, that is also part of control of documented information. ठीक है. So this is what is the requirement of standard with respect to control of documented information. So again, now there is a small exercise. Samarth, you have to take up.
All right, sir. So can you please display the screen?
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. We are on to the workshop number 4, auditing clause support 7. Clause 7 support. So as you all must have learned about the clause 7, as Mr. Atul Suri has told us, and you must have read in the slides as well. So now you have to provide an example of 5 types of resources that you need in ISO 9001 quality management system and explain why. Please suggest 3 methods to evaluate how competence of a person doing work under your organization's control that affects the performance and effectiveness of quality management systems. Please rank them in an order highest to highest with the highest rate of effectiveness and least rate of effectiveness, and explain why. So I hope everyone is clear with what you have to do. And in the chat box, you can start writing your answers, and the best answers we'll be discussing. And you'll get a chance to introduce yourself and your company along with your response. So your time starts now. We'll take 5 minutes for these activities. So quality assurance Paharpur is telling about education, training, and competence. So please, whoever is there from the quality assurance department, I would like you to come up, introduce yourself, your company, and then about your response.
Hi, sir.
Barcode
This is
team.
Manoj Jha. Yes, this is Manoj Kumar Jha from Barcode Therapy.
Hello, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are perfectly audible. Thank you for the lovely introduction. Please elaborate on your point: education, training, and competence.
Actually, the question is how to evaluate the competence.
Good afternoon.
So,
what can I do?
So
in
basically,
my
you have
view,
to.
it depend on the education and subsequent training and most the competence of the individual.
Okay. That's great. Thank you very much, sir. So Manpreet Singh ji is writing based on the skill matrix, training can be provided. So Manpreet ji, we will ask you to please introduce yourself, your company, and then about your response, please.
Sir, myself is Manpreet Singh. I'm just currently working as a Hero Circle Group as a NPD and quality head. So my concern is
Welcome to the
that
training, Hero Cycle Group, right?
yes, sir.
Yes. Sir.
So my concern is that we can improve workers by looking at skill matrix, and whereas we required improvement, we can provide training accordingly. Where which operator or which concerned have to need a training, we can plan according and we can provide a training based on that. That will be better to improve their skills.
Excellent response, sir. Thank you so much. Mr. Himanshu Ghera, you have written a very good comprehensive response. So I'd request you to please come up, introduce yourself, and then your company, and then you can talk about what you have written, sir. Himanshu ji, over to you. Mr. Venkatesh Babu, skill set of workforce. Can you please elaborate on the same along with your introduction?
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. What I had written is
Sir, please introduce yourself first. We would like to know you.
Babu, I am with Jeeves Flipkart Group.
Okay, you are with Flipkart Group. Excellent, sir. Welcome to the training.
Yeah. So what I had written was in order to be a success, the QMS to be successful.
Right, sir. Thank you very much. Anyone else he was trying to speak? Mr. Himanshu Ghera, you are writing good responses, but you are not speaking. I would request if you would like to come and speak. Okay, Brijesh Srivastav ji, we can talk about skill gap assessment and performance assessment. Hello, who is this one?
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible. Who is this?
Yeah. So this side Himanshu Ghera.
Himanshu ji. Yes, Himanshu ji.
Yes, sir. So first of all, I would like to thank all of you for giving me this opportunity for this session.
It's our pleasure, sir. It's our pleasure.
Yes. So this side Himanshu Ghera from Havels India Limited. Yes, I'm working as a process engineer. So according to my point of view, the competence of a person can be identified through daily-wise meeting trainings, or also to conduct weekly tests regarding particular topics, or also we need to organize some like quality circles or competitions like in twice in a year. So that will help us to identify the operator competence and skills.
Thank you very much for the response, Himanshu ji. Ms. Seema Sirohi. Hello.
Yeah. Hello. Hi, Samad.
Hi, ma'am.
Yeah, I am Seema Sirohi, and I am working. I am currently not working. I am an author of some computer books. So I would like to tell you that.
It's a pleasure to have you in the meeting, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you so much. I would like to tell you that according to me, we can evaluate the people by proper training and educating them and their experiences, what they have in the teams, and then regular assessments and reviews can be done. We can also have some quizzes during the team meetings, and that's all what I can think right now.
Great. That was an excellent response. Thank you so much for participating.
Thank you.
I was left with Mr. Brijesh Srivastav.
Yeah. Hi. Hello, everyone. Hi, Samar.
Hello.
So I am Brijesh Srivastav. I am from DIC India. I am heading quality assurance of DIC India, all 4 plants.
Welcome to the training, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. So my response was like we can do a gap assessment by doing the skill matrix. What should be the desired skill and what is the current skill? What is the gap? And how to bridge that gap? We can provide the training, maybe on the job, maybe off the job, classroom training. We can do that. and it's a regular assessment also required, like the performance assessment of the person. Maybe it's a quarterly, half yearly, or annual basis. So these are the tools we can use to improve the performance of a person by updating his knowledge and by identifying the skill gaps.
Great, sir. Thank you very much for your
That was my
response.
point.
It was quite
Thank you.
resourceful. Mohammad Saifuddin ji, if you would like to contribute.
Okay, I think let me continue further.
All right, sir. All right.
That's
Thank
fine.
you.
So it was overall a very good response for the workshop. So let me continue further. So now I'll be starting clause number 8, that is operations. Now operations earlier, basically it was related, it was a clause thought for manufacturing process only. But now since service sector is also equally important, so instead of manufacturing, this clause has become operations. So operations includes both products and services. Fine. So again, if you see operation, different subclauses, so it talks about operations planning and control. We will take up these subclauses one by one. Operational planning and control, requirement for product and services, design and development of products and services, control of externally provided processes, products and services, production and service provision, release of products and services, control of non-conforming outputs. So these are the 7 subclauses which we will cover in operations. So first thing is operational planning and control. So like for any process, planning part is very important. So likewise for operational activities also, planning part is very important. So because when you're identifying your QMS processes, you have to basically plan, implement and control the processes also. And for that, what you have to do is you have to determine the requirements for products and services. Now these requirements for products and services can be, say, if you are doing design and development of activities yourself, so you are defining the requirements yourself. But if you are working for some organization, for some customer, let us say some MNC or government sector or whatever it is, where there are certain, for example, you are working, you are in supply chain of automotive components, automotive parts. So there the design responsibility is with customer. So customer is providing you some drawings, specifications, some characteristics of the products or services. So in that case, that information comes from the customers. Some cases, legal requirements or product-related requirements are also applicable, statutory and regulatory. For example, if you are manufacturing any electrical product, so there are test requirements, there are product requirements, there are testing characteristics. So there are related national and international standards for those products and services. So then the requirements will come from those national or international standards which you are following for your product and services. So as appropriate, you have to determine the requirements for product and services and incorporate those into operational planning and control. And then based on those requirements, you have to establish the criteria also for the processes as well as acceptance of products and services. So what does that mean? For example, your industry is doing injection molding. So injection molding of plastic parts. So now injection molding of plastic parts has got an injection molding machine also. It has got mold also, the appropriate raw material also, which is to be used. For example, it can be nylon also, it can be ABS also, it can be polypropylene. So different varieties of raw materials are available. So what raw material is to be used, and most importantly, what are the machine parameters to be set? Because injection molding machine has got its own cycle time depending upon the product you're molding. There are temperature requirement also, there are injection pressure requirements also. So basically both are important. You have to establish the criteria for processes also, so that your process is validated and process is under control. And you have to have the acceptance norms for product also, product and services also. कहने का मतलब ये है कि आपको प्रोसेस के लिए भी नॉर्म्स को एस्टेब्लिश करने हैं एंड आपको प्रोडक्ट की एक्सेप्टेंस के लिए भी नॉर्म्स एंड सर्विस, बिकॉज अगर आपका प्रोसेस ठीक होगा तभी आपका प्रोडक्ट भी एक्सेप्टेबल होगा. तो लेकिन आपको दोनों चीजों के लिए नॉर्म्स एस्टैब्लिश करना है, मतलब आपको मशीन के पैरामीटर्स भी सेट करने हैं और आपको प्रोडक्ट की एक्सेप्टेंस के नॉर्म्स एंड पैरामीटर्स भी सेट करने हैं. सो ऑल दैट गोज इनटू प्लानिंग. सो एज इट इज सेड ना, एक सेइंग भी है कि अगर आपने प्लानिंग अच्छा कर लिया तो आपका आधा काम तो वैसे ही सही हो गया. और अगर आप जापानीज कंपनीज को फॉलो करते हैं, मेथोडोलॉजी को फॉलो करते हैं, तो जापानीज दे स्पेंड मैक्सिमम टाइम ऑन प्लानिंग पार्ट, बिकॉज planning stage mein they take care of all the issues. Even planning may you take care of the risk assessment also. Okay, what can go wrong with our product and services? So planning phase is very important. So key thing is establishing the criteria. First of all, you have to derive the requirements for product and services. As said earlier also, key it can be based on some national international standard. It can be based on your own design parameters, or it can be based on customer requirement also. Okay. Then you have to establish the criteria for processes as well as the acceptance of product and services. Then you need to determine the resources which are required for achieving conformity to the product and services. अब आपने मशीन के पैरामीटर सेट कर लिए, अब आपने प्रोडक्ट के और प्रोसेस के पैरामीटर सेट कर लिए, ठीक है. अब लेकिन अब आपको रिसोर्सेज चाहिए उन चीज़ों को मॉनिटर करने के लिए. दैट मीन्स आपको मैन पावर भी चाहिए, आपको इक्विपमेंट भी चाहिए, आपको ट्रेनिंग की भी जरूरत हो सकती है उन इक्विपमेंट को यूज करने के लिए. सो बेसिकली ट्रेनिंग रिसोर्सेज की भी रिक्वायरमेंट हो सकती है, ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेज की भी रिक्वायरमेंट हो सकती है, मशीन और इक्विपमेंट रिसोर्सेज की भी रिक्वायरमेंट हो सकती है. तो यू हैव टू define the resources also. You have to determine the resources also which are required to achieve the conformity of products and services. यही अगर हम एक प्रोजेक्ट की बात करें, let us say some organization is taking up some road project or some infrastructure project or some development project, तो उस केस में planning will be on different aspects. So उसमें planning would be based on the various milestones of the project. So operational planning will vary from say organization to organization or sector to sector. यही जब आप यही ऑपरेशनल प्लानिंग जब आप एक एजुकेशनल सेक्टर में करते हो, फॉर एग्जांपल सम स्कूल और कॉलेज और सम टेक्निकल कॉलेज और मेडिकल कॉलेज, so then it will be based on some other requirements. For example, अब एक इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज है, अब इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेजेस आर आल्सो टेकिंग ISO certification. I have also been a part of many audits of engineering colleges. तो वहाँ पे जो प्लानिंग है, प्लानिंग इज बेस्ड ऑन AICTE guidelines. So they have a course curriculum which they have to complete in say semester. There is a semester system. तो semester system के हिसाब से there are different courses. उन courses के हिसाब से there are different lesson plans. उन lesson plans के हिसाब से learning timetable बनता है या classroom timetable लगता है. So all this is part of operational planning. So standard gives you the guidelines, but these operational things vary from organization to organization, sector to sector. But planning is very important because as it is said, planning is half done. मतलब प्लानिंग में अगर आपने टाइम डिवोट कर दिया है तो 50% काम तो आपका कंप्लीट हो गया. देन ओनली यू हैव टू एग्जीक्यूट द प्लान. बट जब आप प्लान को एग्जीक्यूट करोगे, देन अगेन यू हैव टू फॉलो दैट PDCA साइकिल, प्लान, डू, चेक एंड एक्ट. बट प्लानिंग स्टेज इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. यू हैव टू प्लान करेक्ट. अगर आपने प्लानिंग स्टेज में गलती कर दी या आपने प्लानिंग स्टेज में कुछ चीजें छोड़ दी, देन दिस gaps are going to backfire. Fine. So important thing is establish the criteria, determine the resources, implement those controls in accordance with the criteria. That means whatever has been planned must be executed also. So now you come to the D part. Plan, do. Determining and maintaining and retaining the documented information. तो जहाँ पर भी ये word आता है retaining documented information, so that becomes a mandatory record. So as an auditor, internal or external, you need to verify what are the supporting documents with respect to the planning. It can be operational planning, it can be manufacturing planning, it can be design planning, it can be project planning, it can be educational planning, it can be even hospital planning, healthcare planning. जिस भी सेक्टर में आप हो, it can be some services planning. जिस सेक्टर में भी आप हो, उसकी operational planning is addressed under clause number 8.1. Important thing is to have confidence that the processes have been carried out as per plan. मतलब your plan matches your do, P and D part matches, and wherever, and then you have to do C part also checking, and wherever required you take action also. So PDCA loop is applicable, but this particular clause starts with the P part, planning part, so that your D, C and A part are also smoothly executed. So to have confidence that processes have been carried out as planned and to demonstrate the conformity of products and services to the requirements. Because planning का output क्या होगा? Planning का output can be a document, for example, project plan, for example, quality assurance plan, for example, control plan, for example, educational plan, for example, patient treatment plan, or it can be any plan. So outcome of planning is in the form the output of the planning shall be suitable for the organization's operations. So output of the plan should be in a form which can be understood by the other departments. For example, planning part is being done, quality assurance planning part is being done by the quality assurance department, and then those specifications are forwarded to, let us say, production for implementation or compliance. So production people should be able to understand that plan. Okay. And sometimes there may be need to change that plan also. So जो आपका change control procedure है, that procedure you have to follow. So the standard says output of the planning shall be suitable for organization's operations. Organization shall control plan changes and review the consequences of unintended changes, taking action to mitigate any adverse effects as necessary. So has your organization had any unintended changes? If so, how were the consequences reviewed? So this planning is applicable also for the outsourced processes. जैसे as I said कि outsourcing is allowed as per ISO standard. काफी activities companies outsource करती हैं, but that planning has to be done by the outsourced activities also, maybe at your supplier end. So again, either you provide them the specifications yourself or you ask your supplier to provide you the specifications and get it approved from you. So the planning activities is applicable for outsourced activities also, because your customer knows you. Your customer doesn't know the outsourced agency from whom you are services. If something goes wrong with that particular product or services, then you cannot say कि साहब ये जो पार्ट हमने बनाया ये तो ठीक बना है लेकिन ये हमने आउटसोर्स किया था इसलिए गलत है. ठीक है? Because for that outsourced activity also you are responsible to your customer. So that means you need to control your outsourced processes also, and further controls are mentioned in clause number 8.4, which is related to supplier management. So 8.2 clause, primarily it is a clause for marketing activities, sales and marketing activities. So it says, अब sales and marketing में क्या है? Requirement for product and services. तो आप क्या करते हैं? You communicate with your customer. The communication with customer shall include providing information relating to products and services. So standard tells you the requirement कि you have to include this. अब वो कैसे कम्युनिकेट करते हैं, मीडियम क्या है, दैट यू हैव टू डिसाइड. आप वो वेबसाइट के थ्रू करते हो या सेल्स फॉर्म के थ्रू करते हो या कोटेशन के थ्रू करते हो या प्रोडक्ट ब्रोशर के थ्रू करते हो या वन टू वन इंटरेक्शन विद कस्टमर के थ्रू करते हो, दैट इज अप टू यू. बट यू हैव टू एड्रेस these things in your quality management system, your communication medium with the customer. So standard says what you have to communicate with your customer: providing information related to product and services, handling customers' inquiries, contracts or orders, including changes. Then you also need to obtain the customer feedback related to the product and services, including the handling of customer complaints and handling or controlling customer property. Sometimes customer property is also with you. For example, let us take same example of injection molding machine. The customer has asked you to do injection molding, but there is some part also which is to be, some say metallic part, which is to be inserted while doing the injection molding, or maybe some assembly where customer provides you some part, so it has to be basically assembled along with the molded part. So जो कस्टमर ने आपको प्रोवाइड किया है, दैट इज ए कस्टमर प्रॉपर्टी. सो यू हैव टू टेक केयर, you have to handle or adequately control that customer property also. And also establishing specific requirement for contingency actions when relevant. तो कई बार contingency actions भी होते हैं, कुछ आपके मशीन का ब्रेकडाउन हो गया, because आजकल बहुत सारे कस्टमर्स अपने सप्लायर से they also ask for business continuity plan. Business continuity plan का मतलब यह है कि let us say something goes wrong at your customers at your end. So how you are going to serve the customer? It could be some breakdown of machine, it could be some local issues, some worker strike, some non-availability of material, some power breakdown, so even some cyber attack also. So customer may even ask you for a contingency action wherever applicable, where relevant. So these are the things you need to communicate with your customer. So next thing is determining the requirement for product and services. So when determining the requirement for product and services which you are going to offer to your customers, so what you need to do is you shall ensure that requirement for product and services are defined, including any applicable statutory and regulatory requirements and those considered necessary by the organization. So sometimes it happens like this. For example, if you are making electrical switches and you are providing to a contract or say building project, आप उस electrical switches में जो applicable statutory regulatory requirement है, you have to obtain license from BIS, or if you are importing some electronic items from say China or some other country, then again you have to route it through BIS, so that BIS के जो quality norms है with respect to that product that are being adhered to. So that becomes a applicable statutory regulatory requirement. So that requirement may or may not be known to customer. So it is your responsibility to ensure that applicable statutory and regulatory requirements are determined when you are reviewing the requirement for product and services. Okay. Then you need to review the requirements also. Now customer has given you some customer order or some contract you have got. So organization, again, important thing is ability to meet the requirement. There is no, the word capability is not used, the word ability is used. So when you are making any commitment to the customer, you must ensure that you have the ability to meet the requirement for product and services to be offered to customers. Organization shall conduct a review before committing to supply products and services to a customer, which includes requirements specified by the customer, including the requirement for delivery and post-delivery activities, requirements not stated by the customer but necessary for specified or intended use when known, documented information. Same example, customer may not be, because customer is not your product specialist, you are specialist of your product. So customer may or may not be aware कि इस product से related कोई statutory regulatory requirement भी है. So it is your responsibility to include or consider that statutory or regulatory requirement while committing to provide that product to your customer, because customer is not product specialist. Okay, so that requirement also should be considered, which is not stated by customer but it is necessary for specified or intended use, because without that BIS marking, without that say import done from China but routing through BIS, Bureau of Indian Standards, for the quality specifications, customer may not be aware of that requirement. But you have to ensure that those requirements which are not stated by customer but necessary for specified or intended use when known are reviewed before making a commitment to the customer, before making an offer to the customer. Then of course requirements specified by the organization, statutory and regulatory requirements applicable to product and services, and any differences related to contract or order requirements shall also be reviewed with the or discussed with the customer. For example, many times, let us say customer is giving you some contract. You always do a contract review and there could be some ambiguous points or some difference of opinion or some changes required. So you always make a minutes of meeting with customer, and some amendments are also issued to the work order or the contract order. Fine. So all this is part of review of requirements for products and services. Important thing is organization shall ensure that contract or order requirements differing from those previously defined are resolved, and customer requirements shall be confirmed by the organization before acceptance when the customer does not provide a documented statement of the requirements. For example, कई बार customer verbal order देता है, ठीक है, but since you have to do a review, so you can send an acknowledgement mail to your customer कि we acknowledge your verbal order and we agree to your product requirements and we'll deliver this best one so day. So whatever it is. So idea is that whatever requirements and come from customer, maybe some verbal requirement, you cannot, depending upon the company policy, you cannot always force your customer to send you a documented order in case you want to serve that customer. So at least you have to make some acknowledgement where the customer is not providing you a documented statement of the requirement. Okay. So this record is a mandatory record because contract review also comes under the category of mandatory documented information. So as an internal auditor, as an external auditor, you have to review what are the customer requirements, what are the applicable statutory regulatory requirements related to product and services, and how the organization has reviewed before making a commitment to the customer. And any changes to the requirement for product and services also have to be routed adequately so that relevant persons are made aware of the change requirements when the requirement for product and services are changed. So similar example which I quoted, कि customer ने एक purchase order दिया, but thereafter some amendment is there, या तो delivery prepone हो गई, या postpone हो गया, या delivery को some particular item order is cancelled and all that, because customer will be communicating with the marketing person or whosoever the customer is communicating. But executor is someone else in the organization. It could be a marketing person, it could be a production person, it could be a design person. So you have to communicate the changes down the line. Drawing or specification could also change. So you have to ensure that the change requirements are made aware to the relevant person within the organization. Okay, so this is a requirement of changes to requirement for product and services. Organization has to ensure that relevant documented information is amended and relevant personnel are made aware of change requirements when the requirements for products and services are changed. Then comes clause number 8.3, which is design and development. Now, design and development is one clause which several organizations seek exclusion where they are not design responsible. Again, the same example, injection molding wala. Customer is providing you the tool and customer is asking you to do the job work, just molding of the component, and that's it. So you are not responsible for design and development activities. But let us take some another case which will become applicable for design and development. Customer, same company has got tool room also, and company is designing the molds, etc. also. It has got the desired infrastructure, and customer is just providing you some sample or some drawing or something, some proto कि okay आप ये part develop करके हमें दे दो. You have to do the every activity. तो उसमें company tool को भी design करेगी, mold को भी design करेगी, component को भी design करेगी, उसकी molding भी करके देगी. So that means design is applicable. Or let us take another example, L&T. L&T is making electrical switches, electrical sockets, electrical switch gear. So उस case में there is no customer requirement, but there is an applicable standard जो कि उस product के लिए applicable है. But product का design is being done by L&T. Switches का design कैसा होगा, socket का design कैसा होगा, जो applicable national international standard है. For example, switches के लिए IS 3854 is applicable. तो IS 3854 उस पर्टिकुलर प्रोडक्ट के लिए स्विचेस के सिर्फ फंक्शनल पैरामीटर्स के बारे में बताता है या कुछ बेसिक रिक्वायरमेंट बताता है कि साहब इसमें टर्मिनल का साइज ऐसा होना चाहिए, स्पेसिफिकेशन ये होना चाहिए, स्क्रू ये होना चाहिए, स्विच को आपको इतनी फ्रीक्वेंसी पे ऑपरेट करके देना है, इतने लोड पे चेक करना है, इतनी बार ऑन ऑफ करना है. बेसिकली परफॉर्मेंस रिलेटेड टेस्ट बताता है. लेकिन स्विच को बनाने के लिए कौन सा रॉ मटेरियल यूज करना है, उसकी ओके स्पेसिफिकेशन ऑल्सो बिकॉज इट्स स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन. तो उस स्टैंडर्ड में आपको स्पेसिफिकेशन भी मिल जाएगी कि स्विच की डायमेंशन ये होना चाहिए, प्लेट का साइज ऐसा होना चाहिए, सम बेसिक इंफॉर्मेशन you will get. But the detailed engineering you have to do yourself, means L&T has to do itself कि क्या रॉ मटेरियल सुटेबल है, उसका मोल्ड भी खुद बनाना पड़ेगा, उसकी असेंबली प्रोसेसेस को भी खुद डिजाइन करना पड़ेगा. So in that case design and development is applicable. So let us take a case where design and development is applicable for the organization. So how to address and how to meet those requirements of the standard? These are the requirements of clause number 8.3, which any design responsible organization has to comply with. So standard says design and development of product and services. Now, design is applicable for services also. Services क्या हो सकती हैं? Software. Software is also a service. So software development is design and development is applicable in case of organizations which are developing the software. Although software also comes under the category of product, but there are other services also where design and development is applicable, and especially for software design and development clause is applicable. For example, you are making a ERP, you are making some educational software, you are making some lab software, you are making some testing software. So in that case, design and development is applicable for that software. It is not key design and development is applicable only for a tangible product. It is also applicable for services, especially software. So what organization has to do? Organization shall establish, implement and maintain a design and development process which is appropriate to ensure the subsequent provision of product and services. So डिजाइन एंड डेवलपमेंट में काफी सारी स्टेजेस होती हैं, जिसमें स्टार्टिंग स्टेज है डिजाइन एंड डेवलपमेंट प्लानिंग. बट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग टू नोट हियर इज बिकॉज डिजाइन जिस भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए डिजाइन एप्लीकेबल है, डिजाइन एंड डेवलपमेंट इज अ की एक्टिविटी, तो उस केस में डिजाइन से रिलेटेड हर एस्पेक्ट का, हर एक्टिविटी का रिकॉर्ड इज ए मैंडेटरी रिक्वायरमेंट, is a mandatory requirement, maintaining that record. So everywhere you will find that documented information has to be maintained. तो जब आप डिजाइन एंड डेवलपमेंट को प्लान करते हो तो आपको क्या कंसिडर करना है? नेचर, complexity, duration of the design and development activities, which are the different process stages including applicable design and development reviews. So design and development, you have to do reviews at appropriate stages. The required design and development verification validation activities. अब इसमें you will find two words, design and development verification and design and development validation. Now these two words have different meanings. Verification अलग होता है, validation अलग होता है. What is the difference? Design and development verification का मतलब ये होता है कि any product has got sub parts, sub functions also. For example, if you talk about a car, now car has got a mobile car or electric car, whatever, any car, they have got several systems. उसमें driving system भी है, उसमें fuel injection system भी है, उसमें safety features भी है. So there are number of assemblies and sub assemblies. जब आप individual assemblies and sub assemblies का आप verify करते हो as against the desired norms, like for example fuel efficiency. अब fuel efficiency का कुछ norm है, फॉर एग्जाम्पल मारुति का नॉर्म है या हीरो होंडा का अपना नॉर्म है. जब आप एक पर्टिकुलर सब फंक्शन ऑफ ए होल डिजाइन को आप वेरीफाई करते हो अगेंस्ट द सेट नॉर्म्स, दैट इज ए वेरिफिकेशन एक्टिविटी, डिजाइन एंड डेवलपमेंट वेरिफिकेशन. बट व्हेन द कंप्लीट प्रोडक्ट इज रेडी एंड उस कंप्लीट प्रोडक्ट को आप टेस्ट करते हो एज अगेंस्ट द बेंचमार्क, एज अगेंस्ट द कस्टमर रिक्वायरमेंट्स, एज अगेंस्ट कंपनीज ओन documented test plans, or as again any type test, then it is known as validation activities. So that means जब आप एक प्रोडक्ट के कंस्टिट्यूएंट पार्ट्स को टेस्ट करते हो, उसके डिजाइन एंड डेवलपमेंट को वेरीफाई करते हो अगेंस्ट द नॉर्म्स, दैट इज नोन एज अ डिजाइन एंड डेवलपमेंट वेरिफिकेशन एक्टिविटीज. बट जब आपका कंप्लीट प्रोडक्ट तैयार हो जाता है, लेट अस से उसी कार के लिए आप कहते हो कि साहब इस कार की फ्यूल एफिशिएंसी इतनी है या इसकी टॉप स्पीड इतनी है, या उस प्रोडक्ट के जो फाइनल फीचर्स हैं उन फीचर्स को, या फिर जैसे आप इलेक्ट्रिकल प्रोडक्ट्स में इसे बोलते हैं टाइप टेस्टिंग. टाइप टेस्टिंग का मतलब ये होता है कि उसमें कंप्लीट सेट ऑफ टेस्ट होते हैं, करीब 40-50 टेस्ट होते हैं जो फुल प्रोडक्ट के ऊपर किए जाते हैं, उनको बोलते हैं वैलिडेशन एक्टिविटीज. तो जब आप डिजाइन एंड डेवलपमेंट का ऑडिट कर रहे हो तो यू मस्ट बी अवेयर कि डिजाइन एंड डेवलपमेंट में वेरिफिकेशन में क्या करना है एंड वैलिडेशन में क्या करना है. बहुत सारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को वेरिफिकेशन एंड वैलिडेशन के बीच में डिफरेंस पता नहीं होता है. So you must understand clearly what is meant by design verification and what is meant by design validation. Okay. So design and development process में responsibilities and authorities भी involved हैं, because again different people, different jobs, different responsibilities are there. So those design and development activities having responsibilities and authorities which are involved in the design and development process should also be finalized by the organization. यहाँ पे भी आपको इंटरनल एंड एक्सटर्नल रिसोर्सेज की जरूरत पड़ेगी. यहाँ पे भी आप हो सकता है कुछ पार्ट आप आउटसोर्स करें. डिजाइन एंड डेवलपमेंट एक्टिविटीज कैन बी आउटसोर्स आल्सो, इट इज अलाउड एज पर आईएसओ नॉर्म्स. बट अगेन यू शुड बी क्लियर कि जो आप आउटसोर्स सर्विसेज है उसका वैलिडेशन आप कैसे करोगे. देन देयर आर interfaces also involved, like for example design and development is one department but it is interfacing with other departments also. Interfacing means cross functional. तो इसमें आप परचेज से भी लिंक कर रहे हो, आप इसमें प्रोडक्शन से भी लिंक कर रहे हो, आप क्वालिटी से भी लिंक कर रहे हो. सो देयर आर डिफरेंट इंटरफेसेस बिटवीन डिफरेंट people and different departments involved in design and development activities. So all these things should come under the design and development planning, because again the saying is कि if your planning is better then your end result would also be good. But if you leave or miss out certain things in planning stage, then you are bound to face problems in the subsequent stages. The need for involvement of customer and user groups in design and development activities. So these are generic guidelines. Every guideline may not be applicable for every kind of product and services, but you have to find out what all is applicable. So you have to consider all these things when you are doing design and development planning. Maybe you can prepare a checklist. Okay, this is applicable, this is not applicable, this is applicable, this is how we are doing it. So all this has to be addressed in design and development planning stages. requirement of subsequent provision of product and services, level of controls expected for design and development process by customers and other relevant interested parties. ऑटोमोटिव स्टेज में बहुत बार आपको अपने कस्टमर्स के साथ भी इंटरेक्ट करना पड़ता है डिजाइन डेवलपमेंट के लिए. देयर आर सर्टेन रेगुलेटरी रिक्वायरमेंट्स आल्सो, सो मे बी यू हैव टू liaison with the respective regulatory bodies or relevant interested parties also. Sometimes your design activities are being financed, आपको गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से डिजाइन की सब्सिडी मिलती है, तो दे आल्सो कीप ऑन मॉनिटरिंग. बैंक की तरफ से फंडिंग होता है डिजाइन एंड डेवलपमेंट का, बड़े प्रोजेक्ट्स का, तो दे आल्सो कीप ऑन मॉनिटरिंग. So at different stages you have to interact with different relevant parties, so all that should be identified during the design and development stages. And this record is a mandatory record. Design documented information required to demonstrate design and development requirements have been met. So this record is a mandatory record. Planning के बाद जब आप डिजाइन करते हो तो you always consider certain inputs. So as I explained, inputs can be some national international standard, inputs can be some performance and functional requirements, input can be some inputs from customer, inputs can be from some user segment and all that. So different kind of inputs are there which you have to consider when you are doing the design and development function of your organization. Organization shall determine the requirements essential for specific types of products and services to be designed and developed. So for that, you need to consider functional and performance requirements, information derived from previous similar design development activities, applicable statutory regulatory requirements, standard codes of practices which organization has committed to implement. For example, there is a national electric code. So national electric code में different products के applicable Indian standards हैं. And these Indian standards are also derived from some say international standards or IC standards. तो जब आप कोई इलेक्ट्रिकल प्रोडक्ट डिजाइन डेवलप कर रहे हो तो आपको उन कोड्स को रेफर करना है. सो दिस इज व्हाट इट इज रेफरिंग टू, स्टैंडर्ड्स और कोड्स ऑफ प्रैक्टिसेस दैट द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हैज कमिटेड टू इम्प्लीमेंट. फॉर एग्जांपल, जैसे मैंने आपको बताया स्विचेस के लिए IS 3854 इज एप्लीकेबल. जब आप स्विचेस को डिजाइन एंड डेवलपमेंट कर रहे हो तो आपके लिए वन ऑफ द वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट इनपुट इज IS 3854. तो IS 3854 में क्या रिक्वायरमेंट्स आर रिलेटेड टू डिजाइन एंड डेवलपमेंट that you have to comply with. And input may you also have to consider the potential consequence of failure due to the nature of product and services. तो ऑटोमोटिव इंडस्ट्री में इसको बोलते हैं डिजाइन फेलियर मोड एंड इफेक्ट एनालिसिस. बेसिकली दो तरह के FME होते हैं. FME इज आल्सो मेथोडोलॉजी फॉर रिस्क असेसमेंट. PFME प्रोसेस का FME होता है, प्रोसेस फेलियर मोड इफेक्ट एनालिसिस, एंड डिजाइन फेलियर मोड इफेक्ट एनालिसिस. अगेन on same parameter, man, machine, material, method and environment, what can go wrong in your product. It can be based on some regulatory feedback, or it can be based on some field failure of similar products in the past. It can be based on some customer complaint for the similar kind of product. So there are several inputs which you need to consider while designing and development of your inputs. Key thing is that input shall be adequate for design and development purpose, complete and unambiguous. Because अगर आपने कोई important input छोड़ दिया design and development stage में, planning stage में, या inputs को consider करते की stage में, then you are later on bound to experience some problems. So conflicting design and development input shall be resolved. Again, this is a mandatory record. Organization shall retain documented information on design and development inputs. Again, you need to have controls because plan, do, check and act. So जब हम checking stage पे आते हैं, so we need to apply controls also. Organization shall apply controls to design and development process to ensure that results to be achieved are defined. Periodical reviews are conducted to evaluate the ability of results. Now again, it is not capability, it is the ability. That means the outcome. The ability of result of design and development to meet the requirements. Verification activities are conducted. Again, verification is separate activity and validation is a separate activity. So verification activities are conducted to ensure that design and development outputs meet the input requirements, and validation activities are conducted to ensure that resulting product and services. तो वहाँ पे क्या था, verification के साथ था design and development output. Output can be for a sub function, output can be for a sub assembly, output can be for a single module. But when the final product is ready, that is the resulting product, then you are doing validation. So validation activities are conducted to ensure that the resulting product and services meet the requirement for the specified application or intended use. Then again, any necessary actions are taken because PDCA check and action. So any necessary action are taken on the problems determined during reviews or verification and validation activities. And this is also a mandatory record. Documented information of these activities is retained. So one note given is design and development reviews, verification and validation have distinct purposes. They can be conducted separately or in any combination depending upon the product. अब एक सिंगल प्रोडक्ट है, छोटा सा प्रोडक्ट है, तो उसमें verification there can be overlapping between verification and validation activities. The standard says कि these activities can be review, verification and validation have distinct purpose, so they can be conducted separately also or in any combination also depending upon the product, so as is suitable for the product and services of the organization. Then you get a design and development output. Now output can be in the form of a product, or output can also be in the form of a specification. It is not only design and development output is not, it is not the product only, it can be specification also. So organization shall ensure that design and development, it can be drawing also, it can be a bill of material also. So design and development output can be in various forms. The design and organization shall ensure that design and development outputs meet the input requirements. These are adequate for subsequent processes for the provision of products and services. कहने का मतलब ये है कि when you are designing a product, then you need to take care of the manufacturability of the product also. उसमें production time क्या रहेगा, cycle time क्या रहेगा, specifications क्या रहेगी. कहने का मतलब ये है कि आपने एक ऐसा प्रोडक्ट तो डिजाइन नहीं कर दिया जिसको आप मैन्युफैक्चर ही नहीं कर सकते, ठीक है. सो दोज एस्पेक्ट्स आल्सो यू हैव टू टेक केयर कि व्हाटएवर योर डिजाइन एंड डेवलपमेंट आउटपुट आर देयर. फॉर एग्जांपल आपने एक ऐसी टॉलरेंस स्पेसिफाई कर दी अपने डिजाइन में which no supplier can meet because it has to be outsourced, it has to be bought out. That bought out part is not available. So what is the purpose of that design? It will not serve any purpose, no? So your design has to be practical also. So it says design and development output meet the input requirements. Design and development output are adequate for subsequent processes for provision of product and services. They also include or reference monitoring and measuring requirements and as appropriate and acceptance criteria. So most of the organization where design and development is a department or a process, तो वहाँ पे जो quality specifications are, they are basically approved by the design and development department, and quality department, quality function follows those specifications. And even if some design change is there, that design change or specification change is approved and followed by or validated by the design department. Design and development output can also specify the characteristics and products which are essential for intended purpose and their safe and proper provision. So design and development outputs can be in several forms, but the key thing is you have to maintain record on every information related to design and development. And if design and development any changes are there, there can be changes, design changes होते हैं, software के भी upgradation versions आते हैं, version control होता है. So design even products के भी improved versions आते हैं, improved models आते हैं. iPhone हर साल के बाद एक नया model introduce कर देता है. So these are based on some new development also, and these are based on some new design changes also. So organization shall identify, review and control changes made during subsequent to the design and development of products and services to the extent necessary to ensure that there is no adverse impact on conformity to requirements. So again, record is mandatory whenever you are making any design change. So you need to maintain record for design and development changes, the result of reviews based on changes, then who has authorized the change, and what actions are taken to prevent any adverse impact. So all these requirements 8.3.1 to 8.3.6 are applicable for any organization which is responsible for design and development activities. So next clause here is 8.4, which is related to purchase, supplier management, supplier development. So the title is control of externally provided processes, products and services. So externally provided means which you are outsourcing. So it can be process also, it can be product also, or it can be services also. So you need to have control on your externally provided processes, products, and services. So in your quality management system, you need to identify what kind of controls you will have on the product and services. And you need to apply, the last line is important, organization should determine and apply criteria for evaluation, selection, monitoring of performance, and re-evaluation of external providers. So now these external providers are basically your suppliers who are providing you services or product or materials, or some processes are also outsourced. So in your quality management system, you need to have criteria for, सबसे पहले आप उन suppliers को या prospective suppliers को आप evaluate कैसे करोगे, selection का criteria क्या है, उनकी performance को कैसे monitor करोगे, and need basis आप उन suppliers का re-evaluation कैसे करोगे. Re-evaluation का मतलब हो गया, for example, आपका एक supplier है, आपको कुछ critical parts provide करता है, लेकिन उस सप्लायर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में या तो कुछ एक मेजर चेंज हो गया, या वो सप्लायर ने अपनी लोकेशन प्रीमिसेस शिफ्ट कर ली, तो क्योंकि आपने उसको वैलिडेट किया था बेस्ड ऑन द प्रायर लोकेशन, अब आपने प्रीमिसेस को शिफ्ट कर दिया. सो यू नीड टू वेरीफाई व्हाट काइंड ऑफ कंट्रोल्स आर देयर इन द न्यू प्रीमिसेस. ठीक है, तो एज एप्लीकेबल री इवैल्यूएशन ऑफ एक्सटर्नल प्रोवाइडर्स इज आल्सो रिक्वायर्ड, बट evaluation, selection, and monitoring of performance is essential. Evaluation and selection is for initial listing of that supplier. Monitoring of performance is for continued performance evaluation of that supplier, and re-evaluation of supplier in case some major changes happen, where you need to re-evaluate your supplier based on their ability to provide the processes or product and services in accordance with the requirements which are laid down by you. And this record is also a mandatory record. Organization shall retain documented information of those activities and necessary action arising from the evaluation. जैसे आपने अपने सप्लायर को ऑडिट किया, अब आपने उसको स्कोर कार्ड दिया, योर क्राइटेरिया इज कि मिनिमम पासिंग मार्क्स इज 80%, तो कम से कम 80% मार्क्स होने चाहिए, तो आप उसको अप्रूव करोगे. बट लेट अस से between 60 to 80 you give na conditional improvement, or your questionnaire is there are certain points where the supplier has not done well, so basically you ask for an action plan from your supplier for improvement or the improvement plan. So in that case, that is the necessary action arising for the evaluation, that आपने अपने customer से corrective action plan मांगा या improvement plan मांगा. So that record is also verified during internal and external audits. अब type and extent of control क्या है? That standard gives you some guideline for that. Organization shall ensure that externally provided process, products, and services do not adversely affect organization's ability to consistently develop, deliver conforming products and services to its customers. Because your customer knows you, your customer doesn't know, and you are accountable for whatever your service provider is doing. तो उसके लिए आपको क्या करना है? You need to have controls on your externally provided resource, externally मतलब service provider. So organization shall ensure that externally provided processes remain within the control of its quality management system, and you need to define the controls which you intend to apply on an external provider and those it intends to apply to resulting output. So some guidelines are there, taking into consideration potential impact of externally provided processes, products and services, because it is not कि same control आपको सारे suppliers पे implement करना है. एक supplier आपको critical parts provide कर रहा है जो कि आपकी assembly के लिए बहुत important है. For example, एक कार है, मारुति है, अब मारुति के लिए कोई इंजन पार्ट्स बना रहा है which come under the critical category, तो उसमें type of control would be different than let us say some supplier which is providing some accessory, कि कोई rubber mat बना के दे रहा है, वो भी आप गाड़ी में यूज कर रहे हो और इंजन पार्ट्स भी आप गाड़ी में यूज कर रहे हो असेंबली में, बट इंजन पार्ट्स आर वेरी क्रिटिकल एंड रबर मैट इज जस्ट ए डस्ट मैट, तो यू कैन नॉट हैव सेम सेट ऑफ कंट्रोल फॉर बोथ कैटेगरी ऑफ सप्लायर्स. तो किस कैटेगरी ऑफ सप्लायर के लिए आपको कैसा कंट्रोल यूज करना है, दैट इज योर चॉइस. सो यू हैव टू टेक इनटू कंसीडरेशन potential impact of externally provided processes, products and services on organizations to ability to consistently meet customer and applicable statutory and regulatory requirements, and the effectiveness of controls applied by the external provider. ठीक है, Another case could be you are buying some raw material from some suppliers. Okay. Now, one supplier could be a multinational company or some very big brand. Let us say आप again injection molding में आपके पास दो set of suppliers हैं. एक supplier is like Reliance और से Indian IOCL, उससे आप पॉलीप्रोपिलीन खरीद रहे हो या कोई भी प्लास्टिक रॉ मटेरियल खरीद रहे हो. But since Reliance is a very big brand, so yeah, IOCL is a very big brand, and they will not allow you to also to do the audit. So you can give exemption. Okay. So if my supplier is a very big brand or a multinational company or blah 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 this criteria, then I need not audit my supplier. But let us say there is some another supplier जो कि एक local supplier है, कीर्ति नगर में, नारायणा में उसकी फैक्ट्री है छोटी सी, और वो आपको मास्टर बैच बना के दे रहा है या कोई प्लास्टिक मटेरियल बना के दे रहा है. That is also your supplier. But you don't have that kind of trust on that, I would say, small scale industry. तो उस केस में क्या है, you define your criteria कि if the supplier comes under this category, supplier is a small manufacturer with less than this turnover or blah blah blah, then we will do its annual audit once in a year, supplier audit once in a year. Okay. So these kind of controls you have to define in a quality management system. So likewise, when you are raising your purchase orders to your suppliers, you need to provide them the information also. So that is the communication part with the external providers. So organization shall communicate to external providers its requirements for processes, products and services to be provided, your criteria for approval of products and processes and services, methods, processes and equipment, your approval criteria for release of product and services, your approval criteria for competence, including any required qualification of personnel. इसका एग्जांपल क्या है, जो लोग ऑटोमोटिव इंडस्ट्री से हैं वो 4M चेंज प्रोसीजर के बारे में समझते होंगे. मैन मशीन मटेरियल मेथड. आपका बिकॉज यू आर ए की सप्लायर ऑफ योर कस्टमर, आपके कस्टमर ने आपके प्रोसेसेस और प्रोडक्ट के हिसाब से मैन मशीन मटेरियल और मेथड को अप्रूव कर रखा है. ठीक है. लेट अस से यू मेक चेंजेस टू एनीथिंग. मैन, आपके ऑपरेटर्स फिक्स्ड है कि ये ऑपरेटर्स ही सिर्फ अप्रूव्ड है इस मशीन के लिए. इक्विपमेंट फिक्स्ड है कि आपको ये हमारा पार्ट बनाना है लेकिन सिर्फ इन्हीं मशीन पे अप्रूव्ड है. मटेरियल फिक्स्ड है, आपने मटेरियल की स्पेसिफिकेशंस फ्रीज कर रखी हैं. एंड मेथड, आपका वर्क इंस्ट्रक्शन एसओपी फ्रीज है. अगर आप किसी में भी चेंज करते हो, 4M चेंज बिकम्स एप्लीकेबल, यानी मैन मशीन मटेरियल मेथड किसी में भी आप चेंज करते हो तो यू हैव टू टेक अप्रूवल फ्रॉम योर कस्टमर. यू कैन नॉट टेक ए डिसीजन ऑन योर ओन. ठीक है. तो आपने क्या किया, आपने कॉम्पिटेंस को भी डिफाइन कर दिया. जैसा ये कॉम्पिटेंस वाले ये ऑपरेटर ही सिर्फ हमारे लिए काम कर सकते हैं. अगर इसमें कुछ चेंज होगा देन यू हैव टू कम बैक टू अस and you have to take approval from us. Not only the competence part, but on other factors also, man, machine, material, method. This system is more prevalent in automotive sector. तो आप में से जो लोग automotive supply chain में हैं, इस procedure को बड़े अच्छे से समझते होंगे. So that is also a control, where you have controlled not only the competence part, but also on the methods, processes, and equipment. Then your external providers interaction with the organization, control and monitoring of external performance to be applied by the organization. Again, automotive sector is a very good example of system compliance. तो वहाँ पे आप क्या करते हो, आप अपने suppliers को एक score card देते हो, हर महीने score card देते हो. Then score card is based on various parameters. उसमें quality भी है, delivery भी है, after sale service भी है, and some other norms also. उसमें PPM का target भी होता है, parts per million, rejection का target. So there are different methods. तो उसमें आप एक score card देते हो अपने supplier को. और अगर एक स्कोर कार्ड का भी एक थ्रेशोल्ड वैल्यू है कि आपका स्कोर कार्ड मिनिमम 90% होना चाहिए, 95% होना चाहिए. अगर आपका स्कोर कार्ड इससे डाउन चला गया, देन यू आस्क फॉर ए करेक्टिव द सप्लायर. सो दिस इज अ वे ऑफ मॉनिटरिंग योर एक्सटर्नल प्रोवाइडर्स परफॉर्मेंस. एंड इफ यू आर नॉन ऑटोमोटिव, देन यू कैन हैव योर ओन फॉर्मूला फॉर इवैल्यूएटिंग द परफॉर्मेंस ऑफ योर एक्सटर्नल प्रोवाइडर. बट mandatory requirement is that you have to monitor your external providers performance. पर आप किस फॉर्मूले से करोगे, दैट यू कैन डिसाइड ऑन योर ओन. ठीक है. देयर इज वन आईएसओ स्टैंडर्ड, देयर इज वन इंडियन स्टैंडर्ड आल्सो, IS 10040, जो कि डिफरेंट मेथड्स प्रिस्क्राइब करता है आप एक्सटर्नल प्रोवाइडर्स की परफॉर्मेंस को कैसे मॉनिटर कर सकते हो, बट suitability you have to see as per your organization. Okay, and as an internal auditor और एज एन एक्सटर्नल ऑडिटर कंपनी का क्या फॉर्मूला है अपने सप्लायर्स की परफॉर्मेंस को मॉनिटर करने का, दैट यू हैव टू जज during your assessment as an internal auditor or external auditor, right? And sometimes verification or validation activities are also carried out by the organization or even your customer at the external providers premises. So these are different ways and means where the performance of external providers can be monitored and information can be communicated to the external providers. So this all I have already explained. Important thing is auditors shall have a, it is applicable for both internal and external auditors. Auditors shall have a good understanding about what forms of external provision are being used by the clients. For example, suppliers, associate companies, outsourcing processes and functions, and assess whether the clients have done their potential impact analysis and apply appropriate controls in external provision of products and services. Then comes the next clause, which is production and service provision, like the execution of your operational activities. तो आपने क्लॉज नंबर 8.1 में आपने ऑपरेशनल प्लानिंग करी, क्लॉज नंबर 8.2 में आपने मार्केटिंग या कॉन्ट्रैक्ट रिव्यू किया, कस्टमर रिक्वायरमेंट्स को रिव्यू किया, क्लॉज नंबर 8.3 डिजाइन एंड डेवलपमेंट अगर आप खुद कर रहे हो तो आपने डिजाइन एंड डेवलपमेंट एक्टिविटीज को किया, एंड क्लॉज नंबर 8.4 में आपने अपने सप्लायर्स को इवेल्युएट किया, मॉनिटर किया, उनकी परफॉर्मेंस को मॉनिटर किया और उनको जो भी आपने परचेज करना है या सर्विसेज लेनी है उस पर अपने कंट्रोल्स को डिमॉन्स्ट्रेट किया. Now comes the core activity, your own production and service provision. अब आप चाहे मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कर रहे हो या आप सर्विसेज दे रहे हो या आप सॉफ्टवेयर डेवलप कर रहे हो या आप कुछ आईटी सर्विसेज दे रहे हो या आप कोई एजुकेशनल सर्विसेज दे रहे हो या आप कोई हॉस्पिटल सर्विसेज दे रहे हो, whatever core function, now comes your core activity for which your organization is certified, that is the scope of the quality management system. अब आप उस scope of quality management system को execute कर रहे हो, तब उस एग्जीक्यूशन में क्या रिक्वायरमेंट है? अगेन सबसे पहली रिक्वायरमेंट है कि प्रोडक्शन एंड सर्विस प्रोविजन शैल बी कैरीड आउट अंडर द कंट्रोल्ड कंडीशंस, यानी कि आपको एक कंट्रोल्ड एनवायरनमेंट के अंदर उन प्रोडक्शन एंड सर्विस ऑपरेशनल एक्टिविटीज को एग्जीक्यूट करना है. तो आप कंट्रोल कैसे लाओगे? कंट्रोल के लिए अगेन एज एप्लीकेबल, एज ए सेड एवरीथिंग इज नॉट एप्लीकेबल फॉर एनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, बट आपके लिए जो एप्लीकेबल है उस चीज को आपको कंसिडर करना है एज ए कंट्रोल कंडीशन. तो कंट्रोल कंडीशन क्या है? पहली चीज है अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ डॉक्यूमेंटेड इंफॉर्मेशन. अब आप एक प्रोडक्ट बना रहे हो या मोल्डिंग कर रहे हो या असेंबली कर रहे हो या आप सॉफ्टवेयर डेवलप कर रहे हो या कोई भी सर्विसेज कर रहे हो, सबसे पहले आपको चाहिए अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन, यानी कि जो भी प्रोडक्ट या सर्विसेज मैं प्रोवाइड कर रहा हूँ उसके कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स क्या है, मुझे करना क्या है और मेरा टारगेट क्या है, मेरे रिजल्ट्स क्या अचीव करने हैं. ठीक है, that means the functional and performance characteristics of the product and services. ठीक है, अब मुझे पता चल गया मुझे करना क्या है. अब I have to ensure that I have the desired resources also. तो अगला स्टेप मुझे क्या लेना है? मुझे इंश्योर करना है अवेलेबिलिटी एंड यूज ऑफ सुटेबल मॉनिटरिंग एंड मेजरमेंट रिसोर्सेज. आप असेंबली लाइन है, टेस्टिंग लाइन है, तो अलग अलग टेस्ट परफॉर्म करने हैं, कोई मेजरमेंट करना है, कहीं कुछ करना है. तो इसका मतलब सबसे पहले उस मॉनिटरिंग एंड मेजरमेंट प्लान या क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस प्लान को एग्जीक्यूट करने के लिए मुझे कुछ डिजायर्ड रिसोर्सेज चाहिए. तो पहले चीज हो गया अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ रिसोर्सेज, कि मेरे पास वो रिसोर्सेज होना चाहिए. दूसरा चीज ये हो गया कि उन रिसोर्सेज को यूज भी करना है. ऐसा नहीं है कि मैंने रिसोर्सेज तो अरेंज कर लिए लेकिन मैंने सब इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स को उठा के अपनी कबर्ड में बंद कर दिया. नो, एज पर द क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस प्लान जहाँ या ऑपरेशनल प्लानिंग के हिसाब से मुझे जो भी चीज मॉनिटरिंग या मेजरमेंट करना है और जो रिसोर्सेज मुझे प्रोवाइड किए गए हैं उनको मेरे को यूज भी करना है. ठीक है, अगला काम मुझे क्या करना है? इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ मॉनिटरिंग एंड मेजरमेंट एक्टिविटीज एज पर एट अप्रोप्रिएट स्टेजेस. क्योंकि मुझे पॉइंट ए से क्या मिला? डॉक्यूमेंटेड इंफॉर्मेशन मिली कि मुझे क्या करना है. मुझे टेस्ट प्लान भी मिल गया, मुझे प्रोडक्शन प्लान भी मिल गया, क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस प्लान भी मिल गया, प्रोडक्ट की स्पेसिफिकेशन शीट भी मिल गई, जो भी डिजायर्ड डॉक्यूमेंट थे वो मुझे मिल गए, मुझे मॉनिटरिंग मेजरिंग रिसोर्सेज भी मिल गए. बट अब मुझे उन मॉनिटरिंग मेजरमेंट एक्टिविटीज को एग्जीक्यूट करना है, इम्प्लीमेंट करना है एट appropriate stages to verify that criteria for control or process or products and acceptance criteria for products and services have been met. यानी कि जो मेरे से एक्सपेक्टेड है मैं वही प्रोड्यूस कर रहा हूँ, या जो मुझे स्पेसिफिकेशंस अचीव करनी है वो स्पेसिफिकेशंस आर बीइंग मेट. ठीक है, तो नेक्स्ट सी इज अबाउट द इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ दोज एक्टिविटीज at whatever the defined stages are, so that those executional activities result in a desired output. Then मुझे एक suitable infrastructure and environment भी ensure करना है. जैसे मैंने बताया था कि different services के लिए, different products के लिए different infrastructure and work environment है. For example, construction activities के लिए construction safety is required. Food industry के लिए food safety hygiene चाहिए. केमिकल इंडस्ट्री है तो वहाँ पे अप्रोप्रिएट पीपीई चाहिए. ठीक है, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक इंडस्ट्री है तो डस्ट कंट्रोल एनवायरनमेंट चाहिए, एयर कंडीशन चाहिए. फार्मास्यूटिकल इंडस्ट्री है तो क्लीन रूम रिक्वायरमेंट चाहिए. तो डिपेंडिंग अपॉन द इंडस्ट्री मुझे ये इंश्योर करना है कि मेरे पास सूटेबल एनवायरनमेंट एंड सूटेबल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो जो कि उस ऑपरेशन और प्रोसेसेस को एग्जीक्यूट करने के लिए रिक्वायर्ड है. ठीक है, अब चूंकि मुझे उन एक्टिविटीज को एग्जीक्यूट भी करना है तो आई नीड टू हैव द कॉम्पिटेंट पर्सन्स आल्सो. तो उसमें मैं जो डिजायर्ड कॉम्पिटेंस है, स्किल लेवल क्या चाहिए एट वेरियस स्टेजेस, दैट आल्सो आई नीड टू एंश्योर. ठीक है, देन देयर आर सर्टेन प्रोसेसेस वेयर पीरियोडिक वैलिडेशन एंड रीवैलिडेशन इज रिक्वायर्ड. So those periodic validation and revalidation activities also need to be done, where resulting output cannot be verified by subsequent monitoring and measurement. For example, कुछ processes ऐसे होते हैं जहाँ पे आप monitoring measurement नहीं कर सकते. For example, कहीं पर एक manual soldering हो रही है. ठीक है, automatic soldering is okay, but manual soldering हो रही है. So that manual soldering is based on the skill of that operator. या welding का काम हो रहा है, या electroplating का काम हो रहा है. तो these are the processes where resulting output cannot be verified with subsequent monitoring or measurement. So there I need to define the skill of the operators, as well as periodically I need to validate and revalidate those operators and the process related characteristics. जहाँ पे मैं monitoring measurement और product नहीं कर सकता, वहाँ पे मैं जो product के characteristics हैं उनको मैं validate कर रहा हूँ. process के characteristics को validate कर रहा हूँ. ठीक है, and in addition implementation of actions to prevent human error, because आप एक बंदा रिपीटेटिव एक ही काम करता है तो कहीं ना कहीं कुछ एरर होने के चांसेस भी हो सकते हैं. तो कई बार उन चीजों को, ह्यूमन एरर्स को प्रिवेंट करने के लिए, जैसे जापानीज लैंग्वेज में इसको पोका योके बोलते हैं, मिस्टेक प्रूफिंग, कुछ मिस्टेक प्रूफिंग कर देते हैं या कुछ ऑटोमेशन कर देते हैं, और कुछ डिलीवरी, रिलीज, पोस्ट डिलीवरी एक्टिविटीज भी एप्लीकेबल हो सकती हैं. So all these things I have to take care when I am doing the production and service. So this is the requirement of clause 8.5.1. So basically the crux क्या है कि production and service provision को control conditions में execute करना है, and control conditions के लिए standard ने ABCD EFGH requirement दे रखी हैं. तो as applicable उन requirements को मुझे consider करते हुए उनको प्रॉपर्ली एंश्योर करना है एंड इम्प्लीमेंट करना है. फिर आइडेंटिफिकेशन एंड ट्रेसेबिलिटी की भी रिक्वायरमेंट होती है. सो सप्लाई चेन में डिपेंडिंग अपॉन कस्टमर रिक्वायरमेंट, डिपेंडिंग अपॉन रेगुलेटरी रिक्वायरमेंट्स, देयर आर सर्टेन थिंग्स रिलेटेड टू आइडेंटिफिकेशन एंड ट्रेसेबिलिटी आल्सो. ठीक है, उन आइडेंटिफिकेशन ट्रेसेबिलिटी का रिक्वायरमेंट को भी मुझे ध्यान रखना है. अगेन इट इज यूनिक टू द इंडस्ट्री एंड द प्रोसेस. फॉर एग्जांपल, कुछ जैसे मोस्ट ऑफ द प्रोडक्ट्स में आजकल एक यूनिक सीरियल नंबर होता है, बैच नंबर होता है, या कोई आइडेंटिफिकेशन ट्रेसेबिलिटी नंबर होता है, या उसमें कोई मटेरियल ट्रेसेबिलिटी का रिक्वायरमेंट्स को फॉलो करना है. सो एज एप्लीकेबल यू हैव टू टेक केयर ऑफ द आइडेंटिफिकेशन एंड ट्रेसेबिलिटी रिक्वायरमेंट ऑफ द प्रोडक्ट्स आल्सो. सो रिक्वायरमेंट सेज ऑर्गेनाइजेशन shall use suitable means to identify outputs when it is necessary to ensure the conformity of product and services. Organization shall identify the status of outputs with respect to monitoring and measurement requirements throughout the production and service provision. And organization shall control the unique identification number of outputs, when traceability is a requirement, and retain the documented information necessary to ensure traceability. तो जहाँ पे traceability requirement होती है वहाँ पे आपको रिकॉर्ड मेंटेन करना है। फॉर एग्जांपल आप मोबाइल फोन परचेज करते हो, लैपटॉप परचेज करते हो, कोई इलेक्ट्रॉनिक आइटम परचेज करते हो, तो हर एक का यूनिक आईडी होता है। जब आप वारंटी क्लेम करते हो, आपने फोन खरीदा, उसमें कुछ कंप्लेंट है, तो इवन जो आपका बिल आता है उसमें प्रोडक्ट का यूनिक सीरियल नंबर होता है। So this is with respect to a particular requirement of the standard where identification and traceability is a must. Then in case any customer property or external provider property is there, you have to take care of this thing. जैसे मैंने एग्जांपल दिया था मोल्डिंग के केस में कि मोल्डिंग के साथ कोई इंसर्ट भी है जो मोल्डिंग में यूज करना है, या कस्टमर ने अपना टूल प्रोवाइड किया हुआ है आपको यूज करने के लिए, तो दैट इज ए कस्टमर प्रॉपर्टी। और इवन कई बार आप जॉब वर्कर आता है, कोई समझो आपके यहाँ जनरेटर लगा है, वो कुछ सर्विसिंग के लिए अपने कुछ टूल्स वगैरह लेके आता है, बिकॉज इट इज नॉट ओनली कस्टमर इज इम्पोर्टेंट, द एक्सटर्नल प्रोवाइडर इज ऑल्सो इम्पोर्टेंट फॉर द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। तो अगर कोई प्रॉपर्टी आपके ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में आती है, प्रॉपर्टी मतलब कुछ भी मटेरियल, कंपोनेंट, टूल, इक्विपमेंट, it is even applicable for intellectual property and personal data in case of IT companies. तो वो प्रॉपर्टी कस्टमर को या एक्सटर्नल प्रोवाइडर को बिलोंग करती है, देन यू हैव टू टेक केयर ऑफ दैट आल्सो। एंड देन प्रिजर्वेशन, you need to take care of preservation aspects also wherever required. So organization shall preserve the outputs during production and service provision to the extent necessary to ensure conformity to requirements. So preservation can include identification, handling, contamination control, packaging, storage, transmission, transportation, and protection. Okay, and in some organizations post delivery activities are also applicable. जैसे कि for example warranty claims होते हैं, so in that case we need to take care of post delivery activities also. हर organization में post delivery activities applicable नहीं होती, but कई organizations में होती है। तो जहाँ पे post delivery activity में statutory regulatory requirements भी हो सकती हैं, या उस प्रोडक्ट से रिलेटेड कुछ अनडिजायरेबल पोटेंशियल कॉजेज भी हो सकते हैं, या उसके लाइफ स्पैन या कस्टमर रिक्वायरमेंट्स को लेके। तो स्टैंडर्ड ने एग्जांपल दिया है पोस्ट डिलीवरी एक्टिविटीज, जहां पर आपको प्रोडक्ट के साथ पोस्ट डिलीवरी एक्टिविटीज होती हैं, तो उन रिक्वायरमेंट्स को भी आपको कंप्लाई करना है। एग्जांपल्स हैं, पोस्ट डिलीवरी एक्टिविटीज कैन इंक्लूड एक्शन अंडर वारंटी एंड अंडर वारंटी प्रोविजंस, contractual obligations such as maintenance activities and supplementary activities such as recycling or final disposal. And in case any changes are there, so that changes also, जैसे आपने डिजाइन प्रोसेस में कंट्रोल किया था चेंजेस को, यहाँ पे प्रोडक्शन प्रोसेस में भी, प्रोडक्शन या सर्विस प्रोविजन प्रोसेस में भी आपको उन चेंजेस को कंट्रोल करना है। सेम मेथडोलॉजी यू हैव टू फॉलो, and you have to maintain the record, that is retain documented information describing the results of review of changes, person authorizing the change, and any necessary actions arising from the review. So I will stop here. I think we have a guest at 4 o'clock. Samar, you can take over.
Right, sir. Thank you very much. And you can please shut down your screen. I'll just share my screen. So hello everybody, and thanks for being a wonderful audience once again. So now I'm having our guest speaker, Mr. Sridhar Dangati from RIA Advisory LLC, USA. So I'll just request Mr. Sridhar to please switch on your camera and address our audience. And in the meantime, I'll just share the screen and present the slide. Sridhar sir, over to you.
Yeah, hi. Hey, good morning, everybody. Sorry, good evening, everybody. It's good morning for me, actually, very early, around 5 o'clock.
Right,
so yeah, it's a pleasure to be part of this panel. I was just here listening to my earlier colleague who was explaining so well. I would like to just take this forward from on behalf of our advisory. So my name is Sridhar Dangati, and I've been working as a senior operations manager for global locations at RI Advisory. And we are an IT consulting firm that specializes in a software called ORMB, that's Oracle Revenue Management and Billing, and CCNB, that is Customer Care and Billing, which we use for most of the financial sectors, utility companies, and healthcare and public sectors in the US and UK. We are predominantly headquartered in Florida, USA, and we've got other 5 locations spread across from the east to west. That's Australia, Philippines, India, UK, and Canada. So with over 6 locations, we manage the clients predominantly in US, which are like large clients like Visa, HSBC Bank. Then we've got Cigna in the Cigna and Anthem in the insurance sector. Going to the next slide. We had started back in 2016 and we were a startup company. And as we started growing, we found the need of implementing ISO certification in our processes as well as from the demand of the client. So there were two perspectives over here wherein we we wanted to set our processes right, even though most of our managers and directors, they are from large companies. But then when they come together, we need to have set processes and policies in place so that the projects would be run very smoothly. Our teams were scattered globally. That's why we had to bring them together based on the processes and the policies that we defined. And the only way that we could do is by adhering to the ISO standards. We were looking out for various agencies who could help us do this. And during the evaluation process, we met with Mr. Samad Suri and his team. And that's when we found the connect between the both teams and we onboarded them. It was a pleasure that we took the right decision, taking them on board. And that's where we are right now. We are an ISO 9001 and 2015 company, as well as ISO 27001 and 2013 company. So the benefits that we reaped by implementing ISO 9001 2015 was that most of our customers, they are into niche fields like insurance, banking, and healthcare, where they are more process driven and policy driven. And we had to abide by those policies and the processes. And by following the ISO standards, that's where we could comply with their clauses and their requirements, right? So this actually gave us in having like these 6 points that you see out here: the enhanced customer satisfaction, improved process efficiencies, increased market opportunities. So when you have these ISO certifications, they actually give a confidence within your company as well as the client that these guys can deliver, right? Because they follow the industry norms and they follow the clauses and the policies that are set by experts in the industry and proven by various processes, right? And they also help us in management of risk management. And not only that, after one stage, once you are ISO certified, there you need to always be working on your processes and developing them and continuously improving them, because the industry is changing every day, and you need to keep up to that standard, right? If you see, right now in the industry, there's more of AI that has been implemented globally, right? So even our team has developed an AI process wherein AI practice, wherein we are also trying to bring in AI practice into our product and our processes. And that's where we are also trying to see where the ISO standards can help us and we abide by those policies and clauses, right? The same thing goes with the last point where it says compliance and standardization. So it ensures that you adhere to the industry standards, maybe at healthcare, finance, utilities, or or government or the government policies. So that also gives you a confidence within you and your team that you can deliver the project as per the standards of the client. This also, like when the first 3 years I was working with this team for the ISO implementation, that actually encouraged me also to take in the classes, the training sessions for being an internal auditor. So by being an internal auditor, it actually gives you the confidence as well as the knowledge and expertise to understand what an ISO certification is, why you have to do it, and how it benefits the company as well as you as an individual, right? So for the company, it obviously is a really good, what we say, added asset that a company could have, because you as an internal auditor would help your teams with the knowledge that you already gain from the training sessions, right? So most of the issues and most of the risks is already mitigated by you, and as you coach your team in the various processes and documentation of your policies. So the various points that I listed out here is that it gives you an enhanced career opportunity, improved skill sets, and then networking opportunities. When you say networking opportunities, it also gives you networking opportunities within your company, as well as the various practices that you have within your company. So our company is scattered in six different global locations. So through when you're implementing your ISO policies and your ISO standards, you generally go on discussing these standards and policies with various what we say regional heads, regional team leads, and that also helps you in developing network skills with your internal teams. Then you have a better job performance. When you say job performance, it is not only on your personal role and responsibilities, but you extend that level to a level to another level, wherein you also try to take up more responsibilities from other global locations. So you act more as a team lead, where you coach other teams, small teams, and you build a ISO team as a global team that would help in setting processes in various regions, right? So, and as a personal satisfaction, also you gain a lot of confidence, wherein you are now talking to people in various locations, right? In various six global locations, right? And then people actually come to you with problems, and wherein you have the confidence in going through them and studying them, and then giving them back the responses and the answers, and giving them the confidence to answer the auditors, external auditors, when they are being audited. So they look up to you as a leader, and then you that also develops more confidence within you, right? And that gives you a personal satisfaction, obviously. And not only that, you don't stop over there, then you start continuously learning, because you see the growth within you that you have as a leader, right? So that's one of the most career benefit that I have got, because right now then people know you in your organization as a leader and as a go-to person for any ISO related questions, right? So that's what I also had a growth within the company, not only as a senior operations manager, but also as a ISO go-to person.
Great, sir. That was too much very great, and thank you very much for the insights. It was very deep and insightful, and I think audience must have got a lot of you can encouragement, from the words that you told us. And secondly, I like the point very much where you said networking within the organization. So that is an aspect that I think so I have never talked about with my audience in the past also. So that is a very much new point, right? Mr. Atul Suri, you would like to also say something on this thing? Because I think so it's a very brilliant point. Sir, you're on mute.
So I think overall you have explained very nicely. So I'm really quite glad and happy that you have explained all this to the audience which is attending this program. Thanks to you.
Thank you. Thank you. My pleasure. My pleasure. And thanks for empaneling me on this nice session. Yeah.
It is a pleasure to have you anytime, sir. And thank you very much for the great, insightful knowledge that you have provided to our audience. And I hope our audience will gain much from it, and they can, take it as an encouragement to implement these systems in their organization as well as their professional careers.
So, Samarth, I think you didn't tell us, but I think this all four of us are wearing the green color. Maybe this is the code for today's session, but I didn't know that I have to wear green.
No, I think so. That wasn't on the end, but it's just a coincidence. Yeah.
So this session is a go green kind of a session then.
Yeah, go green initiative, definitely. So definitely,
Yeah,
words to live by.
Yeah. I would highly rate your team in being so flexible in helping us. I'll tell one thing to the entire panel, that the team at Samarth Suri is so flexible that they will take up your project as their own, and they'll deliver it. Like, you tell them it's a 2 days time, they will deliver you 1 hour before that, right? And then they will actually bring the confidence that yes, I can go to this person time and again, right? And they have delivered every year, and that's the reason we've signed up with them for a very long time. And I really appreciate Samarth in being a partner more than a vendor. I would not say he's a vendor. I would never say that he's a vendor. He's been a partner all along our journey, and I congratulate the team for being such a good one.
Thank you so very much, sir. Kinder words have never been spoken.
Thank you so much.
You guys are worth it. You guys, and Palak and Samarth, everybody. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot,
Thank you
guys.
so much for your time, sir, and waking up so much early for us. So thank you so much.
No, it's a
So I'd like to
pleasure,
tell
always.
everyone, Sridhar is in US, so it's 5 a.m. over there now. So he has specially taken this time to address our audience and talk about it. Great, sir. Thank you very much. Have a nice day,
That's
sir.
really great. Thanks a lot.
Bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So Arunji, you are saying kindly provide study material at my email ID. Yes, sir. You will be receiving this once we complete with the training content. We'll be mailing you the study material as well as the training questionnaire link. Right. So please rest assured everything will be provided to you, and all the material will be there in the PDF file. And the submissions will be allowed by 12 midnight. So I'll be discussing this in detail over the last slide once the training content is over. Right. So I think so we have 2 more minutes to go about. So next one query was time can increase from 5 o'clock or will close on 5 only, just for information. No, sir, the training content is left over. So we are focusing more on the content. So maybe 1 hour or 1.5 hour we'll have to do extra around 6 p.m. or 6:30 p.m. So we'll try to wind up as soon as possible, but definitely not winding up at 5 since the content is left over. When will be the exam? So Manpreet Singh ji, once this training is done, so what we'll be doing is we'll be mailing you the training exam and the same will be uploaded in this section as well. So you can attempt it right away or you can attempt it before 12 midnight. So all submissions before 12 midnight will be considered. 12 midnight is the cutoff time. So after the training, you will get 5 or 6 hours. So you can take your time, first of all, relax after the training and then you can, attempt the exam since it's been a long day. We do understand that.
अभी हमने 8.1 में ऑपरेशनल प्लानिंग कर लिया, 8.2 में प्रोडक्ट रिक्वायरमेंट्स को रिव्यू कर लिया, 8.3 में डिजाइन एंड डेवलपमेंट एक्टिविटीज कर ली इफ एप्लीकेबल, 8.4 में हमने जो अपने सप्लायर्स हैं सप्लायर्स का मैनेजमेंट कर लिया, उनको एवेल्युएट कर लिया, मॉनिटर कर लिया परफॉर्मेंस को एंड इफ रिक्वायर्ड रीवैल्यूएशन कर लिया, एंड मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंटली 8.5 में हमने प्रोडक्ट एंड सर्विस प्रोविजन को अंडर कंट्रोल्ड कंडीशंस एग्जीक्यूट कर लिया, विच इंक्लूड्स अगर कोई ट्रेसेबिलिटी आइडेंटिफिकेशन की रिक्वायरमेंट है, लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल यूनिक आईडी फॉर ए प्रोडक्ट और यूनिक आईडी फॉर ए मॉड्यूल एज एप्लीकेबल, अगर कोई कस्टमर रिलेटेड रिक्वायरमेंट कस्टमर प्रॉपर्टी या एक्सटर्नल प्रोवाइडर प्रॉपर्टी अवेलेबल है, उसको भी हमने रिव्यू कर लिया है, प्रिजर्व कर लिया है, ओवरऑल एक प्रिजर्वेशन एस्पेक्ट, स्टोरेज, हाउसकीपिंग एस्पेक्ट्स को हमने कंसीडर कर लिया. So now we are at a stage where our product is ready and it is ready for release. So product, it includes product and services. So if it is a tangible product, measurable product, तो product हो गया, और अगर कोई services है तो services हो गया, for example some software or some educational services or IT services or medical services, whatever it is. So now we are at a stage where we need to consider the release of product and services. So standard says the organization shall implement the planned arrangements at appropriate stages to verify that product and service requirements have been met. Again, this is with respect to the compliance of your operational planning and control. Fine. So what we have to do is कि we have decided the planned arrangements. Planned arrangements क्या थी? हम all the stages, previous stages, operational planning भी है, review of contract, customer requirement भी है, design and development भी है, if applicable, supplier management भी है, and execution of production and service provision भी है. So all those planned agreements, execution में controlled conditions also we have considered. So at appropriate stages, we had identified the various checkpoints. So the idea is that we have to implement all those planned arrangements which we have identified at the previous stages with the objective of ensuring that product and service requirements are met. Okay. So standard clearly says the release of product and services to the customer or the end user shall not proceed until the planned arrangements have been satisfactorily completed unless otherwise approved by a relevant authority and as applicable by a customer. कहने का मतलब ये है कि जो भी हमने प्लान एंड एग्जीक्यूट किया है उसको हमें कुछ बाईपास नहीं करना है. जो भी हमारा ऑपरेशनल प्लानिंग है या कंट्रोल्ड कंडीशंस है या जो भी हमारे एक्सेप्टेंस क्राइटेरिया है या प्रोडक्ट कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स हैं, हमें किसी भी स्टेज पर किसी भी अरेंजमेंट को हमें एक्सक्लूड नहीं करना है. एंड जब तक हमारा वो स्टेज प्रीवियस स्टेज सेटिस्फैक्टरली कंप्लीट नहीं होती, हमें तब तक नेक्स्ट स्टेज पे मूव नहीं करना अनलेस कि एज ए स्पेशल केस some approval we have received from a relevant authority or the customer. इसका एग्जांपल ये क्या है, कई बार खास तौर से जो लोग प्रोडक्शन यूनिट से अटैच हैं, दे आर अवेयर कि प्रोडक्शन एंड डिलीवरी में कई बार बहुत मारामारी होता है, रश होता है. लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल यू आर प्रोवाइडिंग योर प्रोडक्ट एंड सर्विसेज टू योर कस्टमर एंड देयर इज सम चेंज ऑफ प्लानिंग एट कस्टमर एंड और देयर इज सम प्रेशर फ्रॉम कस्टमर साइड. तो आपने कहा साहब मेरा लॉट तो तैयार हो गया है बट अभी मेरा फाइनल इंस्पेक्शन रिपोर्ट तैयार नहीं हुई है. तो एज पर द नॉर्म्स, एज पर योर planned arrangements, you cannot dispatch the material to the customer unless you have done the final inspection as per your norms. But since you are making this product for customer and customer has given you a deviation, but this deviation has to be in writing. For example, if I am the external auditor or you are the internal auditor and you come across a situation where the product has been delivered to the customer without any inspection report, so you will ask कि भाई कहाँ रिपोर्ट दिखाओ मुझे, रिपोर्ट तो है नहीं इसमें. तो यू में से कि साहब हम तो रिपोर्ट इंस्पेक्शन करने को तैयार थे बट कस्टमर का प्रेशर था क्योंकि उनके एंड पे काम रुक रहा था. दे सेड कि आप बिना फाइनल इंस्पेक्शन के आप हमें भेज दो, बिकॉज वी ऑल्सो हैव अवर चेक्स एंड मेजर्स. आप जो मटेरियल भेजोगे हमारे यहाँ भी उसका IQC होगा, इनकमिंग क्वालिटी कंट्रोल इंस्पेक्शन होगा. तो अगर कोई प्रॉब्लम होगा तो हम आपको इन्फॉर्म कर देंगे. तो that is acceptable for me or that should be acceptable to you as an internal auditor because standard permits. But in that case, the evidence has to be there in writing. Customer का कोई mail, because phone call also will not work. Because phone call का तो कोई evidence ही नहीं है कि आपकी customer से क्या बात हुई या नहीं हुई थी. Ultimately, we require a documented evidence. So it can be in the form of some email from the customer, or if customer doesn't send you email, you can send an email writing to the customer as per your requirement we have dispatched this material, so giving the description of the complete lot, but kindly accord an approval so that we can put it on record. Fine. So standard clearly says कि जब तक आपका planned arrangement पूरा नहीं होता, जब तक आपकी inspection and quality control checkpoints complete inspection नहीं होता, आपको प्रोडक्ट को नहीं भेजना unless as a special case जहाँ पे एक relevant authority ने approve कर दिया या as applicable by the customer. And in all cases जो भी आप quality control, quality assurance activities कर रहे हो for the release of product and services, उसका record you have to maintain because that is a mandatory record. ठीक है. तो उस मैंडेटरी रिकॉर्ड में आपको क्या रिकॉर्ड करना है? एविडेंस ऑफ कंफर्मिटी विद एक्सेप्टेंस क्राइटेरिया. दैट मींस आपके द कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स ऑफ प्रोडक्ट्स और द क्वालिटी कंट्रोल, क्वालिटी इंस्पेक्शन चेक पॉइंट्स, उसके साथ एविडेंस का, एंड द ट्रेसेबिलिटी टू द पर्सन ऑथराइजिंग द रिलीज. मतलब उस एक्सेप्टेंस क्राइटेरिया के मुताबिक किस पर्सन ने या किस इंडिविजुअल ने उसको ऑथराइज किया रिलीज का. सो दिस एविडेंस इज ए मैंडेटरी रिकॉर्ड. There may be a stage where some material is non-conforming. So that non-conformity is known as non-conforming output. The organization shall ensure that outputs that do not conform to the requirements are identified and controlled to prevent their unintended use of delivery. So organization shall take appropriate action based on the nature of non-conformity and its effect on non-conformity of products and services. This shall also apply to non-conforming products and services detected after delivery of products or during and after the provision of services. तो जो प्रोडक्ट आपकी नॉर्म्स को क्वालिफाई नहीं करता, it can be at any stage, it can be at incoming inspection stage. You have got some material from vendor, then material is not meeting the specifications and it has failed during inspection, so that is a non-conforming material. आप in process inspection कर रहे हो, line inspection कर रहे हो, you come across some deviation, you come across some specification which is not being met, some dimension, anything which is a non-conformity, so that particular lot becomes a non-conforming material. Or maybe you have detected some non-conformity during the final inspection stage, and sometimes this non-conformity is also detected when the product has been used to the end customer. फॉर एग्जाम्पल आप कई बार न्यूज़पेपर में भी पढ़ते होंगे या न्यूज़ में पढ़ते होंगे कि होंडा ने फलाने सीरियल नंबर से फलाने सीरियल नंबर या मतलब ड्यूरिंग दिस पर्टिकुलर डिस्पैच पीरियड होंडा ने जो भी गाड़ियां हैं उनको रिकॉल किया है बिकॉज देयर इज सम फॉल्टी मतलब some faulty mechanism of the product which has been detected after the delivery has been made. So this is a particular case where this applies to the non-conforming product and services detected after delivery of products or during and after the provision of services. तो आपने तो गाड़ी कस्टमर को भेज दी, लेकिन आपने जब इंटरनल टेस्टिंग या कुछ एविडेंसेस या कुछ किसी भी सोर्सेज से आपने आइडेंटिफाई किया कि साहब इस पर्टिकुलर बैच की गाड़ियां या लेटर से 1 अगस्त से लेके 15 अगस्त के बीच में जो गाड़ियां बनी हैं उनमें जो गियरिंग मैकेनिज्म है वो फॉल्टी है या इसका कुछ सेफ्टी में कुछ गैप्स है या व्हाटएवर इट इज, ठीक है. तो अब आपने आइडेंटिफाई कर लिया, देन इट बिकम्स योर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी टू रिकॉल दैट प्रोडक्ट फ्रॉम द मार्केट एंड गेट इट करेक्टेड एज एप्लीकेबल। तो नॉन कन्फॉर्मिटी जरूरी नहीं कि आपको मैन्युफैक्चरिंग या प्रोडक्शन के स्टेज पे ही डिटेक्ट होगी। नॉन कन्फॉर्मिटी कैन ऑल्सो बी डिटेक्टेड एट ए लेटर स्टेज, बट उस हर एक केस में आपको उस नॉन कन्फॉर्मिटी को आइडेंटिफाई करना है एंड यू नीड टू टेक अप्रोप्रिएट ऑप्शंस डिपेंडिंग अपॉन द category or severity of non-conformity. So that is when what is meant by control of non-conforming output. तो नॉन कन्फॉर्मिंग आउटपुट को आप कई तरीके से डील कर सकते हो। आप उसको करेक्ट कर सकते हो, सेग्रीगेशन, कंटेनमेंट, रिटर्न और सस्पेंशन ऑफ प्रोविजंस ऑफ प्रोडक्ट एंड सर्विसेज, कस्टमर को इन्फॉर्म कर सकते हो, और कई बार आप डिविजन भी ले सकते हो, ऑब्टेनिंग ऑथराइजेशन फॉर एक्सेप्टेंस अंडर कंसेशन। So these are the different ways through which you can control the non-conformity. But whenever you are correcting a non-conformity, then again you have to route that product through the complete chain where your planned arrangements or all the checkpoints as per your quality assurance plans have to be re-verified. ठीक है, तो कहने का मतलब ये है कि करेक्शन करने के बाद आपको उसको इमीडिएटली डिस्पैच नहीं कर देना है। करेक्शन के बाद भी आपको जो भी आपके क्वालिटी नॉर्म्स हैं, इंस्पेक्शन नॉर्म्स हैं, उन नॉर्म्स को आपको वेरीफाई करना है। Conformity to the requirements shall be verified when non-conforming outputs are corrected. But standard gives you a methodology of dealing with a non-conformity. आप उसको correct कर सकते हो, segregate कर सकते हो, contain कर सकते हो, return कर सकते हो, suspend कर सकते हो, customer को inform कर सकते हो, या आप customer से one time deviation या concession भी ले सकते हो। ठीक है, जब आप एंड नॉन कन्फॉर्मिंग आउटपुट के ऊपर आप जो भी एडुकेट एक्शन ले रहे हो उसका रिकॉर्ड इज ए मैंडेटरी रिकॉर्ड। सो व्हाट रिकॉर्ड यू नीड टू मेंटेन, यू हैव टू डिस्क्राइब द नॉन कन्फॉर्मिटी, व्हाट एक्शंस यू हैव टेकन, you have to describe if any deviations or concessions have been obtained, and you also have to identify who is the authority who has taken the decision with respect to dealing with the non-conformity. So non-conforming output dealing record is a mandatory record, so you have to maintain the adequate record related to the description of non-conformity, the action taken, any concession which is obtained that has to be documented, and also you have to identify the authority who has decided to take this action. It can be inside your organization also, let us say some plant head or some senior person, or it can be a division or authority given by customer also, but record has to be maintained. तो एज एन इंटरनल ऑडिट और एज एन एक्सटर्नल ऑडिटर जब भी हमें एक नॉन कन्फर्मिंग आउटपुट का रिकॉर्ड मिलता है, देन वी इन्वेस्टिगेट दैट पर्टिकुलर एविडेंस ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ दीज पैरामीटर्स, द डिस्क्रिप्शन ऑफ नॉन कन्फर्मिटी, एक्शन टेकन, एनी कंसेशन ऑब्टेन्ड, or and the identification of authority who has taken the action in respect of that particular non-conformity. So again, a small workshop, Samarth, not more than 5 minutes.
All right, sir. All right. So we'll try to keep this as concise as possible. Right.
Yeah.
So hello everybody, and welcome to this workshop number 5. So develop 5 checklist questions that can help your organization to check whether your QMS is in compliance with the clause 8 operations. Right. So as you all have studied clause 8 operations during the last few slides of the slide deck, we would like to, like you to make 5 questions, or maybe not 5. You can just make some questions and you can post it in the chat box, which we can discuss as always. And we'll take out the best of the answers, and the person will get the opportunity to introduce themselves and, detail on their answer. So your time starts now. Please go ahead and write out in the chat box.
So I will just recollect all those points which are part of this clause number 8. First is your operational planning. 8.1, 8.2 was your contractual obligation, that is review of requirements related to product and services. 8.3 was design and development. 8.4 was your control on externally provided products, processes and services. 8.5 was control of production and service provision, which also includes identification and traceability, control on any property which belongs to the customer or supplier, and also preservation aspects, and any changes which you make to your controlled conditions. Then 8.6 was about release of product and services, and 8.7 was about control of non-conforming outputs. Okay.
All right, sir.
So not more than 5 minutes.
Yeah, so we start now, and please write your answers in the chat box. Planning document design process. All right, sir. I'm expecting more responses, please.
I'm sorry, it has to be, it is both more different, planning document and design document, design process document.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Noted,
Typo
sir.
error.
So basically, sir, Venkatesh Babu, sir, I would like to request you to pose it in the form of a question of a checklist, right? So these are two aspects. I would request you to rephrase your answer and write it in the form of a question that you would, let's say, ask in an audit, or as an auditor, you will make it as a part of your audit checklist. So Brijesh ji, we are having what is the procedure for handling non-conforming products and customer complaints? What are the operational controls? So Brijesh ji, I would like to again introduce yourself, and then you can just explain your question and how you'll go about it in the audit.
Yeah. So I'm Brijesh also from DSC India, Solar Real also. So regarding
Right.
when we are doing some audit in the operational function, so we should understand what are their operational control procedure, whether those are sufficient to address all the quality management system adherence or not. So we can check those procedures also. And if there is some non-conformity, how they are going to handle. If some customer complaints came up, so how they are going to handle. So that this will give some confidence. Okay, the right procedures are in place, so that our QMS system is going in a right direction. Yeah.
Great, sir. Thank you so much for the valuable input. Then I'd like to call upon Mr. Parminder Singh. So Parminder Singh ji, we would request you to introduce yourself and then your audit question. Parminder Singh ji, are you there? Okay, moving on to Venkatesh Babu, sir. Can we have a planning document, or is there a document for design process? So can you please introduce yourself and then your question?
Yeah,
Venkatesh Babu, sir.
When we go for the audit, no, we usually the first
Sir,
part.
sorry for the interruption. Please introduce yourself first.
Yeah, Venkatesh Babu from Jeeves, part of Flipkart Group. I am from Jeeves Network team. So as an auditor, the main question I would like to ask the auditee, which means if when we start the process of planning, voila. So the first thing is there a document. So that is the main thing that will give the all the inputs regarding the planning. So that document we ask for. Similarly, for the when we come to the design also, that is the first document we need to ask for the to be shown to us. In that
Alright,
aspect,
sir. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Ashutosh Jha. I'm sorry. Mr. Ashutosh Jha. Would you be able to speak up, sir?
Yes. Am I audible to all?
Yes, you're very much audible, sir.
So this is Ashutosh Jha from Paharpur Private Limited. We are one of the leading manufacturer of plastic laminates, flexible packaging materials for FMCG companies. So, so during audit, it will be can be asked that how the planning and being controlled to meet the objectives which have been set by the senior management, and what are the procedures the specific department or the section is following to meet that.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. Sunil Kumar ji. Sunil Kumar ji, can you please come up?
Yes, sir.
Please, sir. Introduction followed by answer.
Sir, myself Sunil. I am handling quality in Floater India Retard Pouches Private Limited. That's a supplier of retard pouches, and that's a leading company in India in retard business.
That's great, sir. That's very nice to have you over, sir. Can you please explain your question?
My question was how to handle any NC, if any NC we are getting from customers or any complaints we are getting. So how we can handle that? That was my question.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. Miss Sonia. Miss Sonia, can you please come up?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Please, introductions, please, followed by your question description.
This is Sonia Inside from Mayur Unicorter, Jaipur.
Okay, Mayur Unicorters. Mayur Unicorters Limited, Jaipur, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Great, ma'am. Please tell me.
Actually, we will verify the customer complaints last and sees during the audits and customer requirement control plan. Hello.
Right, ma'am. Thank you. So just to inform all, Mayur Unicorters Limited is a very good company in Jaipur. They are into manufacturing of artificial leather.
Yes, sir.
One of our clients.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Fine. I think so. We are
Yeah,
good with the
already,
responses and we can start. We can start with the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Fine. So you can see the screen?
Yes, it is visible, sir.
Okay, fine. So we have covered clause number 4, clause number 5, clause number 6, clause number 7, clause number 8. So now we move to clause number 9. So clause number 9 is performance evaluation and clause number 10 is improvement. Fine. So let us cover these clauses and then we'll come to some skills related to conducting of internal audit. So 9 is about performance evaluation, which includes monitoring, measurement, analysis, and evaluation. 9.2 is about internal audit. 9.3 is about management review. So internal audit process we will discuss in details separately. So I will cover internal audit just partially during this phase, and then I will cover internal audit in details once all the clauses are complete. Okay. Then 9.3 is management review. Then clause number 10 is improvement, which talks about 10.1 is general. 10.2 is non-conformity and corrective action. Partially, we have already discussed it in control of non-conforming output. And 10.3 is the last clause, which is continual improvement. Okay. So first is 9.1, monitoring, measurement, analysis, and evaluation. So organization says because it is PDCA cycle. So plan, do, check, and act. So monitoring, measurement, analysis, and evaluation is part of check and act. Okay, so organization shall determine what needs to be monitored and measurement, what needs to be monitored and measured. What are your methods for monitoring, measurement, analysis, and evaluation, which are needed to ensure that the results are valid. When the monitoring measurement shall be performed, that is your monitoring and measurement plan. And when the results from monitoring and measurement shall be analyzed and evaluated. So this 9.1.1 is basically a general clause which addresses this requirement of monitoring. The organization shall evaluate the performance and effectiveness of the quality management system, and organization shall maintain the records. So all records related to monitoring, measurement, analysis, and evaluation are mandatory records which need to be retained by the organization and which you need to verify as an internal auditor or external auditor. And it also talks about customer satisfaction monitoring. So there is a general requirement related to monitoring measurement where you need to identify what you will need, what you will monitor and measure with respect to your product and services. But there is a specific requirement of monitoring, measurement, analysis, and evaluation of customer satisfaction. Okay. So the requirement says organization shall monitor customer perception of degree to which their needs and expectations have been fulfilled. The organization shall determine the method for obtaining, monitoring, and reviewing this information. So monitoring of customer satisfaction is a mandatory requirement of the standard and you need to maintain the record. But what method you will use for monitoring, for obtaining, monitoring, reviewing this information is entirely dependent upon the organization. Standard has given you some examples how you can monitor customer perception. There are different ways and means. It can be depending upon the product and services you are. There are different ways and means. For example, customer survey is one method. Obtaining customer feedback is another example. Customer feedback on delivered product and services. Minutes of meeting with customer is another example. Even appreciation letters, compliments received from customer, project completion certificate. These are all various examples of monitoring customer satisfaction. You can also do market share analysis for bigger organizations. Sometimes companies hire some external professional companies also to get a feel of where the customers are basically more in retail kind of products like FMCG companies. So they hire specialized company services also for obtaining customer feedback, customer perception, what kind of products, what kind of services they require. So it depends. There is not even a single method for customer perception monitoring. There are various ways and means, so you have to pick and choose on your own. But whatever methodology you follow, that should be followed adequately. Okay. Even like in automotive sector, you receive that customer scorecard. So that customer scorecard is also a method of monitoring customer perception. Where some in automotive supply chain also, some customers provide you customer scorecard, but some customer don't provide you. So in that case, you can send your own feedback form to the customer with certain checkpoints and questions, and you can obtain the feedback. So there are different ways and means of obtaining customer satisfaction, and then you need to monitor and evaluate also. Even warranty claims, dealer reports also fall under this category. But customer satisfaction monitoring is a specific requirement of ISO 9001 standard. Then more importantly about analysis and evaluation. So you need to analyze what all you will measure, monitor and evaluate. Okay. The basic objective of this monitoring, measurement and evaluation is, it says organization shall analyze and evaluate appropriate data and information arising from monitoring and measurement activities. And this result of analysis should be used to evaluate the conformity of product and services. So you have data for process performance, product performance, you have data for quality objectives, you have data for contract review, you have data for design and development activities, you have data for production activities, service provision activities, you have data for your monitoring performance of suppliers. So a lot of data is being generated. Even you have data for support functions like HR, maintenance activities, storage activities, you have data for EHS activities, you have data for admin activities. So depending upon the size of organization, there are a lot of data and information being collected within the organization. But this data has to be analyzed also. Analysis of data means whatever data you are having in the organization with respect to the processes, you need to check it and you should identify the areas for improvement. That is what is meant by analysis and evaluation of data. For example, you have obtained customer feedback on 10 parameters from different customers, and different customers are giving you different rating also. So some customer may be giving you some low score on a particular aspect, some customer may be giving you some on the same lower score on some other different aspect. For example, some customer may be unhappy with your delivery performance, the other customer may be unhappy with your quality related issues. So each case is a unique case, and each particular case needs to be analyzed from individual cases basis. You cannot make a generalized statement, you have to consider it case to case basis. That is what is meant by analysis and evaluation of the data. So standard says the result of analysis shall be used to evaluate the conformity of product and services, the degree of customer satisfaction, the performance and effectiveness of quality management system, whether the planning has been effectively implemented, the effectiveness of action taken to address risk and opportunities, the performance of your external providers, and need for improvement to the quality management system. So as I explained, lot many data is being generated within the organization. So that appropriate data has to be analyzed and evaluated, and some meaningful outcome should come out from the analysis of the data. For example, customer satisfaction data is not there, but you have not analyzed that data. You have not taken meaningful corrective action based on that data. So that data is of no use. So that is, I would say, raw data which is not used. So first thing is to collect that data. The second thing is to analyze and evaluate that data. And you can use various statistical techniques also, like Pareto analysis, histogram. There are different quality tools, QC tools, which you can use for monitoring, measurement, and analysis purpose. Internal audit, we have separate slides for internal audit. So I will cover that internal audit in details. But the basic requirement of internal auditing is the clause 9.2.1 says organization shall conduct internal audit at planned intervals. Now standard is not prescribing any frequency, whether you have to do it every month, whether you have to do it quarterly, whether you have to do it 6 monthly or annual. So it gives the liberty to you to decide the planning part, but that frequency has to be adequate. Okay? तो इंटरनल ऑडिट आपको कितने टाइम बाद करना है ये आपको डिसाइड करना है, बट वो फ्रीक्वेंसी इतनी ज़्यादा भी ना हो कि आप उसको एग्जीक्यूट ही ना कर पाएँ और इतनी कम भी ना हो कि उसका यूटिलिटी या क्या कहना चाहिए इफेक्टिवनेस ही ना अचीव हो पाए। ठीक है, बेसिक ऑब्जेक्टिव इंटरनल ऑडिट क्या है कि आपका जो स्टैंडर्ड है, क्वालिटी मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम है, वो कंफर्म करता है ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस की ओन रिक्वायरमेंट्स फॉर द क्वालिटी सिस्टम एज वेल एज इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड। तो I will explain these separately in the internal audit slides, but basic objective internal audit का क्या है कि आपका सिस्टम ISO, आपका क्वालिटी मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम, और for that matter because this internal audit is applicable for all the standards, so I would say कि your इंटीग्रेटेड मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम जहाँ पर आपके पास एक से ज़्यादा स्टैंडर्ड है और सिर्फ 9001 है, तो क्वालिटी मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम आपकी ओन रिक्वायरमेंट से सेटिस्फाई कर रहा है, कस्टमर रिक्वायरमेंट्स को मीट कर रहा है, रेगुलेटरी एप्लीकेबल रेगुलेटरी रिक्वायरमेंट्स को मीट कर रहा है, एंड इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड जो ISO 9001 है उसको मीट कर रहा है, और वो मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम इफेक्टिवली इम्प्लीमेंटेड एंड मेंटेन्ड है। ठीक है, तो उसके लिए आपको क्या करना है, आपको प्लान करना है, प्लान, एस्टेब्लिश, इम्प्लीमेंट एंड मेंटेन है ऑडिट प्रोग्राम इंक्लूडिंग द फ्रीक्वेंसी, मेथड, रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी। ये सब हम डिटेल में डिस्कस करेंगे इन सब्सिक्वेंट स्लाइड्स। इसके लिए गाइडिंग स्टैंडर्ड है ISO 19011। तो हमें क्या करना है, प्लान, एस्टेब्लिश, इम्प्लीमेंट, मेंटेन एन ऑडिट प्रोग्राम इंक्लूडिंग द फ्रीक्वेंसी, मेथड्स, रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज, प्लानिंग रिक्वायरमेंट्स एंड रिपोर्टिंग, which shall take into consideration the importance of the processes concerned, changes affecting the organization, and the result of previous audits. You have to define the audit criteria and scope for each audit. Again, I am repeating कि subsequent slides में हम इनको डिटेल में डिस्कस करेंगे. Select the auditors and conduct audits to ensure objectivity and impartiality of the audit process. Ensure that the result of audits are reported to the relevant management, that is the top management or the local management. Take appropriate correction and corrective actions without undue delay, and retain this documentary evidence as information as evidence of implementation. So internal audit record is a mandatory record. Fine. Again, इसको डिटेल में subsequent slides में डिस्कस करेंगे. Clause number 9.3 is management review. तो यहाँ पे भी टॉप मैनेजमेंट का रोल आ जाता है. Top management shall review the organization's quality management system at planned intervals to ensure its continuing suitability, adequacy, effectiveness, and alignment with the strategic direction of the organization. तो जब आप मैनेजमेंट रिव्यू मीटिंग करते हो, अगेन दिस हैज टू बी कैरीड आउट एट ए प्लान्ड इंटरवल. स्टैंडर्ड ने कोई फ्रीक्वेंसी आपको स्टिपुलेट नहीं किया है, यू हैव टू डिसाइड द फ्रीक्वेंसी, बट व्हाटएवर फ्रीक्वेंसी यू डिसाइड एंड डॉक्यूमेंट दैट हैज टू बी फॉलोड. ओके, सो द मैनेजमेंट रिव्यू शैल बी प्लान्ड एंड कैरीड आउट टेकिंग इनटू कंसीडरेशन. अब इसमें एजेंडा पॉइंट दे रखे हैं ABCDEF and with further sub points. So all these points have to be discussed in the management review. Points क्या है? Status of action from previous management reviews, any changes to internal and external issues. जो आपने internal and external issues decide किए थे, that internal and external issues you have to basically review in the management review meeting whether these are adequate or not. Any changes that have happened over a period of time since the last management review that you have to discuss. Then all the data which was generated as per clause 9.1, like customer satisfaction, feedback from interested parties, the extent to which your quality objectives have been met, process performance, conformity of products and services, non-conformity and corrective actions, monitoring, measurement results. So whatever data is being generated within the organization, that has to be discussed in the management review meeting, including audit results and the performance of external providers. Management review meeting में you also need to discuss about the adequacy of resources, effectiveness of action taken to address risk and opportunities, and opportunities for improvement. So all these agenda points, these are the review inputs which you need to discuss in the management review, and top management of the organization has to participate in the management review. Okay. And output of the management review is in the form of decision and action taken, which can be related to any opportunity for improvement, any changes to the management system, or any resource requirement. So again, this record is a mandatory record. Organizations and retail documented information as evidence of result of management reviews. Then comes the last clause, clause number 10, that is improvement. Again, 10.1 is general, which says that organization has to determine and select opportunities for improvement, because one of the quality management principle was improvement. So this particular clause talks about improvement. Organization shall determine and select opportunities for improvement and implement any necessary actions to meet customer requirement and enhance customer satisfaction. तो उसमें आप क्या improvement activities identify कर सकते हो? You can improve your product and services to meet requirements as well as to address future need and expectations, correcting, preventing or reducing undesired effects, and improving the performance of and effectiveness of the quality management system. तो एग्जाम्पल्स ऑफ इम्प्रूवमेंट क्या है? जब आप कुछ करेक्शन करते हो, करेक्टिव एक्शन लेते हो, कंटिन्यूअल इम्प्रूवमेंट करते हो, कुछ ब्रेक थ्रू, चेंज, innovation, reorganization. So these are some examples of improvement. Basic idea is you have to keep on improving your products and services, keep on taking corrections, reducing the undesired effects, keep on updating your risk assessment, keep on improving your quality objectives, keep on improving the performance of various processes. जो भी processes आपने identify किए हैं, चाहे वो marketing है, purchase है, production है, business development है, quality है, design development है, storage activities है, housekeeping है. So there are plenty of things where you can do improvement in an organization. Organization should ensure that they have systems in place to review their processes, products and services and the performance of quality management system as a whole with the objective of making improvement. Now, as an internal auditor or as an external auditor, what you need to see is the objective evidence that improvement is taking place. तो जब हम top management से interact करते हैं during the course of external audit, so we also talk to the management about what is their improvement plan, what improvements have happened and what is the future planning. For example, just to share some examples, कुछ companies बताती हैं कि okay, we are going in for green energy. We have installed, let us say, solar power plant in our organization. कुछ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन प्रोसेस इंप्रूवमेंट की बात करती है, कुछ ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस ट्रेनिंग की बात करती हैं, स्किल एनहेंसमेंट की बात करती हैं. सो देयर तो different organizations have their different perspective or different vision for making improvements. But as a part of audit process, we have to seek evidence that yes, improvement is taking place in the organization. And as an internal auditor also, you have to look for the evidence related to improvement which are taking place. Okay. Auditors should look for evidence that the organization is considering improvement in respect of its processes, products and services and overall performance of the quality management system. Then non-conformity and corrective action, this is covered by clause 10.2. हालांकि जो clause हमने 8.7 किया था, that was talking about non-conforming control of the non-conforming output. Output मतलब product, process and process and your outsourced activities. This particular clause talks about non-conformity as a whole. Okay, so which includes the customer complaints. So whenever a non-conformity occurs, including any non-conformity arising out of the customer complaint, organization shall react to the non-conformity. So this is a guideline for you. This is a mandate for you. You have to react to the non-conformity and as applicable, take action to control it and correct it and deal with the consequences. Okay. Then you also have to look into the causes, actions to eliminate the causes. So root cause analysis, which we discussed, ask this question why 5 times, and based on the why analysis, then ask the question how it can be corrected. So why, then how. Okay. We call it 5W1H. Ask the whenever a non-conformity occurs, ask a question why 5 times, and then find a solution with question how it can be corrected, how it can be prevented to occur in future. Evaluate the need for action to eliminate the cause of non-conformity in order that it does not reoccur or occur elsewhere by reviewing and analyzing the non-conformity, determining the causes of the non-conformity, and determining if similar non-conformities exist or could potentially occur. This is applicable in case of organizations with multiple offices or multiple sites, because once a set of non-conformities detected at one area, it is likely that it may happen in elsewhere also. For example, again giving the same example of F1, few years back I audited one of the service center, and see, because they are doing repair of electronic equipment. So earthing is very important. But most of the places, their offices or their service centers, they are basically rented places. So they are not directly responsible for the building maintenance or let us say earthing related activities. So at one of the places I asked this question कि अच्छा आप बताओ earthing को कैसे monitor करते हैं and all that, and they were dependent on that building landowner, building owner, so they could not provide a satisfactory reply. So I raised a non-conformity कि this earthing is not taken care at this particular site. So I quoted just one example, but when they implemented the corrective action, they ensured that I think more than 15, 16, I don't remember the exact number, but there are 15, 16 centers, their regional offices, regional centers, etc., and their head office. So Mr. Sandeep Sharma and his team ensured that the root cause and correction and corrective action which they took place at one place, it is implemented throughout the organization. Means based on that non-conformity, he raised a circular to all the branches, even the corporate office, that earthing is very important. Let us take immediately this action point. And even if you are not directly responsible for ensuring the earthing and measuring the earth resistance and all that, you follow up with the landlord or building owner or the premises where the office is there and take up action immediately. So what I mean to say is कि जो एक नॉन कन्फॉर्मिटी इन केस ऑफ मल्टी साइट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, जो एक नॉन कन्फॉर्मिटी एक जगह एग्जिस्ट करती है वो बाकी जगह भी एग्जिस्ट कर सकती है इन अदर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. तो जब आप रूट कॉज एंड करेक्टिव एक्शन लेते हो तो यू हैव टू एंश्योर दैट दिस करेक्टिव एक्शन इज टेकन थ्रू आउट द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, बिकॉज जो नॉन कन्फॉर्मिटी एक जगह एग्जिस्ट कर रही है इट हैज द पोटेंशियल टू ऑकर एल्सवेयर आल्सो. फाइन. So you have to see the action taken in totality and not as an isolated case. Then implement the action needed, review the effectiveness of any corrective action taken. Then based on the non-conformity and corrective action, if required, you can update your risk and opportunities register also. And wherever required, make changes to the quality management system. The key line is that corrective action shall be appropriate to the effect of non-conformities encountered. And evidence of action taken on the non-conformity has to be maintained as a mandatory record. So whenever you're doing internal auditing or as an external auditor, we look into the evidences of non-conformity and the subsequent action taken based on the root cause analysis, that is the result of corrective actions. And the last clause is that organization has to continually improve the suitability, adequacy, and effectiveness of the quality management system. The organization shall consider the output of analysis and evaluation and the outputs from management review to determine if there are needs or opportunities that shall be addressed as part of continual improvement. So I leave it. I'm just discussing the important things. So we have discussed clause number 4, clause number 5, clause number 6, clause number 7, clause number 8, clause number 9 and clause number 10. तो जो 9.2 में requirement आई थी internal audit की, so I am now explaining in details how to plan the internal audit, how to conduct the internal audit. So subsequent slides are based on the auditing principle based on ISO 19011 requirements. So what are the audits? The definition, principles and types. There is a definition of audit in ISO 9000. As I said in the morning, ISO 9000 is a standard which tells you about the fundamental and vocabulary. So this definition of audit is taken from standard ISO 9000-2015. So audit is a systematic activity, independent activity and documented process. So again, there are three keywords. It is a systematic activity, it's a system related activity. It is an independent activity, that is this activity is independent from the other activities which you are executing in the organization. And it is a documented process also. Documented process means you have a procedure for that and you have execution of that procedure resulting in the results, audit reports. So the keywords are systematic, independent and documented process for obtaining audit evidence. Audit evidence क्या हो गया? सबूत. Audit evidence and evaluating it objectively to determine the extent to which the audit criteria are fulfilled. तो अब audit criteria आपका क्या है? Audit criteria is ISO 9001 standard requirements or your own documented procedures. So audit criteria is not only ISO 9001 standard, but it is also your own SOPs and documented references or the procedures and processes which you have addressed in your documented quality management system, which may be even over and above ISO 9001 standard. So you cannot say कि साहब ये चीज तो 9001 की requirement के साथ, because your 9001 standard is integrated with your strategic direction of the organization. So audit criteria includes 9001 standard requirements as well as your own management system documentation. Okay. तो जब आप ऑडिट करते हो तो कुछ बेसिक रिक्वायरमेंट क्या है? टाइमली एक्सेस टू फैसिलिटीज, डॉक्यूमेंट्स एंड पर्सनल. Certain things are mandated from the point of view of external audit, but yes, you must also understand, because you can be an internal auditor and at the same time you can be an auditee for external audit and you can be an auditee also for the internal audit. तो ऑडिट के लिए प्रीरिक्विजिट क्या है? एक इफेक्टिव ऑडिट को करने के लिए हमें उस फैसिलिटी का एक्सेस चाहिए, डॉक्यूमेंट्स एंड पर्सनल का, इंक्लूडिंग द टॉप मैनेजमेंट. ऑडिट कंडक्ट करने के लिए वी नीड टू हैव डिफाइंड ऑडिटिंग प्रोसीजर्स और गाइडलाइंस और मेथोडोलॉजी. ऑडिट कंडक्ट करने के लिए वी रिक्वायर द सपोर्ट एंड इन्वॉल्वमेंट ऑफ मैनेजमेंट ऑल्सो. ऑडिट कंडक्ट करने के लिए वी रिक्वायर कॉम्पिटेंट ऑडिटर्स ऑल्सो और द ऑडिट टीम, एंड वी हैव टू एंश्योर द इम्पार्शियलिटी एंड ऑब्जेक्टिविटी ऑफ द ऑडिट टीम. ठीक है. तो नॉर्मली 3 तरह के ऑडिट्स होते हैं: फर्स्ट पार्टी ऑडिट, सेकंड पार्टी ऑडिट एंड थर्ड पार्टी ऑडिट. जो ऑडिट आप विद इन द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन करते हो दैट इज नोन एज इंटरनल ऑडिट. सो that is basically a first party audit. So an audit by the, so type of audits, basically 3 type of audits are there: first party audit, second party audit and third party audit. First party audit जब हम internal audit conduct करते हैं that is known as a first party audit. इसका पर्पस क्या है? An audit by the organization of its own systems and procedures is known as a first party audit, and objective है to ensure maintenance and the development of the quality management system. सेकेंड पार्टी ऑडिट विच इज एन एक्सटर्नल ऑडिट, एक ऑडिट जो आपका कस्टमर आपका करता है, या यू डू ऑडिट ऑफ योर सप्लायर्स एंड सप्लायर्स और सब कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स, दैट इज नोन एज ए सेकेंड पार्टी ऑडिट. ठीक है. सो ऑडिट परफॉर्म्ड बाय द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ऑन सप्लायर्स एंड सब कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स इज नोन एज सेकेंड पार्टी ऑडिट. इट इज एन एक्सटर्नल ऑडिट and objective is to determine suitability of the suppliers and subcontractors and to appraise suppliers and subcontractors performance. जैसे for example की प्रीमिसेस में जाके ऑडिट करते हो, दैट इज नोन एज ए सेकंड पार्टी ऑडिट. और आपका कस्टमर आपकी प्रीमिसेस में आके ऑडिट करता है, दैट इज नोन एज ए सेकंड पार्टी ऑडिट. थर्ड पार्टी ऑडिट होता है जो सर्टिफिकेशन बॉडी, फॉर एग्जांपल क्वालिटी ऑफ एशिया कंडक्ट सर्टिफिकेशन ऑडिट फॉर इट्स क्लाइंट्स, दैट इज नोन एज ए थर्ड पार्टी ऑडिट. इट इज आल्सो एन एक्सटर्नल ऑडिट. This is an assessment done by a body which is independent of the organization, its suppliers and customers. तो जो सर्टिफिकेशन बॉडी है ना वो आपके सप्लायर्स की कैटेगरी में आती है ना वो आपके कस्टमर्स की कैटेगरी में आती है. सो इट इज एन इंडिपेंडेंट बॉडी विच इज डूइंग योर ऑडिट. सो इट इज नोन एज ए थर्ड पार्टी ऑडिट. और इसका ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या है? बिकॉज दैट थर्ड पार्टी इज इवेल्युएटिंग यू अगेंस्ट द नॉर्म्स ऑफ ए पर्टिकुलर स्टैंडर्ड, चाहे वो 9001 है, 14001 है या कोई भी स्टैंडर्ड है. सो ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ दैट थर्ड पार्टी ऑडिट इज to determine that an organization's quality system has been documented and implemented according to a specified standard. तो again जैसे PDCA cycle है, same PDCA cycle is applicable for audit also, internal audit also, external audit also और second party audit also. तो stages क्या हैं? Planning, preparation, performance, reporting and follow up. तो again जैसे ऑपरेशनल प्लानिंग इंपॉर्टेंट है, डिजाइन एंड डेवलपमेंट प्लानिंग और इंपॉर्टेंट है, सप्लायर डेवलपमेंट प्लानिंग इंपॉर्टेंट है, उसी तरीके से इंटरनल ऑडिट प्लानिंग भी इंपॉर्टेंट है. तो इंटरनल ऑडिट की ऑब्जेक्टिव, इंटरनल ऑडिट की प्लानिंग का ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या है कि यू डिसाइड द फ्रीक्वेंसी एंड टाइमिंग, कि आप किस फ्रीक्वेंसी पे इंटरनल ऑडिट करोगे, कितना टाइम डिवोट करोगे, किसकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी क्या है, क्राइटेरिया क्या है, स्कोप क्या है, मेथड्स क्या है एंड ड्यूरेशन क्या है. सो बेसिकली ऑडिट प्लान बनता है. उस ऑडिट प्लान में आप डिसाइड करते हो टाइमिंग के बारे में, रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के बारे में, क्राइटेरिया के बारे में, स्कोप ऑफ ऑडिट के बारे में, मेथड्स ऑफ ऑडिट के बारे में एंड टाइमिंग और ड्यूरेशन ऑफ ऑडिट के बारे में. तो ऑडिट प्लानिंग कैसे करते हैं? ऑडिट प्लानिंग, अब हम इंटरनल ऑडिट की बात करते हैं, तो इंटरनल ऑडिट planning is about frequency and timing. Now that frequency and timing is based on status and importance. Status and importance का मतलब क्या होता है? In any organization, there are core activities and there are support functions. For example, if your organization is doing design and development of product, your organization is doing manufacturing, quality assurance. So basically, जो core production related activities या जो आपकी definition of scope है, जिस scope के against you are certified or you are planning to get certified, जो core activities हैं उसको execute करने के लिए उसको हम बोलते हैं core functions. एंड जो सपोर्टिंग एक्टिविटीज होती हैं, फॉर एग्जांपल एचआर हो गया या मेंटेनेंस हो गया या मार्केटिंग हो गया, वी कॉल देम एज सपोर्ट फंक्शंस. तो जब आप इंटरनल ऑडिट का प्लान बनाते हो या हम एक्सटर्नल ऑडिट का प्लान बनाते हैं, तो वी ऑलवेज मेक श्योर कि जो कोर एक्टिविटीज, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल वी अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट आर द कोर एक्टिविटीज ऑफ द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. सेकेंडली, वी डिवोट मोर टाइम for those core activities and lesser time for the support activities. It is not that support activities are not important, they are also equally important, but core processes are the critical activities, so we need to spend more time on critical activities. तो जब आप इंटरनल ऑडिट का प्लान बनाते हो या हम एक्सटर्नल ऑडिट का प्लान बनाते हो, हम एक्सटर्नल ऑडिट का प्लान बनाते हैं, then we make sure कि critical activities, that is production, quality and design if it is applicable, we spend more time, and on the other activities we spend comparatively lesser time. For example, production and quality we may spend 4 hours of our auditing, but HR being a support function, even 1 hour is sufficient, or maintenance 1 hour is sufficient, purchase 1 hour is sufficient. But if it is a core activity, production and quality, even design is a core activity, so we'll spend at least 2 hours in auditing design activities. Okay. So planning and frequency and timing is important. So it is based on the status and importance of that activity. Responsibility किसकी है? Competent auditor with technical knowledge. तो आपको, if you are auditing that company, you need to be competent auditor with the technical knowledge. And in some cases for external audit, if the auditor is not qualified, because auditors को भी code allocated होते हैं depending upon their qualification and experience. But let us say they are not having a particular code, then technical expert also accompanies that particular auditor. For example, I am an electrical engineer. If I'm auditing any chemical industry, I may not be having that technical knowledge of the chemical processes. So one chemical engineer will go along with me as an industry expert who will guide me or advise me on the technical aspects. Again, another example, even banks and financial institutions, they are taking ISO certification. If I'm an engineer and I'm not aware of business processes of a bank or financial institution, so some chartered accountant or somebody with a deep knowledge of like some MCOM in basically MCOM will accompany me as an industry expert. So auditor, first priority is the auditor should be competent himself or herself with that adequate technical knowledge of that process. But in case sometimes it happens that the auditor is not competent for that particular industry, so the auditor team should comprise of, it is a mandatory requirement for the certification body that the auditor team should comprise of a technical expert who will advise. He is like an advisor to the auditor who will advise on the technical aspects of that particular industry. Okay. Then criteria is organization own procedures, specifications, documents, etc. Then criteria is also ISO 9001 standard or any other internal standard which is applicable for that organization. And scope also, it can cover a process, it can cover an area of the company, and how much time to spend, it depends on the size of the scope. As I already explained, critical activities may we spend more time, or as an internal auditor also you need to spend more time, and support functions may be spent comparatively lesser time. Same norms can be followed for second party audits also. हालांकि second party audits में criteria क्या हो जाता है? Criteria is little bit different. Competence of auditor यहाँ भी चाहिए. Frequency and timing also you can decide. And but यहाँ पे criteria हो जाता है जो आपकी contractual obligations हैं उस particular supplier के साथ, या उस पर्टिकुलर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का क्या क्वालिटी मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम है, या ISO 9001 या जिस भी स्टैंडर्ड के अगेंस्ट आप कर रहे हो. So again, scope can be the entire facility or a particular area of the process, and duration also depends on the scope, size of the scope. As I explained, third party audit जो external audit होता है, इसमें auditor का competence with qualified auditor with necessary technical knowledge and experience is a must. But if auditor is not competent for a particular technical code, then he or she should be accompanied with a industry expert to guide him on the relevant industry codes and requirements. Criteria can be ISO 9001 or any standard for which that organization is certified, and the auditor is also approved for that. And scope can be depending upon the defined. So Samarth, can you take this small activity, just 5 minutes?
Sure, sir. Let me take it over from here. So hello everybody, again welcome to the workshop number 6, that is preparing an audit plan. So although it is a very detailed workshop and we are running less of time, so what you can do is you can prepare it for any one particular process, let's say for a production or maybe any one process in your company, and keep it brief, like you can take 3 or 4 slots. Well, basically the idea of this thing is to sample an audit plan so that you know how audit planning can be done. And again, our methodology for the workshop remains the same. We'll be giving you 5 minutes. You can write your responses in the meeting chat box, and the best answers we would discuss with them. First of all, they'll have the opportunity to introduce themselves and their company, and then they can talk about the result and the audit plan that they are mentioning over here, right? So looking forward to the responses. So there's one query: is there any test after the training? Yes, definitely. There's an exam we'll discuss shortly. And I know the training was till 5 p.m. We'll wind up between 6 and 6:30 p.m. And because of the lot of content and all. So thank you very much for staying tuned for such a long time, and please have some more patience, and we can complete this thing shortly, right? Thank you very much in advance for the same. So I'm looking forward to your responses, please. The question is basically you need to write an audit plan. So maybe 3 or 4 slots, and what all auditing activities you will take up. Let's say, for example, in production, how will you audit, what all processes will you take over, etc. So 3 or 4 maybe slots you can design for a particular department, an audit plan, SOP of machines. So I'd appreciate a response wherein you are writing 3 or 4 things together along with time slot, let's say 1 hour, 2 or 3 hour, something like that. So starting with Mr. Kamlesh Prajapati. Audit plan for the supplier, first quality, delivery, agreed cost. That is good. Kamlesh ji, would you like to come on the mic and talk about first of all yourself and your company, and then your response? Mr.
Hello.
Kamlesh Prajapati. Yes, Kamlesh
Yes,
ji. Hello.
Yes.
Good evening, sir.
Yes. Very good evening. Yes, Mr. Samarth. I am audible?
Yes, you are perfectly audible.
Yeah. Okay. My name is Kamlesh Prajapati, and I am working as a quality control QA/QC engineer in Saudi Arabia, one of the company in Saudi Arabia. It's a EPC company basically. It's a construction, procurement, and engineering company.
That's excellent, sir.
Thank you. So basically, I would like to prepare the audit plan for the purchase or procurement department, where what are the things that I have to check. First of all, I have to make the scope of the audit. What are the things we need to check, particularly for the procurement department. In that, first I will check the vendor, evaluation, supplier evaluation, like on the what basis the procurement department selected the vendors, and also if what are the, after selection of the vendors, what are the total performance parameter on the basis of cost, on the basis of delivery, and on the basis of the product quality supplied from the suppliers. For example, if any supplier is failed to deliver the material within a specified time or agreed time frame, then that has to be that record needs to be checked with the supplier, like the procurement department escalated these issues to the higher management or not. That should be the one of the plan. For example, if any supplier fail to deliver the material as per the agreed contract, so that what as an auditor, as an internal or external auditor, I have to check what are the action taken by the procurement department, or whether they have escalated these issues to the higher management or not, because the supplier is failed to deliver the product uh, agreed within agreed time. That is against the contractual it's against the contractual obligation. So that could be the one of the example. Similarly, there are the many points we can check.
Thank you very much for your response, sir. It was very insightful. Also, I'd like to invite Mr. Shekhar Yadav, happens to be a very good friend of mine. Shekharji, can you please take the mic?
Good evening, sir. This side Shekhar.
Good evening, Shekharji. So
Sir,
Shekharji is
I
from
have
Havels,
mentioned-
and I would like to just make a brief introduction for you. So Shekharji is from Havels, and he is a supplier quality auditor, a very established professional over there. So Shekharji, please take this forward.
Sir, I have mentioned some points that I will cover during my internal audit of any production line. Like basically, I will start with organization structure, like who is looking after quality production or maintenance team. Then R&R, what are the responsibility of them, the team members. Then when we go online, we will go for the FPA, or we will validate the SOPs first, then check whether the FPA is done or not. Then we will cross-check the tool history card. Is the tool history card or maintained or not in case of molding or press shop quality? Then also the design records or any ECN or any process parameter sheet, we have to cross-check that as a records. And final inspection and forum change records and handling of NC excess hit, the handling of non-conformity will be both at the customer at the in-house end. So these are the basic things I will cover during the internal audit.
Excellent, Shekharji. That was very insightful. Thank you very much for speaking up. I think so, Atul sir, we can continue now since time is pressing by.
Yeah. Because otherwise we'll get late. So
yes.
We'll continue further with the slides. Screen is visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
So now, once you made the audit plan, you're doing planning. That means preparation for the audit. So normally talks start with notifying the person to be audited or the department to be audited and agree on a date and time. Internal audit mein, you have already finalized the date, so not an issue. So what we do as a part of audit preparation, review some documents, procedures, forms, previous reports, corrective action required, some work sections, etc. And sometimes we prepare review update checklists also, because like he was explaining, for second party audit, Havels has got a checklist. So if you are auditing as per that checklist, so we have to follow that checklist. Otherwise, auditors can also prepare some checkpoints, which may be formal or informal checklist. Then they brief about the auditors and the team of the audit. So sometimes this checklist is useful, but sometimes it is not mandatory also. It depends on the experience of the auditor. Like experienced auditors, they have been day in, day out doing the audit. So they, by virtue of their experience, they remember most of the requirements of the standard. So they don't require any checklist. But some auditors, they require checklist because they're not auditing so frequently, and sometimes those checklists act like guidance to the auditor also. So it depends. So you can use the checklist, or you cannot. It is up to you whether you want to use the checklist or not. But yes, checklist also has got certain advantages and disadvantages. Advantage is always that it acts like a guidance to the auditor, but if you follow a checklist, then you become too much focused on a single area. So again, auditor's choice whether you want to follow the checklist or not. But if it is a mandate to follow the checklist, for example, in case of a supplier audit, and even some companies also, as a part of their internal audit, they make some checklists. So you have to follow that checklist. So it depends. So checklist, you can consider various requirements you can incorporate in the checklist, like quality policy objectives, the sequence interaction between the processes, how the activity goes on, what are the relevant procedures, what are the documents being followed, what are the records being maintained. So different points you can use for preparing the checklist. But again, it is not a mandatory. I will skip this particular workshop because otherwise it will take a lot of time. Now, when actual audit is being conducted, so there are different. This is how the audit is conducted. Normally, an opening meeting is conducted. Opening meeting is not mandatory in case of internal audit, but yes, if you do internal audit, maybe अगर आप opening meeting करते हैं, so it is always better. Then you conduct the audit, you review the findings, and then finally a closing meeting is done. Internal audit के case में कई बार वो opening and closing meeting नहीं होती, but it is suggested. But in case of external audit, third party audit, conducting the opening meeting and closing meeting is mandatory because these meetings also have their agenda points which need to be explained to the auditees or the organization whom you are auditing. So there are certain protocols related to opening meeting, etc. I'll just skip it. But important thing for an auditor is auditor's approach. So auditor must deal with the top management also. As I explained, key external audit may we always talk to the top management, but internal audit also you should start interacting. I will not call it a auditing, but I will say interaction with the top management should be done. So auditor must understand the key issues of the organization. You must focus on the critical processes. You must also understand that this audit is being done for business improvement. You should meet the local area representative. And again, important thing is that you should always talk to those performing the task. Explain the purpose of your visit. Be calm, polite, reassuring. These are some things which auditors need to practice, follow. So never talk down during an audit, never act superior during an audit, and speak clearly and carefully during the audit, because sometimes you use terminology. Let us say you're talking about what is the corrective action you have taken for this non-conformity. The other person may not be understanding the meaning of corrective action. So you can explain to him what actions you are taking so that the problem or the non-conformity which happened or the customer complaint which happened, it will not get repeated again. Okay, so you need to explain to the auditee also what you want to what you want to verify during the course of the audit. So normally there is an audit process where you gather and select the information by doing the document review, interviewing, observing, verification, comparison with the audit criteria, review, and finally the audit conclusion. So sources of information is there, audit evidence is there, audit finding is there, and the result of the audit conclusion is there. So there is a definition of objective evidence in ISO 9000 which says, what is objective evidence? The data supporting the existence or verification of something is known as objective evidence. Objective evidence can be obtained through observation, measurement, test, or by any means. So normally objective evidence for the purpose of audit consists of records, statement of facts, or other information which are relevant to the audit criteria. That means the norms against which you are doing audit, that is ISO 9001 standard or company's own documented systems, and which can be verifiable. So what are the ways and methods of obtaining objective evidences? So objective evidence can be collected by interviewing people, those who are doing the processes, observation of activities, how the interaction between various function activities and processes happens, monitoring measurement of processes and programs, verification of documents and records, verification of data reports, summaries, whatever data is being generated, for example, customer complaint, customer feedback. So objective evidence can be gathered through people also. People means those who are working in the department, in the production area, quality area, design area, purchase area, marketing area. So you need to see whether, you need to judge whether the person understands the systems and documentation. Those persons, those employees are competent. Is there cooperation? Are there any system related processes? So there are different ways and means through which you can collect the objective evidence or the audit evidence. Then you can observe the activities also. Are the processes being done efficiently, effectively? Are the things being done in a logical sequence? How are the processes interacting? What is the significance of link? These are just some tips how you can obtain the audit evidence. Can the inputs and outputs for that process can be identified? what monitoring and measurements are being done for the processes, what is the capacity of processes, what product measurements are being done, resource utilization, productivity. So different norms which help you in obtaining the audit evidence. Then audit evidence is also collected through the documents and records, their issue status, their completeness, conciseness, condition of the records, legibility. As I explained, sometimes documents are not legible, records are not legible. So that is an issue because standard says that the records or the evidences which you are maintaining, they should be legible. Identity, how it is identified, the approval of the document or record, the availability of document or record at the place, then summaries, feedback, data summaries, customer feedback, vendor analysis, vendor audit, internal audit, financial measurements, other measurements, preventive appraisal and failure cost analysis, cost of quality, cost of non-conformity. Okay. Then you need to examine the documents and records with respect to the completeness, accuracy, authorization, how the data is being analyzed, what evidences are there, what environmental conditions are there, what extent of conformities and non-conformities exist in the system, what is the nature of non-conformity. So there is no guideline for any sample. So sample you have to select on your own. आपको किसी document की या किसी process की या किसी interaction की या interview की कितनी detail में जाना है, कितनी depth में जाना है, you have to use your own auditing skills and you have to make your own judgment. Normally क्या होता है, let us say if you are examining or auditing a process and you come across employees who are very experienced, कोई 5 साल से काम कर रहा है, कोई 10 साल से काम कर रहा है, कोई 15 साल से काम कर रहा है, and you are well versed with their processes, you have audited earlier also and you understand their competence also, तो आपकी probing थोड़ा कम डिटेल में होगी. But when you come across some new joinees, तो there is likelihood कि वो new joinee he or she is not fully aware of the processes or the implications of non-conformity etc. तो आपकी probing frequency बढ़ जाती है. Or maybe some other example where you find that employees are highly competent, qualified, तो आपकी probing or the depth of your questioning or the depth of your examination of data reduces. But at the same time, you come across any organization where employees are not competent, skilled नहीं है, then your probing frequency increases. So you have to make your own judgment during the course of the audit, depending upon the type of competence, depending upon the organization culture, depending upon the infrastructure and various factors. So checklist, I explained, you can use checklist or but it is not mandatory. So normally this is the questioning technique which you use: who, what, when, where, why, how. So this is for you to understand the process, because internal auditing you are still aware of the processes, but as an external auditor, when you are visiting first time, so you need to understand the process. So normally you ask these kind of questions: who is executing this process, what is being done, when it is being done, where it is being done, why it is being done, how it is being done. This is basically, these are the questioning techniques to extract more information about the processes, to understand the processes. Okay. So you have to control the audit also, insist that people being questioned answer for themselves, चाहे वो आप internal audit कर रहे हैं, external audit कर रहे हैं. So because you have selected some sample, some person whom you are questioning, so you insist that person or the people whom you are questioning, they answer for themselves. Then again, you have to do little talking as possible, because you have put up a question and answer is more elaborate. So give other person more time to explain. Sometimes especially during external audit, and it is possible in internal audit also, that the auditors try to बेसिकली वेस्ट योर टाइम, बिकॉज उनको मालूम है आप डिजाइन का ऑडिट कर रहे हो, आपके पास 2 घंटे का टाइम है, देन यू हैव टू मूव ऑन टू अदर प्रोसेस. तो दे विल स्टार्ट विद ऑल सॉर्ट ऑफ स्टोरीज. इंडिया ने वर्ल्ड कप जीत लिया, मोदी जी आज वहां गए, आज ये हो गया, कलकत्ता में ऐसा हो गया. सो all those questions, all those things will come up during the course of the audit with the objective of wasting your time. So don't be misled by those things. So do not let others dictate the pace of the audit. Sometimes your questions are not properly understood, like you ask for corrective action. So other person may not be understanding the meaning of corrective action. So rephrase the misunderstood questions. Wherever you find somebody has done genuinely good work, you give compliments, some basic etiquette, say thank you, etc. But be aware of the hidden agendas and the emotional blackmailing. Some basic issues: establish that companies demonstrating control over the operations, involve management in the audit process, observe the work progression when necessary, evaluate the evidences, examine the inputs and outputs, and also make comprehensive notes. Because auditing is not about recording the non-conformity, auditing is also about recording the conformity, that is objective evidence. So when you are verifying objective evidence, you also need to make comprehensive notes that will help you in preparation of audit report. And sometimes you need to seek verification also. It is not like that people will lie to you, but sometimes you need to verify the statements also. For example, आपने स्टोर का ऑडिट किया, आपने कुछ पूछा कि आप इन्वेंट्री मैनेजमेंट कैसे करते हो, रीऑर्डर पॉइंट क्या है आपका, तो he told you something. जब आप परचेज का ऑडिट कर रहे हो, परचेज फंक्शन का ऑडिट कर रहे हो, आपने कुछ एक पॉइंट नोट कर लिया, इफ रिक्वायर्ड यू फील लाइक यू कैन रीवेरीफाई दैट थिंग फ्रॉम द परचेज ऑल्सो, कि आपको स्टोर की तरफ से इस पर्टिकुलर मटेरियल की रिक्वायरमेंट कब मिली एंड ऑल दोज थिंग्स. ठीक है. सो at times you need to seek the verification of activities also. But last point is very important: do not accept pre-prepared samples. Sample should always be selected by the auditor himself, चाहे वो इंटरनल ऑडिट है चाहे वो एक्सटर्नल ऑडिट है. क्योंकि अगर आपने ऑडिटी को लिबर्टी दे दी सैंपल खुद सेलेक्ट करने की, तो ऑडिटर विल नॉट शेयर विद ऑडिटी विल नॉट शेयर विद यू एनी इनकम्प्लीट वर्क. ठीक है. तो देन ऑडिट बिकम्स ए फॉर्मेलिटी, because auditing is based on sampling, and sample should always be selected by the auditor himself or herself during the internal audit or external audit. So it is very important, select the sample on your own. Then there are certain basic principles for auditors: integrity, the foundation of professionalism, fair presentation, due professional care, confidentiality, independence, evidence-based approach. So all these things you need to take care. These are some good qualities of internal and external auditors which you need to follow. There are personal attributes also for auditors: ethical, open-minded, diplomatic, observant, perceptive, versatile, tenacious, decisive, self-reliant. So all these personal attributes should also be there as an auditor. Okay. Then some general you should also have some auditing skills like awareness of auditing principles, procedures, management system, references, organizational context, applicable legal and contractual requirements which apply to the auditee or the department or the process or the organization, and discipline and sector-wise knowledge and skills of management system auditors. Okay, then whenever there is a team of auditors, there are certain responsibility of audit team leaders also. I'll not go into details because already it is nearing around 6 o'clock. There is some other things also to be discussed, but these are more for the external auditors. Okay. What about audit review? So finally, once the audit is complete, then you make notes, or the audit team makes the note, and you list down the non-conformities. It is not mandatory that non-conformities have to be detected, otherwise your audit process is not complete. But in case you come across non-conformities, you have to list down those non-conformities. So analyze the results, the deficiency, review the non-conformity in terms of whether it is an isolated case or it is a breakdown of the system. The auditee is aware of the problem and the deficiency has been reported earlier also. Then finally a closing meeting is done where the audit outcome is discussed with the auditees. In case a non-conformity is raised, then you need to prepare a proper non-conformity report. So that statement defines the non-conformity, including the situation, what, that is a statement of non-conformity. Then you have to specify why it was a non-conformity. So against what requirement of the standard or the client's own documented system you have raised that non-conformity, and what is the objective evidence which you have observed. For example, I raised a non-conformity that the requirements of Indian electricity rules are not being followed. Okay, so that is the requirement which is a legal requirement, and the objective evidence I found was that giving the name of that particular location, so that at that particular location, annual earthing testing was not being done. So I have raised the question, statement of non-conformity, against what requirement? It is a legal requirement. And what is the evidence I found? That at that particular location, annual earthing testing was not done. So that is an objective evidence with respect to that non-compliance. Then finally, audit reporting, follow-up and registration process. So at the end of the audit, auditing report is prepared. So different certification bodies have their different reporting norms. So accordingly, report is prepared. But in case of internal audit, the audit report is basically compilation of all the evidences which you collected, and also the compilation of the non-conformities. And then later on, you have to do the follow-up, or the management representative or the concerned auditor has to follow up with the respective auditee to ensure that again those root cause correction and corrective actions are being followed. Fine. Audit follow-up is about verification that actions are implemented. You have to ensure short-term and long-term effectiveness, and record follow-up details and objective evidence reviewed, and finally the closure sign-off forms. So when you go in for registration, I think Samar, you take up this particular part.
All right, sir. I'll just take up this slide, and then I have a few slides of my own. Right.
Okay.
So taking up from here, thank you very much, Atul sir, for the lovely slides and the content that you have presented. Can you please present your last slide? I'm not having that one.
Okay.
Just the last one, please. Yeah. So whenever you typically apply for a ISO certification, this is a typical registration process flow, right? So it starts by submitting an application that you will find from any certification body salesperson. For example, from our team, Mr. Praveen Negi and team, you can find this application form. Then you have to fill up this application form and you have to sign up with them. The sign up will consist of the application review and the quotation that they will give to you. Post that, post your sign up, there will be a stage 1 audit. Stage 1 audit is basically a document review audit wherein your documentation is reviewed. Then the certification bodies performs a stage 2 audit. That is basically an implementation audit wherein we check the effectiveness of implementation, right? Post that, if any special audit is required, maybe due to follow up on non-conformances, or maybe any scope change, any product addition, site addition, etc., package review, and then the certificates are issued. Then you have to go through surveillance audits that are annual or semi-annual, and then it's a 3-year cycle. So after every 3-year cycle, there's a recertification. So ISO is an ongoing process, as we have learned in clause number 10, and it goes on until you can say succeed and grow your business, right? So thank you very much, Atul sir. You can just stop sharing your screen, and I have a few slides of my own. So first of all, I would like to thank the audience. So it has been a wonderful and training session, and I know it has been a long day. So you all must be having your own commitments and want to close this session as soon as possible. So I'll just take 5-10 minutes more of your time, and then maybe we can close this session and we can do the examination and all, right? So I'm just sharing my screen. I hope my screen is visible now.
Yes,
can
visible.
someone please confirm?
Yes,
All right.
visible.
All right. So this is a list of certifications and internal auditor trainings offered by Quality Asia as a certification body. So we do 8 certification schemes. That is ISO 9001 Quality Management System that we have discussed during the day. There is ISO 14001 Environment Management System. There is ISO 45001 Occupational Health and Safety Management Systems. ISO 50001 Energy Management Systems. ISO 27001 Information Security Management Systems. ISO 22000 Food Safety Management Systems, ISO 13485 Medical Devices Quality Management Systems, and ISO 26000 Social Accountability Management Systems. So 9001 we have discussed in detail. You know a lot about the standard now. And the rest of the standards, there will be upcoming trainings during the coming time, the calendar of which we'll be discussing in this slide deck itself. One moment. So I would like to just give you a brief about our team, and you'll be getting to connect with them soon as and when you attend our training programs and other things, right? So as you met Mr. Atul Suri, he is the lead auditor and reviewer at our company. So he's responsible for leading teams of auditors and establishing excellence in auditing operations. Then there is Mrs. Seema Suri. She's the director for accreditations. She's responsible for maintaining accreditation status and heading audit review and certification decision process. Then there's myself, Samarth Suri. I'm the managing director. I'm responsible for marketing and promotions and ensuring right visibility of our certification body. Then there is Ms. Palak Ahuja. She is a General Manager Certifications. She is responsible for heading and managing certification and operations and ensuring client success through certifications. Then we come to our core team. We have Mr. Praveen Singh Negi. He's the Business Development Head. He's responsible for heading sales teams and ensuring customer acquisition in most ethically right manner. And there's Mr. Sagar Mahor. He's the Certifications Head. He's responsible for heading teams that are responsible for scheduling of application reviews, audit reviews, certification decisions, surveillances, and recertifications. Then we are having a team of auditors are responsible for these. This is a global team, and it is a very widespread team responsible for conducting ethical and quality-rich audits, enabling organizations to understand and upgrade their systems and processes. And then there we have a team of executive spread over 5 offices in Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Bangalore, and Chandigarh. These are responsible for managing the shows behind the scenes. Then upcoming training calendar. So as we all told you, we are basically conducting these internal auditor training programs as an endeavor to improve ISO awareness and ISO competence in the industry, and as an overall motive to uplift the industry. Right. So we have planned one training per month, and amongst these next 7 standards. So today on a Sunday, we have conducted ISO 9001 training. We are having upcoming ISO 14001 internal auditor training, that is the environment management systems, on September 22nd. Then we are having on 20th October a certified internal auditor training on ISO 45001 occupational health and safety management system. November 24, certified internal auditor training on ISO 50001 energy management systems. December 23, Sunday, certified internal auditor training on ISO 22000, that is food safety management systems. On Sunday, 26 January, we are having certified internal auditor training on ISO 27001 information security management systems. On Sunday, February 23rd, 2025, we are having certified internal auditor training session on ISO 13485 medical devices quality management systems. On March 23, on Sunday, we are having a certified internal auditor training sessions on ISO 26000 social accountability management systems. So for this financial year, this is the plan. Like this one, all of these trainings will be completely free of cost, and they will be conducted on Sunday, so that you can utilize your time, invest your time on a Sunday, and gain insights, and not hampering your daily professional jobs and works at the same time. Then all of these training sessions will be available on a Quality Asia School, and that is basically a LMS that we are developing. It's a completely free of cost LMS wherein all the training sessions will be there. So there will be videos, there will be training content, and then there will be exams wherein you can attempt. So this is basically an endeavor to, if you're not able to attend the monthly trainings, or you need to, let's say an ISO 9001 training is done and it is not due for another 2 or 3 months, then you can go to our Quality Asia School website as well as our YouTube channel, and you can, watch these trainings, have an access to your training content, and then give the exams. And post completion and successful post completion of your successful examination, you will be able to get an internal auditor certificate. Further, closing this training program now, we are sending you over mail, as well as we are putting it in the chat box, your training material, your training evaluation, your training calendar. And we have also created a WhatsApp channel wherein we'll be circulating and floating promotional material, technical training material, as well as the schedules for our upcoming free internal auditor training programs. Right. So I'd request Sagar to put all of these material, the training material, training PPT, as all of you have requested for it. The training evaluation form, this is basically a Google form wherein you will be attempting the examination. It is an objective type examination, followed by a training feedback, which is necessary for our quality and training purposes. As well as I would also request all of you to attach your resumes or company profiles if you are business professionals, and resumes if you are working professionals, so that we get an opportunity to network and refer you, right, from business to business. And it will all be a part of a single Google form wherein we can attempt this. And it's a very small paper. It will just take 15-20 minutes to half an hour of your time. So that is why I'm urging all of you to send it over by tonight only. So we'll be accepting applications by 12. And please rest assured, it is an achievable paper, and it's not very tough. It's an objective type paper, and it'll take very less time to attempt. And moreover, we'll be sending over the training material as well. So it's an open book paper. So I'll all request to, where you have spent the whole day, just spend 15-20 minutes more with us, and help us to grant you these certifications. The training calendar for further trainings, and I also request all of you to join the WhatsApp channel. since it will be a very good tool for communications, since you might be all interested in taking up more trainings with us also, right? So Sagar, I'll request you to, you can, just paste all these things in the chat box right now. And also, we can mail it to you. You'll be receiving the mail within next half an hour from Sagar's desk.
Yes, I have pinned the training evaluation form in the chat box, so everybody can see it from the pin message. It is here.
Also, yeah, so training evaluation form is here. Sagar, please, can you pin rest of the documents also over here, or those will be shared over mail only?
In the attachment will be shared in the mail.
Acha, you are not able to attach anything here. Okay,
Yes,
that's
yes.
fine. So as of now, so please, what you can do is, we are here for the next 5 or 7 minutes, so you can just shoot that mail. And if anyone is not receiving the mail, or some of them can receive the mail, they can just confirm us, so that we can have a confirmatory evidence with respect to this. As suggested by Atul sir, we should do evidence of everything, right? So again, thank you very much for being a wonderful audience, and I hope this day was really productive for you and you learned a lot about this thing. And we wish to seek your support in our further training programs also, as an endeavor to uplift the industries by spreading ISO knowledge and ISO competence, right? And thank you very much, PowerPoint team, for the wonderful comment that you have left in the Dropbox chat box. Right, and I have a few requests that at least give 24 hours to submit the exam. Sir, it is a very, you can say, simple and objective type exam, and it's open book. I'll want you guys to just attempt it right now after the training program. It will take very less time, and we have kept it very, in an objective manner and a simple manner, so that you guys can attempt it very fast. So it will just take 10 to 15 minutes of your time, maximum half an hour. So I'll request you guys to please submit it before midnight, because it is, first of all, the momentum will not be lost. Moreover, if we give too much of time for attempting the exam, the momentum gets lost at times. And again, it will help our team to evaluate your results, because if all the results are coming in the same day, it will be easy for them to, get you guys all certified. And if it is coming on later stage, it will be difficult for the team to compile everything, and some things tend to get missed. That is why this is the whole thing. So, Mr. Pravinder, where is the exam question paper? Sagar, can you repaste the link?
Yes. I will.
Yeah, please repaste the link in the chat box. So Pravinder ji, there is a Google form link that is in the chat box. We are pasting it again, right? Seema Surohi ma'am, thank you very much for the wonderful comment. We wish to provide you more such training sessions.
I'm not able to access chat. If possible,
Sir, you'll get it in the mail. Sagar, have you shooted over the mail?
Yes, just doing it. Wait.
Okay, so everyone, you will be receiving this via mail only, and we are here only in this chat box. Sagar is just shooting, so we'll be here for the next 5 or 10 minutes or 15 minutes, and you can confirm if you have got. And any one of you, if you have not got within 15 minutes, you can report us in the chat box. We'll just send it to you again. Sagar, please let us know when it's done.
Yes.
And also one more
Please
general
keep me
request.
in loop also. Sorry, please keep me in loop also, because I'm not able to open the chat box also, Samantha.
No, we'll definitely keep all of you in loops. We have all of your email IDs, and we are shooting it right away. Also, I have a very special request, since all of us have been, with us since the morning. I would request all of you to please switch on your camera, and we want to do a group photo. So I hope it's not, inconvenient for anyone to do that. So please, all of you, a general request, please switch on your camera. So I guess this Microsoft Teams feature, I am using it for the first time, the together view, and it's looking great. It's such a wonderful audience today. There are still, cameras to be switched on. So urging everyone to do that. We want to show this great strength of unity. So it's one solid strength for quality system. We're having industry leaders from all segments across in one chat box. What can be better?
Thank you so much, sir. All credit goes to you.
It's a pleasure serving you, sir. And we are looking forward for you joining into other training sessions as well, as per the training calendars.
We will, sir. We will.
Thank you so much, Mr. Samarth, for this your wonderful initiative. And really,
It's a pleasure,
like, it's very fruitful, and like you're giving a knowledge without any money. It's a free of cost. So
Sir,
it's a great insight.
this is the least what we can do for you, sir.
Thank you so
वो
much.
कहते हैं ना, ज्ञान तो बांटने से बढ़ता है सर.
Agreed. True.
आप लोग इन सब टेक्निक्स को, इन सब प्रिंसिपल्स को अपनी अपनी फील्ड में, अपनी अपनी इंडस्ट्री में अप्लाई जब करेंगे, तो जो क्यूमुलेटिव इंडस्ट्रियल बेनिफिट आएगा, that is much more than anything, sir. It supersedes everything.
Agreed. Agreed. Thank you.
Sagar, can you please confirm in the meantime whether the mails have been shot or not?
Mail has been shot. Yes. I have shared
so
it.
if I can get some confirmations,
Please.
it'll be great. I have personally received the mail. So I request people to please check their inboxes and please let us know.
I have also received it, Samar.
Very nice, sir. Thank you so much.
Yes, Mr. Samarth, I have also received the same.
Okay.
Excellent, sir. Excellent. So anybody now who has not received the link, they can also speak up, because I think so now is the time. Or you can just write it in the chat box and we'll review. Not received?
Yeah,
Shekhar Yadav ji not received. I'll just request all of you to please, for those who have not received, just put your email IDs in the chat box. And we'll ensure that all of those email IDs,
Yes.
mails are specially sent.
Yes, or you can add. Yes, please. Email ID in the chat box.
Sagar, email ID. So आप में से जिन को emails नहीं आई हैं, आप अपनी email IDs डालिए. Yeah. So you can just put your email IDs in the chat box, and Sagar will ensure that you can get mail. Might be you get duplicate, but it's all right. It doesn't hurt. Also, I request all of you to please join our WhatsApp channel also. So it will become a medium, because this is one of our core principle in Quality Asia, that we take a note to provide you free of cost internal auditor trainings on a regular basis. So आप जो है WhatsApp channel हमारा subscribe कीजिए, so that we can send you updates over training programs over and above this calendar as well.
Acha Samarth, me and Nagarajan, we are not able to update in the chat box, and neither we have received the mail.
Oh, okay. So what we can do is, we'll give you one contact number. My contact number एक लेकिन आप chat box में नहीं है. Okay. Sagar, आप names note कर लो. Nagarajan sir and second person.
Can you please?
Sagar has the
name.
Yeah, Nagarajan P.
On the WhatsApp, please. On the WhatsApp, I can share you.
On WhatsApp, you have anybody's number from our team?
I can share on your WhatsApp. I can share you on.
Yeah, you can share me on the WhatsApp. That's all right. If you have my number, or should I speak it?
Nagarajan, I shared your email ID. Sandeep sir, I also shared your email ID in chat. I am able to.
GWays है ना? Flipkart group पे सारी email IDs हमारे पास हैं sir. Please don't worry. We'll definitely double sure कि आप लोगों के पास mail आ जाए. वैसे तो हमारे पास सबकी mail ID and we have short. Maybe it is somewhere in the pipeline, so you'll be receiving it shortly. And what we'll be doing is, अभी हम लोग एक mail कर रहे हैं, and after 1 or 2 hours we'll shoot another mail.
Sure. ठीक है. Thank you.
Or we
the
can do
same...
one more.
Yes.
Sagar, what we can do is, आप लोग ना WhatsApp channel subscribe कर लो, और अगर आपके पास mail आज के बाद भी ना भी आए ना, तो हम लोग WhatsApp channel के अंदर भी ये सारी चीजें डाल देंगे. और you can request in the WhatsApp channel. वहाँ पे आप अपनी email ID डाल के बोल सकते हैं कि please मेरे को ये भेज दीजिए, so our team will send it to you.
Yes.
So as Atul sir said, हम लोग भी technological improvements करते रहते हैं. So WhatsApp channels is a new feature, and we would like to explore it as an effective mode of communication.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, Jeevan Kumar ji, for the wonderful comments. Actually, I'm very happy to see the success of this program, that so many people have joined. From 9 a.m. in the morning to 6:30 p.m. in the evening, you are, tuned to this thing. So it's a good thing to see. Thank you so much for coming over, and looking forward to seeing you guys again in various audits and future training sessions.